The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
And hello to everyone who's tuned in to witness the strongest Mobile Legends Bang Bang players in the world in action. I'm Mara Aquino and this is MPL Philippines Season 11. An all-important triple header is upon us as the fight for the remaining 3 playoff slots intensifies. To kick things off, we have the Raiders, who up until this point, their tournament lives remain at stake. They're so close to securing their ticket to the next tournament round. Ma-dominate kaya sila ni na Doming DR? Or maybe the 1 point the Kingslayers direly need is in Arad's name all along. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Nexplay EVOS versus RSG Philippines. Here we go. Casters, pasok.
A legend once said that hard times breed better men. These are 2 teams with championship histories, championship caliber potential. But now they are still fighting for playoff slot. One a point away. The other still a mountain to climb. It's RSG Philippines versus Nexplay EVOS. Welcome to the English broadcast for MPL Philippines. My name is Reptar and I'm here with OS Sexton Midnight on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. How are you feeling?
Amazing. Heat up as always, like in our English stream right now. More heated up is what Renmar said. 2 teams fighting for their playoffs lives.
Yeah, and again, these are very different goals for the opposing teams. RSG Philippines, they are chasing that chance to contest the MSC title once again because they are the defending MSC champions. And Nexplay EVOS, they are trying to escape the fate that is binded with Nexplay EVOS being eliminated in the first round. That is not something that you want to be in.
Oh, that's something you can put in a billboard or something. Chase the fate versus escape the fate. By the way, for the real ones out there, y'all know Escape the Fate is an awesome band. So I'm pretty sure we're going to be listening to some awesome tunes in the form of awesome action here in MPL for first match of the day. We're calling all the Smart and TNT users who are watching us right now. Continue to enjoy the power of Smart by registering your SIM. Visit smart.com.ph/simreg now and get free 3 gigabytes data. Make sure to register your smart SIMs before April 26, 2023. We have to talk about the elephant in the room, boys, and I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about the rosters that we saw in the loading screen.
Yeah.
You see Irad in the roster there for RSG Philippines, and for Nexplay EVOS, no Yelly Hayes, it's Goyong back in the mid lane.
When I saw that swap back in from MDL Philippines, I felt that, oh, they're bringing out the big guns for the final fight of RSG. They have 2 games left, and for this specific, execution or reason, they need just 1 more win to get into the playoffs.
You see the difference with the approach here from both sides. You have RSG Philippines trying to figure out something else rather than the old style that they've used with the past 7 weeks. With Nexplay EVOS, they're going back. They're going back for comfort. They're going back with the original lineup that they have used for the 7 weeks that we've seen in NXPE. And I think it's going to be interesting because, again, there's the difference between the dynamics of these two rosters, and I feel like the more challenging approach here is with RSG because you are playing with a lineup that is new to the regular season.
That is the first matchup of the day, RSG versus NXPE. Of course, we'll get back to that and talk more about that later on. But TNC versus Omega is our second series of the day. Biyaheng Tagumpay can end up becoming Biyaheng Bangungot, the nightmare journey. Not for TNC, but for smart Omega. TNC could be one of the teams that will break Omega's hopes of making it to the playoffs. And of course, for our third series of the day, ONIC still also fighting for a playoff slot. And they're up against a BREN Esports team who just secured the top seed yesterday. Again, congratulations to BREN. So, still, again, we were talking about it yesterday on the English broadcast. This final week, high drama for sure. Today, we're going to be seeing potentially a team secure a playoff slot with RSG being a point away. But the results of latest matches could mean that we might not find out who's going to be making it into the playoffs until tomorrow, the very, very last day. We haven't seen that in a while here in MPL Philippines. Now, going back to RSG versus NXPE. RSG is a point away from the playoffs. Can Irad secure it? It's kind of poetic, OSX. Irad has a 1 for an I in his name.
Yeah, and and if all the casters know, you know who stands or what stands for the 1 for an I, right? But for that uniqueness of that name, Irad back in last year on MPL Invitational, he was one of the players who actually gave way for RSG to go into the grand finals.
Yeah, it is. It is kind of I would say a flavor that they have tasted already, but there is no precedence when it comes to regular season contention for RSG Slate Philippines. To add to that, this is an entirely different team that Irad will be playing in. Although there are familiar faces in this roster, the thing is, this is still new, especially for the audience. This is something new for us to witness, but I do feel like it is a change that RSG kind of needed, especially with Irad's consistency in his performance in MDL. I feel like it's one of the few things that Panda really intends to show in this match, the consistency of Irad and his flexibility to play various heroes with RSG Slate Philippines. He is an amazing jungler on the assassin and utility roles.
Yep, he is diverse in his hero pool. But he is well known for those who watched MPLI before, as OSX mentioned. He was the Martis man. During that tournament, he played a lot of Martis, and he was an absolute menace with it. Now, to contextualize the little bit of pressure that Irad has on his shoulders here, they are 1 point away from securing their playoff slot. RSG is on a 4-game losing streak after suffering back-to-back losses against BREN and Blacklist, which they dominated the first leg. This puts some sense into Coach Panda's frustration about their playstyle. OSX, this point, very tenured here in the MPL. We've seen the journey of RSG Slate, and before still RSG with Coach Panda.
Yep.
What do you feel about the aura that RSG Slate has now? It seems a little bit different compared to what they felt like as a team in Season 8, 9, and 10.
Well, comparing back on season and how they went in the first seed in the playoffs, also in Season 10, now it's a bit of a struggle, RSG. It's a bit of like, they wanted to pull off something, but there was always some of those hurdles that they needed to fix. On some, we talk about chemistry, we talk about playstyle, but on some points, RSG is, even the first year of Coach Panda, he feels that he wants to fix something, and even him expressed that they even perform worst from an MDL team.
Yeah, that's heavy. So there seems to be something holding RSG back. If it's something within themselves, only time will tell, and they will tell us maybe one of these days. But all we know is they are 1 point away. With Irad joining in from MDL, will he be able to help RSG Slate secure not only RSG's ticket to the playoffs, but back to MSC as well? Midnight, RSG Slate in MSC, potentially, if they make it. How do you feel about that?
Well, it is. It is a contention chance for RSG, and I feel like they have a good chance. They just have to go to the playoffs.
All right, so now let's talk to the players behind the scenes and see what they're feeling heading up to this match.
Bihira mangyari sa mundo ng MPL. Naaabot tayo ng Week 8 at hinahanap pa rin natin kung sino nga ba ang 6 na teams na papasok sa playoffs. Ngayon, meron tayong 4 na teams na naglalaban-laban para makapasok dito. May isang pwedeng tumagilid. Tara't, mag-mat tayo. Nandyan ang RSG slate na merong 18 points. Nandyan din ang ONIC na merong 16 points. Ang Omega ay merong 15. At isa sa mga makikita natin ngayon ay ang NXPE na merong 13. Ang maglalaban this time ay RSG at NXPE na parehas pang merong dalawang series na lalaruin at parehas pwedeng makakuha ng 6 points. Ang pinagkaiba nga lang, nasa magkabilang dulo sila ng spectrum na kung saan ang RSG, onti lang ang kailangang isipin. Isang puntos na lang, goods na sila. Meanwhile, NXPE, ito ang kanilang senaryo. Kailangan nilang manalo ng sunod-sunod na 2-0 para lang mapanatag ang kanilang mga sarili. Para lang malaman nila na umabot sila sa 19 points. Kasi kapag nakuha man nila yon ay goods na sila. Yun nga lang, just in case na matalo man sila ngayon, just in case, kailangan na nilang magdasal sa performance ng ahead na team sa kanila na Omega na wag nang tumaas. Kasi kaya pa rin naman nilang maghabol. Since 15 lang ang Omega at 13 sila, ay pwede pa nilang maangatan to ng 1 puntos. So kung ikaw ay fan ng NXPE, kailangan mo nang itaas at ibigay sa kanila ang energy ball dahil mas kailangan nila ngayon ang panalo. Balita nga sa social media na hindi daw nagpahinga ang NXPE dahil napaka-importante ng mga matches nila. Ang kailangan lang nila isipin, bawal matalo. Punta naman tayo sa Raiders. Saktong-sakto dahil merong mga merch ngayon na showcase ang Raiders para sa final week ng MPL. Hello po. Ayan. Ang kailangan lang, as confirmed, ng ating mga league offs, kailangan na lang ng RSG ng 1 point to get 19 points at secured na sila sa playoffs. Naging 50-50 ang performance ng RSG ngayong regular season. Akala natin mangyayari muli yung season 9 performance nila na kung saan after week 3 ay nagsunod-sunod ang kanilang panalo. Pero ngayon parang baliktad. Nagkaroon sila ng losing streak lately and hopefully mabago nila to. Bali-balita nga na parang may switch up sila sa kanilang mga players. Let's see kung paano nila to gagawin. Just in case lang din, ito ang pinakadelikado sa RSG. Para sa akin, 1% na pwede mangyari. Just in case na manalo ang ONIC, manalo ang Omega, at manalo ang NXPE. And sabihin na nating biglang minalas ang RSG na walang mapalalunan, pag na-stuck sila sa 18 points ay delikado. Kailangan na lang nila ng isa or dalawa. I-make sure mo na, dalawa na lang para lumagpas sila sa 19 or lumagpas sila sa 18 points para masecure nila ang inaasam-asam nilang playoff spot. Mukhang gigil na gigil ang RSG makuha ang playoff spot dahil nga sila ang MSC defending champions. Kung babalikan mo, last year, season 9 ay talagang napakaganda ng pwesto nila. Ngayon, nasa point sila na kailangan din nilang galingan palalo at magdasal na wag tumaas ang puntos ng ONIC, wag tumaas ang puntos ng Omega, at wag tumaas ang puntos ng NXPE. Medyo goods. Kung ako ang RSG, medyo goods ang pakiramdam ko kasi mas pressured yung mga makakalaban ko at mas pressured yung tatlong nasa baba. Mamaya makikita natin ang ONIC, mamaya makikita din natin ang Omega. So kapag napanalo man to ng RSG, yung Omega at ONIC at maging yung Omega at ONIC ay talagang kakabahan na makuha lalo ang panalo. Magpipigilan ng dalawang koponan na to, NXPE tsaka RSG, susubukan nilang pigilan ang puntos ng bawat isa. Ito na ang tunay na the road to the playoffs. Dito to magsisimula sa laban ng RSG at NXPE. Ang tanong ngayon, makaka 2-0 ba ang Raiders or ang NXPE ba ang mananalo? Napakahirap masabi kasi halos parehas ang performance nila lately. NXPE nasa point din na hindi mo malalaman kung nananalo ba sila. Ganon din naman ang RSG na kung saan parang hindi nila alam paano tapusin ang laro. Ang dami kong sinabi para sa segment na to. Isa lang ang importante. Kung ikaw ang RSG, kung ikaw ang NXPE, kailangan mo lang manalo. Pag nanalo ka, hindi mo kailangan mag-mat. Nag-mat pa tayo. Wala rin naman pala. Basta't panalo, pasok kayo. Bato na natin sa mga shoutcasters.
Thank you to the face. Our desk analyst here, Midnight, will quickly translate what all the things that Manjeet said there, Midnight.
Yeah, I love the last point. To quickly summarize, you don't need to do math calculations for RSG because you need to just win one game. Now, for NXPE, if they get 2 consecutive 2-0s, they get 19 points. And they overturned Smart Omega's maximum points of 18. So if ever they win 2 sweeps, they automatically go to the playoffs. If they don't win 2 consecutive wins, if they manage to get some victories there is a possibility of a 3-way tie with Smart Omega and ONIC.
Ooh, I like the
Okay.
idea of a 3-way tie, though. That'll be a spicy way to end the season, although that means more casts for us. I love it. I love it. All right, so let's welcome into the 2 teams fighting for the first series of the day, RSG Slate and Nexplay EVOS. Everyone knows it's easy to lose your way during hard times. But this team has championship blood in their veins. Allow me to remind you that they are still the reigning champions of MSC RSG Slate Philippines. We are all very familiar with their dominant championship history before the MPL. The road here hasn't been easy, but they're getting stronger and getting closer to their playoffs goal. Welcome, Nexplay EVOS! And their coaches, Coach Josh and Coach Panda, championship histories, fighting for playoffs points. Who will stand victorious? Let's take a look at this debut lineup for RSG Slate. All familiar with Emma, Nats, Exord, and Light, but making his debut once again, it's Irad.
It's still a surprise right now for RSG that they wanted to take this gamble on the last week of the regular season, maybe to put some possible way of gaining their win this time around. Coming from a loss, Irad has been one heck of a good chemistry player back in their own way on how he managed to have this swap possible for RSG. Without this, HU is not here for this one. Now he's now the jungler for RSG.
It's kind of a blind side against NXPE. You know, if you're the Tigers, you don't have anything to expect coming out from the jungler of RSG. Even though you have past performances, it's not enough. Those data does not suffice because MPL playstyle is a different ball game, but I feel like the change coming up from RSG is quite needed, especially with with a precedence of Owl coming to Blacklist International. It is something something that changes up and shakes up things, the things for MPL, and the dynamics and chemistry of RSG Slate Philippines would of course take effect into into the upcoming matchup. For one, jungler heroes will be different here for both sides. Even though for NXPE it will kind of be the same, it's hard to fight into RSG Slate Philippines without having full background as to what are the heroes that Irad has been using with this roster, because you do have data from MDL, but this is a different team altogether.
Yeah.
Remembering what our friends over in the MDL, our co-talents there in the MDL talks about, Irad is a standout for RSG Ignite, the MDL team of RSG Slate. And it's good to see that he is here in the MPL. And I like that we mentioned play style. In terms of the hero pools, you can get the data of that, but it's how does this guy move in the game? How does he rotate? What does he prioritize? Even though you can get a little bit of info from just watching, it's the in-game familiarity that that their opponents here have to get used to.
Yeah, with that being said, now all boils down on how he managed to go with the scrims with the current roster of RSG.
Yeah, speaking about familiarity, NXPE, they're playing with a very familiar lineup. We've seen Doming, Boyet, Ding, Goyong, and Brusco DR play with each other for a couple of years now. Again, this is the team that is touted as one of the best, if not the best, amateur team to ever grace the MLBB scene, with 11 to 14 championships under their belt. This is a different challenge, however. They are up against the current champions of MSC, and Goyong DR will be filling in here for NXPE without Yellow Haze, without the captaincy material. It is kind of a question for the Tigers if they are able to overcome their past challenges of actually closing out these victories, because endgame conditions has been really, really dark for NXPE. Although the chemistry is there, the gameplay is there, the familiarity of playstyle, you still have to convert that into final team fight victories, which is hard to do because, again, you are playing into one of the most fundamentally objective-based gameplay here against RSG, and you're playing blind.
Yeah, as we look at the team head-to-head here, we do have to mention a fact about these two teams. There's a certain aura about them where I think it's very unanimous to the community, everyone watching. RSG Slate have put a lot of pressure onto themselves. Nexplay EVOS, in a way, have recently done that. As you all know, here in the Philippines, we went on a Holy Week break. And during that break, Nexplay EVOS did not rest. They scrimmed. They worked. They didn't go home to their families. They worked their butts off because they want to make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, I want to be wrong about this because I agree with what Midnight said about how Yellow Haze with a deep experience and how he added so much to the table on how they managed to get a win on those big of a threats here in MPL Season 11. I believe with you, Ranmar, saying the fact that they did not rest, maybe this is something that, hey, let's give them a chance for this one.
Yeah, build up the chemistry, get the grooves going, get the familiarity between the individual players of NXPE. But again, you have to convert that onto those endgame conditions, because that has been the problem of NXPE since week 3 to week 5. Like maintaining your balance and actually converting those leads that you have in the early game into endgame victories.
Yeah, we've talked about some of the conditions now in the broader sense of it, and some specifics as well from Midnight and OSX, but just a moment, we're going to be hearing the keys of victory that they need to pull off. These are two teams where you look at it from position to position. There's a lot of points that can be made, arguments that can be made that they are going to be the guy to watch out for. The Eman versus Doming matchup, the Light versus Brusco matchup, the mid lane of Exort versus Goyong. You can recite all of that and say that any of these could be the crucial points of focus for us to watch out for here. Again, a little bit more for Nexplay EVOS. They have to do a lot more here to really bring themselves closer to their playoffs hopes.
Yeah, as they debut here on MPL Season 11, this is what they can do. I know in the being one of the teams, rookie teams in MPL Philippines Season 11, they got nothing to lose, but if they have something to prove, do it. Because we were talking about conditions. So maybe this time around, they have something to show against RSG.
All right, it is time now to hear the Infinix keys to victory. And, we're going to listen as well here, so you sit down and listen as we hear about it in just a moment. I'm looking forward to know what the keys to victory will be. So, toss you on over to the analyst over on the Filipino broadcast. We'll be back in a bit.
Very important match for Nexplay EVOS. So dahil gusto nila makapasok sa playoffs, para naman sa RSG, they only need 1 point. At paano nga ba nila maabot yung single point na yun? For RSG, ang kanilang keys to victory brought to us by Infinix is it should be coming from Irad. There's a reason definitely kung bakit nila gamitin si Irad at malaking dynamic change to dun sa kanilang composition. For example, we know na kapag si H yung ginagamit nila, Fred rin yung kanilang typically pinipili at mas pinaprioritize yung playmaking heroes like tank utility junglers for H2. Irad, we know him sa very explosive assassin jungler. Naglalaro din naman siya ng mga tank/utility junglers pero naging sikat talaga siya dun sa mga mas aktibong mga junglers. So, yung change in dynamic, siguro ito yung kailangan talagang ipakita ng side ng RSG. For Nexplay EVOS, who also needs every single point in this series, kailangan nilang i-dominate etong si Eman. Meaning to say, kailangan nilang manalo dun sa may gold lane matchup. Nakita natin in the previous series, in this MPL mismo, na may mga games na de-decide dahil lang dun sa gold lane versus gold lane differences. At yun ang pwede natin expect dito. If the Nexplay EVOS wants to win, they need to really utilize that. Lastly, para naman sa dalawang teams natin, bigay na talaga ang lahat. Fight for your playoff lives. That is still true for RSG na may chance pa rin mawala sa playoffs, and that is very true for Nexplay EVOS. Yan po ating keys to victory brought us by Infinix.
Okay, so there on the side of Nexplay EVOS, it seems to be dominate Eman.
Yeah.
It seems to be back to basics here for Nexplay EVOS, where put everything you have on Domeng and do what you can to stop the gold laner for RSG's lane.
You know what's interesting? Even though NXPE's situation right now is kind of skewed because they have had worse games compared to RSG, Domeng has one of the most consistent stat lines out of all the gold laners.
True.
Like, he is up there with Super Marco, with Eman, even Kelra. I think by week 6, he was outperforming Kelra by stats alone. And I feel like that is a testament to the skill of the player. Again, just looking at the stats, you would not expect this from a team that is currently sitting at the 7th place in the regular season.
Yeah, it's not too far, even for this point. Even green arrows point up to Domeng. It's Domeng Nation for a reason once they have the hesitations out of their place. Because at some point, oh yeah, we might do this thing again, where everybody puts their hands on the screen and form a heart. Is this a time where they do it?
Fist bump, fist bump.
Is it fist bump?
It's a different meta.
Come on,
Or
Domeng.
is it rock, paper, scissors?
Domeng.
Oh man, Domeng cold-blooded
Domeng.
right
Come
now.
on,
He doesn't want to
Domeng.
reciprocate.
Have a heart, dude.
Come on. It's Eman.
Well, he's
Say
supposed-
hi.
He is supposed to dominate.
Yeah.
Oh,
there we go.
There you go. Oh, it's rock, paper, scissors.
Oh! 1-0 for Nexplay EVOS.
That's it. That's it. That's it. Thanks.
Wow.
Thanks, folks, for watching MPL.
That was the slowest rock, paper, scissors lead up that I've seen.
I didn't expect that to
Yeah.
actually really
were-
work.
Well,
It was a rock, paper, scissors.
they were playing with ping. So
Yeah. As we look back at the match history, their previous meetup, I think this was one of the surprises of the season. I think this is where the whole trend of Coach Panda being, man, we could have been better. And then not just Coach Panda, but the entire RSG slate.
Yeah.
Later on in that week, this was week 4, day 2, RSG would surprise us all and sweep Echo to end the first half of the season. But before that happened, they had to go through Nexplay EVOS. And if I remember correctly, this was a series where it could have been a 2-0.
Yeah.
But we got to see another example of the inconsistencies that RSG has shown throughout, especially with wanting to end the game.
yeah, but the thing is, the one thing that I want to highlight here is, apart from the inconsistencies, the victory on game number 1 was single-handedly delivered by the Claw. Doming was insane on the marksman for Nexplay EVOS, and I think that's going to become a huge factor here with RSG Slate Philippines. Doming has a target, has a mark above his head for RSG, because if you want to be able to close out victories against NXPE, you have to watch out the late game prowess or the late game strength of NXPE. Even though they lost on game 2, this was the example of the little inconsistencies, for the side of NXPE. And if you can iron that out for Tigers, I think they have a good chance against RSG Slate Philippines. But the one thing that I'm most concerned about in this upcoming matchup is the existence of Claude. I do feel like Claude will not be picked in this series unless somebody lets it go. But it is we're already at that point where it is such a big win condition for both sides, as you can see on your screens. Claude won both Game 1 and Game 3, even though Game 2 was supposed to be a victory for NXP. Again, those inconsistencies slipped through the late game and the end game for NXPE.
Yeah, and also, since we talked about how the marksman could become a big of a change here for these two teams, I like that you point out that inconsistency was present in both of these two teams, heading and getting their win. And how will they translate winning conditions? Because at some point in the game, they do a hiccup, and they're being challenged on how to reset. But from this moment on, maybe this way of having a new formula for RSG Slate Philippines could also give a win for NXP. But from what I see from these two teams, it's always about the reset and ascend mentality that they can do in their matchups. Again, only one team here from this match could just snack up a point and go into the playoffs, and that is RSG Slate Philippines. But how about Nexplay EVOS turning things around?
Yeah, and if we go back all the way to the beginning of the season, one of the key figures behind the scenes in the management of Nexplay EVOS did say that this squad took a long time off to make sure that they're mentally prepared for the MPL. 3 months, not competing, because they know how insane the mental game is when you reach the MPL stage. As we enter the draft, though, Nexplay EVOS, that 3-month break, is that enough to really show that mentally you are ready for this crucial moment in your team's history, as you are close yet at the same time far from making it to the playoffs?
Yeah, definitely a question in mind here for NXPE. But looking into the draft, I think RSG Slate Philippines, they're more concerned of their own gameplay rather than what NXPE can bring to the table. Because the first ban, Diggy, is kind of weird. It does telegraph the possibility of getting Arlot as their first pick. Because I don't remember the last time I've seen NXP pull out the Diggy on Brusco. Mostly it's on the Francos, the Rubies, the Kajas. But I do understand that there is the threat of first picking Arlot without having any counters on the side of NXP, because Ding is an amazing Arlot player as well. So you want to be able to snatch it away from NXP's hands, and you get it first. You make the trade between Fredrin, because you are able to at least pick either Valentina or Lapu-Lapu on the second round on first phase, because NXP will likely answer with Kaja and Fredrin.
No,
so
Fredrin,
I think you go Arlot first pick here for RSG, and we might see the power picks of Kaja and Fredrin on NXP, and then quite possibly the Valentina +1 for RSG.
Okay, so flexibility and then next EXP. For RSG. So let's see how they goes, because this is a trade that Coach Pandit wanted to do. So will it be for Nats or will it be for Irad? Because right now, as we look upon his hero pool,
there you go.
Could be a different one. Yes, you're right about the Arl. So it's going to XP late.
Yeah, it's likely for NXPE to get. It's likely for them to get the Fredrin and Kaja, because it is just tempting as hell. Because you don't want to be losing out on these OP hero picks on the first phase, because if you don't pick Kaja, let's say you go Valentina here for the snatch on the final slash, RSU will get Kaja, and light on heroes like this. If you give him heroes that have insane catch and the capability to just take down heroes, you're gonna lose out on a lot of team fights. So they did go for Kaja Fredrin, and I feel like you answer up with the Valentina +1. Maybe you consider picking up the Claude here for RSG Slate Philippines, because you are getting that big win condition on the marksman role.
Third pick for NXP. How does the glue sound, though?
Ooh,
it is still
I love that one.
So maybe that's a factor that RSG is looking at. The third pick of Nexplay EVOS could be the glue.
I like it. Even though you are up against a Claude, which most teams would try to stay away from if you're the glue player, it's not a fun time playing against a Claude. It does sound decent, because at least you're removing tanky frontliners on the lineup of RSG, because it's hard for you to play against a glue, because you're not going to be able to do your job, which is to zone properly, and you're not going to be able to provide space for the Claude. But they go for the Lancelot and Kadida. It's a big surprise.
Yeah, so they trade power picks, and instead they go for comfort picks, which in the hands of RSG are still power picks.
They did, however, just give out the Valentina back to NXPE, but I think you prioritize picking Claude here for the Tigers, because it is just a good hero against this matchup. And it can also play against the Arlott and Lancelot. You don't have to worry about being bursted down because you can use the Purify against the Kadita. And you're limiting the options here for RSG because you can ban out the remaining catch against the Claude, like the Francos, even the Grok of Light, is to be able to make sure that the Blazing Duet goes through on the team fight. But they go for the Kagura, which is weird because it's kind of too early for NXPE.
Yeah.
You might have wanted to reserve that up until the last phase, but I do understand the reasoning behind it because you can still pick up the Claude on first pick, second phase. But RSG, they might be eyeing at banning out some marksmen here against NXPE because they can play both the Beatrix and Melissa.
Again, I am very surprised as well. I thought if they were going to... in the back of my head, I was thinking maybe Nexplay EVOS are focusing comforts. I wouldn't be surprised if they pick Kagura later on, maybe even as their last pick in the mid. But with the glue open, the fact that they're red side, if ever... Okay, the Claude was taken away. A glue could have been fantastic here.
Yeah.
But let's see. Maybe NXP can still pick that up later on, but RSG might actually have their eyes set on banning that out because now they know that marksman trades are going to be up on the board. Beatrixes, Melissas will be being fought for here.
Yeah, speaking of trades, we're talking about setting up the pace for the EXP laners, both Eman and also Ding, who always makes the pace here for these two teams. So with that, guys, being said on this draft, so the NXP is trying to ban out some comfort heroes for light because as RSG is going for, do you want comfort, do you want strength, do you want power? But on how Nexplay EVOS is doing this, it's much on their own flavor, but on this last part they're trying to experiment things. Could be very risky.
It's more of the identity here for Nexplay EVOS. Now I don't like the Atlas ban, even though well, it is weird because you have the Kaja, even though it's kind of countered by Atlas. Not direct counter, but it's hard to play Kaja into Atlas. You have a Kagura, so I think they're more scared of the hero pool of light, but I would rather respect other heroes like the Francos, the Groks, because there is that potential for RSG to pull off those stints, especially with you know, a Kadita and Arlott on their side. Light does not need to check bushes because he has a lot of heroes to for him to do that. He has a lot of heroes that can do that for him. Especially with Lancelot being a tank now, you know, Lancelots love checking bushes. Shoutouts to H2 back in Season 8. They removed the clue. Yuzong is open, however, for NXPE, so I think that's gonna be a power pick here for NXPE because you can reserve the marksman on the later part of the draft. The last pick is much more powerful for NXPE. It is a battle between Melissa and Beatrix, though.
Who's gonna get that? So
What?
NXP take the Melissa instead, up against an Arlott and Lancelot. And
So that's why they removed the Atlas.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's why your gears are starting to grind now. You need some oil?
RSG for sure they're gonna get the Beatrix because they do need the wave clear.
I mean, I do understand that Melissa was such a good pick considering that Atlas was banned, but you don't mind playing into it. You have a Kaja, you have a Kagura, you know? You have a Fredrin. Fredrin doesn't mind playing into Melissa. You're basically a normal marksman. Like, there's no difference. Fredrin does not treat Melissa as a counter.
I'm a part of me is thinking slightly Galaxy Brain stuff here, but I don't think we'll see any more
Thank you,
switches
for
for
Beatrix.
the Kaja and Fredrin. Last picks there for RSG, Beatrix, Lolita.
Oh my goodness, this is a strong lineup for RSG. I think you have to go Benedetta here for Ding.
Yeah,
I don't see Yuzong being played here.
the Yuzong will have a hard time.
Yeah. So it's all about evades now on who you're going to go up against RSG Slate Philippines because I heard this is the strength of the Raiders who have been using their wins throughout the regular season. So now how do you even slip past?
I mean, you can still argue that the Yuzong sounds nice, but I would rather have an explainer that can fight for prolonged periods of time, because it is going to come into a halt whenever they try to approach for team fights on both sides. And the victor would always be the ones who can be more patient. And I think NXPE has more time on their side if they pick up the Benedetta.
And it is.
Okay.
Right on the money there, Midnight. And some slight surprising decisions here by Nexplay EVOS, to say the least. RSG have drafted a lineup that looks, quite honestly, very RSG.
Yep.
Is this Benedetta going to be enough, though, to sort of counteract what RSG wants to pull off?
I would say whoever wins XP lane gets a massive victory and a massive momentum on early game on the first 5 minutes of the game, because this Benedetta can just go wild against the heroes of RSG Slate Philippines. He can roam around the map for NXPE, and you can say the same thing for the other side. Like this Arlot will become a huge burden for NXPE, because the amount of zoning capability that RSG Slate Philippines has, if they don't have the firepower on NXPE, you might lose out on early game resource control.
Yeah, Arlot's been a complete player favorite, and in terms of how we're looking at the Nexplay EVOS composition, it's more like a team invade. And what if all else fails? What are you gonna do?
Yeah. So to put it simply, it seems like the RSG lineup here, they have a much shorter checklist of what they need to do to get this victory. While the lineup of Nexplay EVOS, a little bit more, how do I say this? Not on paper, it doesn't gel as well as the RSG lineup. Hence why their checklist is much longer. It's much more difficult to pull off.
Yep. RSG's lineup is more tamed compared to NXPE, because for NXPE, you are strong when it comes to pickoffs, but against a fundamentally based gameplay, you have to do a lot of things. And you have to go wild, you have to go crazy, you have to be creative, because RSG Slate Philippines will not be isolated. They will group up for team fights.
At some point in the game, a poll will show up. You only have until the timer runs out to comment your prediction with the hashtag SmartPowers MPLS11. One lucky commenter who guesses correctly will win a redeemable in-game code. Remember, keep an eye out for the poll. So, we've set up the early game conditions. How are mid-game power spikes looking now for these two teams?
I love the power spike of RSG. You know, it's Akadita and Beatrix.
It's still leaning towards them. How do you manage the catch? Yeah, you have this divine judgment from the Kaja, but how you evade the rough waves, right?
Yeah. And here's the thing. There is a setter for RSG Slate Philippines. If you look at the lineup of NXPE, the way you imagine the team fights breaking out for them is it can only go two ways. It's either a complete zone out from both the Fredrin and the Benedetta, or they get pickoffs, constant pickoffs with either Kagura, the Kaja, to be able to make space for the Melissas to farm up.
All right, quick look at the heroes. Conditions discussed. RSG Slate look like they have drafted themselves a lineup much easier to pull off. And I mean, you are 1 point away. Might as well do it. Nexplay EVOS need to do a lot more to make this work. RSG Slate, Nexplay EVOS.
The word of the day is win. 4 teams fighting for determined lives, but now we've seen how Nexplay EVOS would want to have guardians or guidance for a Boyet for this one.
Okay, early on, two teams very calmly. We're going to be looking again, the XP lane matchup. We'll also have to factor in what if Eman and or Doming decide, you know what, I'm having a good day, let's be super aggressive. And right now it is Eman who is pushing the envelope against that Melissa. XP lane still even right now. Very crucial for the early game. For the first 5 minutes for Nexplay, you can look at that. Then the Wanderer goes first one to the hands of Goya.
Yeah, let me just mention though, NXPE, they have a better mid lane matchup with Kagura Kaja against Karita and Lolita. Because Goyong DR can just do this constantly because there's no catch that can surprise him, especially when he has immaculate control of the Umbrella. It's gonna be hard for RSG to contest the Kagura in the middle lane. But first battle for both sides would be the first turtle. And that's why the presence of the XP lane is going to be very important for both sides. Whoever controls the wave better on either side will likely get the victory here in the on the turtle.
And control is the name of the game right now. All across the map, Light with a quick visit to Eman just to see if he could give a little bit of help. 20 seconds until the turtle spawns, but you saw that Boyet not hesitating to try and take a quick little hammer away from the hands of RSG, but Irad was still able to secure it. Now a little bit more pressure onto Ding right now. Level 4, Nats is gonna hit it first.
What the hell? It's all about starting the pace here for RSG. That's the Ration level 3 right now. It's gonna be Nats being in trouble in 3. Now it's Irad trying to secure the objective, but the Pacers' Wrath would not connect. Nats still gonna be safe. Boyet DR now is being taunted by 2. The first one goes to Boyet DR and NXPE. Who gets the retry battle? It's gonna be the Boyet DR for Nexplay EVOS, and Irad is going to flee away, but now it's Exort going up against 2. Boyet DR is now falling on HP, but that is still Nexplay EVOS getting the win.
I mean, RSG did literally walk right into that. Nats, he was level 3 and he checked the bush. of NXPE, and he was greatly punished. By the way, nice control with the energy eruption from Boyd DR. Irad was not able to use the retribution alongside the Thorn Rose.
Yeah, looked like a slight miscalculation there. Major consequences for RSG. Only the first one, but Doming waking up good today.
Yeah, talking about how Go Away being utilized up top, up against the marksman of RSG, saying hi to Eman.
Oh, RSG.
Keys to victory, come on, showing up for Nexplay EVOS.
Yep, RSG, they might have woken up on the rough side of the bed today, but NXPE, they did wake up on the right side of the bed, and the outplay on top, that's not supposed to happen with Melissa and Beatrix, but I'm just gonna take that.
Yeah, Flicker was burned there by Eman, so NXPE, they kind of smell blood here. They want to try and make a play for Eman, knowing also that the turtle will spawn near Eman's lane. Let's see if they're going to try and commit something.
Yeah. I was going to mention earlier that I was surprised that Nats was above in terms of XP against Benedetta, especially when Ding was also present when they took out the Little Wanderer.
Yeah.
But again, that mistake, that was crucial for RSG, and they now lose early game momentum against NXPE. Fredrin will be able to do what he wants around the map. And this pressure that will come out from Boyd DR is enough of a space to give Doming some time to farm, which already is incredible for him because he did just take out the Beatrix.
Delay the marksman of RSG. Probably the strength of RSG relays on the damage here. So probably they're having a safe execution against Nexplay EVOS right now.
I don't like this. RSG is getting impatient.
Yeah. A little bit too eager right now, are they? Nexplay EVOS. Position in the Turtles. Could be a big 4v4 fight here for the second one.
Okay, Irad and Eman on position. Sniper will point onto the Turtle. Now Irad is on point. Who is going to secure this objective? It's still Boyet DR for Nexplay EVOS. Now Nats trying to hold up for now. Rough waves being used by Exort. RSG not even contesting the second objective.
That's twice in a row now for the XP laner of RSG. These are just... I have to be honest, those are bad plays. You don't walk over to the bush of NXP without having any form of support. As you know that the Kaja was missing, and that was information that RSG had. They know that NXP will control this area, and he was caught off guard. The Divine Judgment was used, even though he didn't die. RSG had no entry towards the turtle area, and NXP was free to take the turtle.
Yeah, still there, RSG trying, but Ding not. See, Snaps will commit to try and take Ding down. It'd be too risky if he tries to do that, though. He might get sandwiched here. A little bit too eager to show himself up.
That's 3, making it 2 now. With the pokes on the electro final blow for Ding DR.
That was Flicker, though.
And Flicker pushing away Nats. Okay, so Nats still not letting go of the XP lane. Meanwhile, Goyen DR receives bullets onto Eman. Doesn't secure the deal. RSG Slate Philippines still going for the possible kill. But now Brusco DR just getting information or where the hell Zero is. But now Ding DR onto the bottom. Now closing it onto the last HP. He still lives. He still lives now. Braces right did not connect to Irad. Now Boy DR trying to secure this one.
Puncture.
No puncture and the recalls. Boy DR securing that one for Nexplay EVOS.
Again, these impatient plays coming out from RSG. There was no need for the Lancer to follow up on that. They could have just taken out some minions, put some damage to the tower. And NXPE, they're outplaying RSG at the moment.
Yeah, RSG showing impatience. Nexplay EVOS showing a lot of patience. Very calculated. Boyet has had now 2 very epic goals.
Okay, now
the judgment.
2. Luminous Blast connecting to 1. Brusco DR is the next target of RSG now. Boyet DR being zoning out 1, but Nats evading in enemy lines now. Trapped. Doming secures the kill. And now Irad as well trying to be behind of Nexplay EVOS. But now what are they going to do? Irad is now dropping low, but Boyet DR is still not letting him go. Light trying to hold on for 2. And now it's still Nexplay EVOS gaining the 3rd turtle now.
Yep, so this was what I was talking about earlier when it comes to momentum. Both sides can equally get their own momentum, and now NXP were the victors of the early game. That's why you're seeing this. But I want to highlight the trigger discipline coming out from Doming. He waited for the Arlo to lose all the stacks with the Vengeance before he popped the go away. and Nuts didn't have any form of access towards Doming DR, and he was sitting at pretty low HP, and NXP again outplays after outplays. That Divine Judgment over to the Kadita. They were caught off guard with the Petrify, but he was not able to follow it up with Rough Waves.
Yeah, trigger discipline. A great way to put it. That's what Nexplay EVOS has in spades right now. It's a team with trigger discipline going up against a team knowing that they're just a point away. They're just spraying and praying right now. It's RSG.
They need to play harder, louder, and prouder, but now it's still going to be YTR, the casualty of Nexplay EVOS. On the side of RSG Slate Philippines, how will Ding manage to secure up against 4? Look at that.
Oh my
God,
God,
now it's all mayhem in the side of RSG. Now what's the turn back? What's the counter punch?
Oh, Nuts!
Now Nuts is going to be the one going in the front of Nexplay right now, but Iran secures the kill, and that is still Nexplay was holding the line, but Doming is not going to be on to the point of going back, but Brusco is now falling back, but Irad, what a trade, who won?
Yeah, Irad popped off. The Lancelot had so many punctures there, the stacks, the amount of passive, and the damage that he outputs for RSG Slate Philippines. It doesn't even feel like it's a tank-a-lot, you know? He was able to nuke down the heroes of NXPE, but Ding?
Almost. Taking down Eman in the mid lane. Yeah, Irad, knowing that I didn't even have the Thunderbelt that time. I could have sworn he had it. That's why I was thinking maybe that's where the damage was coming from. But there you have it. And again, we need to mention, as much as Nats has committed errors in this game, him getting that big final slash onto 3 members of Nexplay EVOS won that fight and started that fight for RSG. So the eagerness actually worked out for RSG and Nats in that moment. That was a beautiful final slash from that Arlot.
That time around, NXPE were the ones who were impatient. They put everything in front of the Arlot, and Nats was able to find an incredible final slash, and he kept his body onto both Goyong and Doming DR so that NXPE had to react, and RSG Slate Philippines had enough time for either to engage on that skirmish.
Oh, now it's the battle for the retribution. Look at that. Luminal Blast connecting to 2, but now it's going to be Light securing their first objective. RSG Slate Philippines not backing down now. It's going to be YTR securing up. Doming has sliced out 1 against RSG Slate Philippines. Ding knocking in with that one way of entry with that Electro final blow. But Iran is not stopping. He has 2 targets on NXPE now. They decided to just retreat back.
Oh, I think that was a critical error from Ding. He could have gotten so many heroes on that Electro final blow, but he messed up the timing with the Petrify. And NXPE, they are able to find some answers in the team fight. They have the damage now with Doming DR, but Nuts is becoming a problem. He is just throwing his body towards the Melissa.
Yeah, and it wasn't working out early on, but with Nats getting a few more items and RSG getting damage, it seems like it's finally you feel that spike. Suddenly we're okay, we just didn't have items that time. That was the problem.
And here's the thing, Doming had to adjust. He bought the DHS just to be able to deal with the Arlot, but there is just so much physical defense on this guy. Thunderbelt, late armor, look at Light.
Light being out of position. Now Goyon here wants to hold back, but now it's going to be Nats again throwing his body, but now final slash dictates everything for RSG Slate Philippines now holding the line. RSG has eyes, but that sacrifice from Light, a good help from Nats.
I mean, you could have been more coordinated here for RSG Slate Philippines, but it's short though.
Still look pretty, that play.
That was a burst.
Snipe. Not gonna land.
Is this a tank-a-lot? I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that.
His first item was actually the War Axe. He went the Molten Essence, and then he went War Axe. Second item Thunderbelt. Third item Guardian Helmet.
Okay, a bit of a hybrid build here.
Yeah, it's a reverse. Usually the War Axe for tanks goes last. He decided to prioritize it first.
He understood the assignment. This is not a late game battle. I need to be able to fight for my Beatrix for us to establish some foothold against NXPE's momentum. And I love the adjustments coming out from RSG Slate Philippines. And now they are at equal footing against NXPE. Even though there is a slight gold lead on the side of RSG, which is 2.7k, in front of a Melissa, it's not going to matter if you don't have enough bodies that are covering the damage output from the gold laner of NXPE. If you are able to put Nuts on the Doming DR, then that's where the gold lead makes sense because the Beatrix is able to fight against the frontliners of NXPE.
That Tank-a-lot just took down Brusco to half with a Phantom Execution in a Thorned Rose.
And look at the last item. He's going for the Rose Gold.
Wow.
He doesn't want to be nuked out by both the Kaja and the Kagura, and Irad can just continuously do this. And I want to reference Coach Aldo here from BTR. Lancelot is one of the dirtiest junglers he's ever seen, because he is a jungler that can poke you, and you can't do anything about it.
Well, speaking of pokes, right now it's RSG setting up the border here for RSG Slate Philippines. Now they have gotten the first objective. Now they need to find an angle. It's all about the access for RSG Slate Philippines. Now they're trying to ring on the bell for NXPE EVOS.
All right. Nexplay EVOS in good position, but Nats has them checked out. Here comes Light, M on the next sword.
Now it's the pull coming in from that Kaja. Now Light, half HP. Now Nats responds in. Now the Lord has been reset.
Nuts.
Oh, the Windows Blast. Will it connect?
That's too early.
Oh, missed an ultimate. Now it's go time for NXPE EVOS. Look at the damage on Sting. Now it's Light being troubled down here with a retreat back the boy at the R. Now they have full advantage of the objective as the Lord. Now Nats falling back, but Goyong the burst from the umbrella right in for the Yin Yang overturn. It's Nexplay EVOS. No tank setter for RSG. Now they have another objective to have full control of.
This impatience on both sides are causing them so much trouble in RSG. Oh, Brusco!
With a pull Divine Judgment. Now it's Goyong. DR secures the kill onto Nats.
Just like that. Eagerness, but Ira has to go for Goyong.
Oh no, he's now backing down now. Irad secures another kill. That's the comeback. That's the scratch onto Nexplay EVOS. Now the Lord is still open. Will go for Reggie. No! It's Boy at DR secures that objective, and they just retreat back to the base.
Yep, there was no retribution on the Lancelot at that point. He used it to take out Goyong on the Kagura, but NXPE, they're getting the major objective victories. And again, if you don't have these resources on your side for RSG, gold lead does not matter, because NXPE, they are able to play their own game. Light committed the Numinal Blast at such an early timing. Lord was not even half HP.
Yeah, that was a bit of a head scratcher there. You could argue that maybe it was zone out, but the moment that Nexplay EVOS saw the Numenon Blast was used, that was their go signal. That's why they were able to get positioning in that Lord advantage for them, is because they knew that the Numenon Blast was gone.
Yeah, they were like, walk strong.
Yeah.
No, lakad matatag.
Yeah, it was go time.
All five players, right?
All 5 players just walked it. Oh, no ultimate onto Light, because one winning condition we have for RSG Slate Philippines is the setup. It's the deadly setup of the Raiders up against NXPE EVOS.
Yep, and this is again the strength of the last pick coming out from NXPE. They have a prolonged team fight with the Metadata. You cannot do this with the Yuzong, because you might lose a lot of resources on both sides, and then you'd end up waiting for the next set of skills. But with NXPE, if they can engage with Ding DR with the amount of dashes, he can reach the backline much faster than Nuts. However, there is a difference between the initiation of the Arlot and the Benedetta, but when it comes to clashes like that, if one team messes up, NXPE is happier because they can fight for longer periods.
Well, we are questioning how their lineup would probably work in this game. Now, this is just ABC going to different parts of the alphabet and doing all the right answers against RSG.
I mean, at this point, you might as well go damage Lancelot, you know?
Yeah.
you just have Guardian's Helmet and Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt. It's not even Tanksalot anymore. It's like Tanksalot.
Yeah, it's a whisper. It's thanks a lot.
Attack tanks a lot.
A tank.
A Tanksalot.
Yeah.
I like
We
it.
gotta workshop it. I like it though. I like where we're heading with this. But yeah, Cursed Helmet was actually traded out by Irad in favor of the Bloodlust Axe. So it's like, there's a spirit whispering to Irad, "Hey man, just go for the damage,
Yeah,
bro.
it tanks a lot of damage.
Thanks a lot of damage." I like that. Okay.
And you're going to thank me a lot.
All right. So welcome to the live workshopping session on coming up with nicknames again for a new Lancelot build. But that is, we are giving it focus because it is a unique approach that is giving RSG a slight edge.
It is a rad build from Irad.
Here's a call. Let's conceal onto Brusco. Now, final slash has been
Light.
used by the Numenon Blast. Connecting to 2. What's the clapback now? Nexplay EVOS. Now they're on to Brusco.
Judgment.
No way of their countering this.
Doming!
Oh, look at the damage. Doming TR secures the kill onto RSG. Light is down. Now what's the answer for the Raiders? Now,
Oh, with a
EVOS.
major!
Another one. Vengeance connected onto Boy at the R, but that backs away with full confidence damage. Now connecting ultimate onto 1, but the immortality saves him this time. RSG pushing Nexplay EVOS back to their base, and we're getting this Lord.
I mean, that is for RSG, but NXP, they want to contest. There's no sets anymore for the Raiders, and I feel like this is a possibility for NXP. They didn't commit anything, even though there's a lot of things burned out on Doming DR, but they are capable of contesting his Lord.
They're contesting.
Brusco has to still the immortality, will be the one to fall down. Now who's going to secure it? It's still going to be Nexplay EVOS now. It's go time for RSG.
Look at Ding!
Look at that Ding. It's still going for the damage. Iran being trapped in 2. Will he be able to escape this now one more time? Still, Nexplay EVOS not still escaping this fight, but look at that.
Oh, the dodge!
Oh, the dodge!
dodge!
Still connecting the final slash. Nat secures this one for the Raiders. Doming for the save. Go away, he says.
Oh, Domeng walked into the bush at just the right time or got out of range of light. The basic attack stun of the Lolita went into the siege minion, but here's RSG sieging up top.
Oh my. Counterblaze after counterblaze. Ouch! Ouch!
That hurts, but Boyd. Boyd right now targets onto 2. 2-man taunt and a pull from Divine Judgment onto Brusco.
Inspire.
Now it's going to be Light, the first one to drop HP bars, but now it's still Nats being the front line, the body, the sacrifice, whatever you call him.
My
He's
goodness,
still
Doming.
buying time for RSG Slate Philippines. Doming now, you feel the damage. 6-1 and 3.
So this is why they picked up the Melissa as early as that. It's just comfort at this point. Doming moving around the fights. Like he was waiting for the skills coming up from RSG, and RSG thought they could take out the Melissa, but he danced around the Numenon Blast, and even against the Lancelot after the puncture. He moved into the puncture, and after that it was like, what now, bro?
Yeah.
You can't use the ultimate on me. I have Wind of Nature. If you do that, you don't have puncture out. And I can chase you, by the way.
Yeah, talk about Melissa being in Mean Girls, right? That's how you do it.
Yep. This is a big problem for RSG Slate Philippines, and it has been causing them a lot of issues. Even though they've gotten themselves a good team fight earlier on, they are able to look for openings like that from Light where they get the catch on Boyd DR, but they didn't put all the things that they needed to put there. Like the burst damage was absent, like the sniper was not there from Eman, and they were not able to take out the Melissa as much as they wanted. The Inspire and Haslett combination makes it so that the Melissa can have so many rounds of lives in the skirmish.
Gentlemen, I am impressed by this match. It is simultaneously one of the most technically inconsistent, yet technically brilliant matches at the same time.
That is
it
true.
seems like for every ounce of mistake that we see, we get a ton of beautiful plays from whoever.
You know,
it's like they're always saying, "Oh man, don't worry, I'm a make up for it in the next one," and they do.
Thanos is very, very happy. You know, there is a form of balance in this game.
Balance.
You balance the mistakes with beautiful outplays.
Yeah.
And RSG and NXPE, they're clinging onto that. They're clinging onto the idea of whoever makes the less mistakes and more outplays should win out the game. And I love the approach there when they contested the Lord up top, because they knew that there were no possibility for RG.
Speaking of possibility, flicker onto Ding. Now Ocean already plus 1
That's
burst
Lord, though.
away. Exort.
That's Lord.
With the rough waves, they sacrificed 1, but
they're
Nexplay EVOS is securing this Lord. And that is one way to answer. Will they be able to secure? Nat is here. No, they would not contest this. Nexplay EVOS. Ding for the sacrifice.
As much as that kill was a beautiful read by RSG. Nobody look at the timer. Lord just spawned, and you showed 5 heroes bot. I mean 4, but Arlott against the entirety of NXPE cannot contest that Lord. But again, that is a crucial mistake. 3 seconds into the Lord respawn, you showed 4 heroes bot against a Benedetta with an immortality. That's gonna give enough time for NXPE to burst down the Lord.
Yeah, big fight here though, the Lord. And because it is a 5 versus 4 advantage for RSG, they can stop the Lord before it gets even close. So even though Nexplay EVOS got the Lord, it was practically nothing for them.
Reset.
So it was just a reset. So I think that was the gambit for RSG. They knew that they were walking into a situation where most likely they will be giving up the Lord for a kill, will get the kill, and if ever Nexplay EVOS gets the Lord, we'll just stop it midway through before it can even cross halfway through the map.
Yeah, so they were like, let's agree to disagree.
Yeah, it was like mutually assured destruction.
Okay.
NXPE
I just love
NXPE was also a gentleman. Okay, we'll take it.
Yeah, we'll take it. Sure, why not?
Yeah, we can burn it down, so...
It's like a gentleman's agreement to just both of you lose and win at the same time.
Yeah.
we have the time in the world, so yeah, let's do it on game number 1.
And Ding was like, okay, I'm gonna just swap out my immortality for brute force. So what? Yeah, sure.
Halftime.
That is crucial though. No immortality on the Benedetta. So backline access for NXPE right now is a little too weak, especially up against the Beatrix with so much physical damage penetration, and of course
feel that.
that BOD putting out more damage when Ding is at half HP. But there's no Wind of Nature from Eman. So if NXPE can get their jump onto the Beatrix and cause some chaos there, he only has 2 dashes, and NXPE can catch up. There's so much mobility on the Benedetta and the Kagura.
Okay.
And they also have catches coming up from the Fredrin.
Yeah, speaking of jump and catch, look at how Exort is patiently waiting onto the Death Bush. Waiting for an angle. Just we have 2 players from RSG could deal or could give them a good setup with burst.
Yeah.
So now in terms of how they wanted to build with the spaces our next EVOS can do, it's all about the jump. But how if that jump doesn't have a follow-up, it could mean destruction for what they're trying to do in this ultra late game that we have. 24 minutes, almost.
Yeah, a good jump, right follow-up, and right targeting. If RSG cannot get a Domeng will punish.
I just remembered this is NXPE game. You know,
yeah.
TNC and NXPE, they love playing past 20 minutes. I think they want to beat the record from us, Omega.
Yeah. Even RSG has had their fair share of being part of the longest games this season.
I believe these 3 teams hold the longest matches.
Yeah. RSG, NXPE,
Yeah.
TNC, technically Echo because that Echo and TNC match game was a longer one.
RSG, I think, averages out around 19 minutes.
Yeah.
in
Oh,
The pull, Divine Judgment onto 1. Now the burst down follow from Nexplay EVOS.
Oh, the
1 is still safe. Exort used the rough weights to invade. The last of is still 1. It's still the one answer now. Light! An angle that did not expect Light.
Oh, Domeng though.
Set up. Bruce got spin trap.
Oh, the bulwark!
Domeng from the back. Now it's the bulwark guarding down RSG. But it's still Nexplay EVOS dividing and conquer. But still that. Vengeance right in the face of Nexplay EVOS now.
Oh, mistimed it!
Evaded, and now Nats is still safe. A casualty of 1 for Nexplay EVOS.
that could have been terrible for Nexplay EVOS, but Ding holding back RSG gave NXPE the space. And you talked about Death Bushes earlier, OSX for Exort. It was Exort who got caught out there, but he was able to survive thanks to the passive of the Kadita.
Again, that team fight perfectly summarizes this game. A lot of mistakes, but also a lot of outplays. Would love to come in light with the bulwark. Domeng had a fantastic set with the cuddles. 4 heroes were attached to it, but in front of him was the Lolita with the bulwark. He negated a lot of damage.
Oh, look at that, trapping to onto that final slash, but look at how...
Oh, the go away!
Oh
the
my
go
goodness!
away! Oh!
It's crashing down on RSG, but how they're managing to do this, they're now punishing. Nexplay EVOS go away was the answer, but now it's still Ding falling down. RSG now taking on Boyet. From that objective, they're letting him go.
Kagura's up.
Kagura's up.
They have Lord though.
They have Lord 4v2 RSG. Can they end it here?
2-man defense for Nexplay EVOS.
Where's
Can
the Lord?
they still do it?
Oh, Lord
no.
bottom.
The Lord walked away.
Lord responds down bottom 2. Final slash connected into 2.
Oh, the recipe is there.
Receives damage now. Goyoung being bursted down. Eman. He's too big of a problem now for Nexplay EVOS. Can they still defend? Lord pushing down bottom.
18 seconds.
4 members down. What's the call for the Raiders?
They do it. Emma's still close by. Oh!
Oh, final slash. Boyet still buying time.
Razor's Wrath.
Connecting the damage. He's still strong. Nexplay EVOS is saying not today.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Lot of outplays again. That go away against the Numenum Blast, but RSG again nuts. Delivering fantastic final slashes for RSG, but at the end of the day, that Lord secure by Boyet DR, he was able to delay it so that RSG cannot push, and it might end up to another reset for both sides.
And also, Boyet holding the door. Holding the door of Nexplay EVOS against the Raider army. Him alongside Goyoung. At one point, it was another member of NXPE. A defense of a lifetime. RSG and Nexplay EVOS stalemate yet again.
Yep. For me, I am trying to see this boy at DR, boy at the door. Boy at
the door.
The door, bro. And he did it.
That's what DR means, okay?
Yep.
That's what that's what DR means today.
Door.
Boy at door.
Just for that moment,
No
he
back door.
defended.
No back door against Boy at door.
But
Closed it on their faces.
But
Oh,
the next
boy.
play, EVOS, this is a different version. Again, we were talking about how Yelly Hayes not being present in this game, but not having a break through that Holy Week season. Well, next play, EVOS are showing, hey, hi, we can still do it, and the playoffs dream still is going to live.
Yep, again, it's netting them results, you know. These individual micro decisions that they've output in this game ends up being critical plays. Again, you have to commend Doming there with the mindset of just zoning out the Lolita by himself, mind you. A marksman that zones out a freaking roamer on the other side.
That knockback from the go away, big time right now for Nexplay EVOS. And again, if you're RSG, think about what you're up against. A team that is still fighting for playoffs positioning, and a team that hasn't seen their families probably in weeks. Oh! Side step by Ding Ding Ding.
Talking about the
Eye
doorbell,
for an eye.
evaded by Ding DR.
I don't even know that you can use eye for an eye against Petrify.
That was crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Perfectly
Fast hands
timed.
there.
And elapsed data, I'm connecting, evading that possible burst. Now 2 ultimates are out.
Petrify was used, right? Petrify was used against
Petrify was
Benedetta.
used, yeah.
Oh my god, that's gonna give NXP a lot of working space here. They know that the Kadita cannot catch anybody on their side. There are flickers on critical targets for RSG as well as NXPE, but you know, again, front line is much more massive on the side of NXP because they do have the Kaja.
A pull back. A pull back far away from the clutches of RSG.
I like
Irad
this one.
watching it.
Lord Dance, here we go.
I like this handoff.
There's no, I think there's no Molten Essence to the side of Boy at DR. So he does not deal damage against the Lord. Both sides are just waiting for opportunities. This is very high level stuff, you know?
I know.
Because of the patience.
Patience, trigger discipline now. They just keep on spamming now the attack.
Nuts.
First move onto Irad and Nats. Now flicker out. Goyong. Okay, resources used. Now still NXP holding the line.
Watch out for Ding.
Ding. Where is Ding? Oh, it's getting close. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win this retry battle?
EK?
Who is gonna win this retry battle? It's gonna be RSG Slate Philippines. Irad
Go away,
secures
though.
this one. Now go away. The final slash turns things over. Up against Nexplay EVOS now. Doming falls down. Exhorts with a burst. Now NXP is backing down. Look at the bars of HP. And the minions push down bottom. Now RSG winning that fight.
My goodness, the target lock from RSG and that final slash after they go away. This time around, Nats was the patient one. Even though the go away was nice, they were able to sustain the damage output of Doming at that point. And Carlos was not there, so he was just hitting a single target on the side of RSG. And also, I think Bulwark was also up. So
Yes.
RSG was able to sustain the damage output of Doming at that point. And after the go away ended, the final slash connected onto 3 heroes of NXPE.
Here comes RSG again. The
Will
one
they-
point. The 1 point they need to secure their playoff slot. Is this it? They are knocking at the door and ringing the bells of NXPE.
Now Ding being the one to hold the entrance. Last turret gonna fall for NXPE. Now no angle for Light. But this is the push, the minions push of RSG.
Nuts!
Look at that! Final slash connecting onto 2. Now burst down on Exhort. Now Nats is still looking for another angle to take down Brusco. Now he's still safe. They're still defending. They still live.
Goyong go. Ooh, okay.
Still fighting.
Immortality on the Kagura.
Now they're looking for a possible way to end this, but Nexplay EVOS still with the holy defense. Can they still do it? They're still making it work.
They're still holding on. It's still 5v5. RSG still have bodies, but Nats will recall. And the call for now is, let's try again after the 6th. Wait, make that 7th Lord of the game.
My goodness, my heart.
Try. The word now is try again. How are you?
again.
My
Midnight.
heart.
How's your heart and how's your gears, Midnight?
I can't take it anymore. My heart. these plays, again, perfectly balanced. The mistakes, they're present, but also the outplays. The amount of plays we've seen in this game has been crazy. Nuts with that final slash onto the two heroes of NXPE. He made sure that NXPE was outside the base. Unfortunately, RSG, they didn't have enough firepower to take the heroes down. The Immortality was there, the Winter Truncheon was there, Goyong DR was able to survive, and after Brusco DR was able to reset, the Divine Judgment play came on to Nuts, and he was punished heavily. The Immortality was popped as well from RSG, but NXPE, they are able to defend with the Melissa being up at that specific point. And RSG, again, they have to try for another crucial outplay, either coming out for Light or not. But this is starting to become a problem here for NXP. The presence of both the Arlot and the Lolita in this situation. It's gonna become harder for NXP with the impending fights that are about to come.
Oh, now the window of the mistakes that these two teams could not commit is really high, but Light catches one. Numenon Blast being activated onto Brusco. Now the final slash will connect, but the damage is still enough for Nexplay EVOS to hold. Now they're still looking for the one that they need to take out from RSG. Then they back away. Okay, just Poke saying hi, just how we saw and witnessed that rock, paper, scissors on that pre-draft game.
Yeah, no flickers right now for both roamers. Brusco does have his ultimate in the Divine Judgment. Light still waiting for the cooldown to come back. Let's see if it'll actually come back in time as they dance around this Lord Midnight.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, NXP, they have to try something. For the past 15 minutes, RSG were the ones setting up the team fight pace, and they were dictating how you engage the fight. It's usually either Nuts or Light, and NXP, we've never seen them pull off with Brusco. They've always been utilizing the Benedetta on the front line, and at this point, stalemates were the results on both sides, and I feel like NXP can decide the changing factor here because they can utilize the Kaja at this moment. They can wait out for the next cooldown of Flicker, but it can also be a replicate of what happened earlier, where RSG were the ones dictating the pace of how the team fight starts.
It could be one retry to rule them all. If it's not a retry, it could be a crucial kill. It could be a crucial counter punish. Again, we mentioned that this game was both technically inconsistent and brilliant at the same time. 15 to 15 in kills, almost 35 minutes, neck and neck in gold. One retry or one series of kills to rule them all.
Now it's still RSG trying to scare out Nexplay EVOS with that conceal. Still looking forward though. It's again from 15 kills, 19K, whatever you call it, it's still 50-50.
Oh, Brusco.
Brusco, they have a spot Brusco. Now they have set high from Light to Brusco. Now who is going to get this Lord? Who is going to get this? Who's going to pay? It's Emma who secures the objective. Now Brusco being the first one to go down, but the Immortality will be used. Wow! Light with the Numenon Blast, securing the setup that they need. Now Goyong DR using the chance to take another one, but RSG going down, and it's still not stopping. They're still going for Ding.
Ding runs for the hills, and with a beautiful Numenon Blast by Light, Nexplay EVOS were blinded by the light. Ding trying to hold on alongside Boyet.
Now the Raiders,
I think that's it.
now are sealing the deal. Numenon Blast secures the kill for Boy and DR, and the Raiders are shouting this time around, it's now our point, and securing the chance for the playoffs.
On the table is Lexi, the manager, because RSG Slate Philippines are going to the playoffs.
Man, what a crazy game. RSG showing up a lot of signs in the late game. They were able to still dictate the trajectory of that last team fight, and NXPE just crumbled to the initiation of Light.
Yeah. It boiled down to the factor that you mentioned. for the longest time, it was RSG Slate Philippines starting things off. And Nexplay EVOS just thinking maybe we can counter-punish. And they had that possibility, but RSG Slate got to adjust. Even though Doming was always a threat, it got to a point where RSG minimized the threat of Doming's Melissa greatly.
Well, I mean, losing all the air and energy on that fight, I didn't expect this to last this long.
35 minutes.
35 minutes.
What was the longest one? How long was Echo Echo TNC?
That was like 40 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Never
That
mind.
reached 40.
They're still holding the record
Huge
break.
props to TNC.
Yeah. And
Legend says they're actually still fighting.
Game 4.
There's game 4.
amazing that how they managed to secure that Numenon blast onto light, where everything just crumbled down on the side of Nexplay. It was the mistake, and RSG is just saying, okay, we're in the playoffs, by the way.
Again, I think it boils down to NXPE's decision to just react and their inability to make movements on the map. And RSG, this is a good example of just try again.
Yeah.
At some point you'll hit that. You'll hit the jackpot. You'll win the condition. You'll hit some boxes on the checklist. And NXPE, they were just waiting for RSG to again hit that sweet spot.
Man, again, both technically inconsistent and brilliant at the same time. You don't always get the perfect game, but to me, that game holds a special place in my heart where it was just a roller coaster of emotions.
Yeah.
A roller coaster is the best way to describe that game. It was ups and downs all throughout. A 35-minute belter with a lot of details to discuss, so Midnight will give you the lowdown on the details that we've missed.
Well, before that, I want to highlight the ups and downs here for NXPE. They go downhill with their loss against RSG, but RSG moves up to the playoffs with this victory on game number 1. Again, it was a roller coaster of outplays, the mistakes, and emotions for both sides. But I just want to point out that RSG, their consistency with just attempting to try again, it was what netted them this victory against NXPE. Now, a lot of weird things happened in this game. Again, I have to point out the mistake of Knots just walking towards the bush of NXPE when he was still level 3. It gave enough of a momentum for the Tigers to establish control in the mid-game, and it looked like NXPE were supposed to be the victors here, but Irat's adjustment on the Lancelot, prioritizing damage first over sustain, gave enough of a fighting chance for RSG Slate in the mid-game, and Irat was able to somehow flip the tables against NXPE as they overturned the momentum that the Tigers have gotten, and RSG were the leaders from that point on. And when I mean the leaders, even when it comes to leading the fights, they were always the first ones to initiate. And again, Knots, his decision to just throw his body towards the Melissa allowed RSG to extend that lead, wherein NXP came to a point where they just were turtling inside their base. They were waiting for the movements come out from RSG, and Eman had a lot of room to work with, basically. And even though we didn't feel the threat of the Kaneda that much, the Petrify threat was still there. That's also one of the factors why NXP's movements were a little controlled on their side. And Light, with the Numenon Blasts, the amount of Numenon Blasts we've seen hit, again, it was kind of 50-50. Either it is horrible or it is such an incredible play coming up from RSG. They had to commit that. It's RSG's way of saying that no matter what happens, we're gonna try our best to to get that winning condition for our side. But again, the one win condition that they took for this game is when they've gotten themselves that momentum in the mid game when Irad adjusted with the Lancelot. Very incredible performance for the jungler of RSG Slate Philippines. Again, the adjustments after the Molten Essence, getting up the War Axe before the Thunder Belt, it netted RSG's damage output increase in the mid game, and he was able to duke it out against the likes of a Fredrin, the likes of the Melissa, and it looked like NXPE were the ones lacking damage because the sole damage dealer that they had on the mid game was just the Melissa. And Irad was walking all over the fights, using Thorn Rose on proper targets, and he was able to zone NXPE as well when NXPE felt like the Lancelot walking towards them was a huge threat. Because if Irad is able to poke out the heroes of NXPE, you also have to think about the threats of the Numenon Blasts, the final slashes, and of course, the rough waves coming out from the Kaneda. So the insane pressure that came out from the jungler of RSG Slate Philippines allowed RSG to literally flip the tables against NXPE, and it gave enough of a room for RSG to extend what is supposed to be a very good early game momentum from NXPE into a end game converting problem for them. RSG has gotten themselves the upper hand come the mid game, so the conditions were no longer all open for NXPE. And again, there were a lot of critical outplays that came out from the Tigers here, but RSG, this was the moment where we felt like it was no longer a Tank-Salot. It was a Lancelot that deals enough damage to overturn the tides of the fight. He was doing the backline axis himself. He was interviewing Doming on the backstage and saying, "How are you, bro? I have damage. I can take you down," and it gave enough of fighting power for RSG to delay and prolong this game against NXPE. And the team fight became awkward for the Tigers, not because of the fact that they lack the tools to initiate on the backline, but because of, again, the ideology of just waiting for RSG to make a move. And after that specific point, it was always RSG that were the ones who were dictating the pace of the fights. It was a long game, and RSG had to attempt so many things. Again, this crucial error, I would say, from RSG gave enough for our NXP to also extend the game to a point where they can get some form of control in this game. But it was alas, as RSG took over so many team fights. Doming DR was pressured to hell by Light and not. Although he played very, very well on the Melissa with the insane mechanics that he's shown in this game, the juggles between the Immortalities, the Wind of Natures, the Haskell's, even the Inspire, it allowed NXPE to have good teamfight presence because the Melissa was always alive. But again, RSG hit the sweet spot with the last team fight. That incredible Numenum blast coming from Light was what closed out the game here for RSG, as they were able to get the Melissa finally against NXPE, and NXPE this time around didn't have enough defending power on their side, and they crumbled to the insane pressure of the Raiders when they raided the base. Now look at the kiss to victory here, again brought to us by Infinix. It was NXPE who has gotten themselves the first keys to victory. Doming definitely did dominate Eman on the gold lane, but Irad showed up in the mid game. That one number in his name is what allowed RSG to flip the tables in the mid game and prolong the game to have this chance to secure game 1 victory.
It's poetic when you think about it. The 1 point that RSG
game 1,
needed,
1 point.
1 point
Yeah, okay.
was already in Irad's name. So
I get it now. Why he was been swapped.
Yeah, we get it.
Coach Panda was onto something.
He was like, wait, huh? We need 1 point lang?
Okay.
Okay, let's get Irad from MPL.
Okay.
Because H2 has 2.
2.
2.
Okay.
We just need 1 point.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just needed 1. We're doing name math here. But yeah, that game, it was very ironic because remember after the draft, we discussed that the lineup of RSG has a shorter checklist. But at the end of the day, they needed to do so much more to end up winning that game number 1. Series not over yet, by the way, and of course, season isn't over yet. We still have the MPL-PH Season 11 playoffs live at SMX Manila coming at you on May 4 to 7. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. They run out very quickly.
Yeah.
So quickly, try to get on with that. And please don't go to scalpers afterwards. There's a lot of opportunities for you to get access to the MPL playoffs if you can't get yourselves tickets. So please watch out for not just our pages, but the official channels of MPL Philippines. Your favorite teams and players might have opportunities as well. By the way, we have an opportunity now to hear from the crowd and the lovely Mara Aquino, so let's go on over to the floor.
Oh!
Fans ng NXPE, and we have a super fan, Ali! Ali, okay, bakit ka super fan? Ba't ka na natatawag yung super fan? Ikaw daw eh.
Kasi po simula nung amateur pa lang po talaga sila, nakatutok na po talaga ako. And super nagiging proud po ako every time na nagkakaroon sila ng match.
Sobrang siyang pagkasalita mo. Nagkaroon ako. Okay, sino ang bias mo sa NXPE?
Si Ding DR po.
Si Ding! Okay, anong meron kay Ding?
Ano po, nakikita ko po kasi na parang hindi nila na-appreciate yung ginagawa ni Ding, which is nakikita ko po.
Ano pa ang nakikita mo sa kanya?
Pogi!
Pogi! Okay, mini-message mo ba siya? Nag-uusap ba kayo?
Opo.
Ano to? Ano yan? May nakita ko. Ano yan? Ay! Pakita nga natin! Pakita natin! Ay, nag-meet na kayo! Ano yan? Ay, ito. Ay, Ay, may picture! Kilala ka ba niya? Nasaan ba yung camera? Ayan, ayan, ayan. Ano kayo? May communication kayo?
Opo.
Nag-reply siya sa'yo?
Oo naman po.
Sa mabait, ano yung mga sinasabi niya sa'yo?
Ano po, thank you, Lods. Tapos, gagawin daw po nila yung best nila as team.
Na in-ask out ka ba niya?
Hindi naman po.
Hindi pa. May, ikaw, ano yan? Ikaw din.
Sinusuportahan ko po si Brusco DR.
Si Brusco. Okay, eto palit tayo. Si Brusco, bakit si Brusco?
Kasi po, nakikita ko po sa effort niya yung mga ginagawa niya araw-araw.
Nag-uusap kayo?
Yes.
Sila nag-uusap? Ay, may nag-uusap din kayo.
Nag-uusap din po kami.
Patingin ng phone mo, may ganyan din? May ganyan, may picture kayo?
Po, ganito lang po.
Ay, hindi pa. Okay. Ay, sino to?
Apo.
Ayan, ayan. Oh my gosh. So, ito, tinititigan mo bago mo. Sino ang mas super fan sa inyong dalawa?
Both po kami.
Magkakalala ba kayo?
Yes,
Yes
po.
po.
Okay, how far would you go for Brusco? Ano yung mga willing mong gawin to show your support? Ano pa ba yung mga, ano ba ginagawa mo for the team?
Pagpapalakas po sa kanya and sa buong team po.
Anong ginagawa mo for the team?
Ano po, chinicheer ko po sila araw-araw.
Okay, tapos active ka din ba sa group nila?
Yes po, active
Ayan,
po.
si Brusco! Si Brusco! Ayan! Anong message mo kay Brusco? Wag ka muna maglagay ng headset! Pakinggan mo! Okay, anong message mo sa kanya?
Galingan niya po palagi. And, ayun, support lang po ako sa kanya.
Okay. Ikaw. Pag ngayon, magpapapansin ka kay Ding, okay? Pakita natin kay Ding. Kailangan ipakita mo yung personality mo. Parang pag napanood niya ito, mapapansin ka, may message ka niya, uy, thank you, Lods. Okay, ano ang masasabi mo kay Ding?
I'm always here to support you. And lagi akong proud, matalo o manalo, lagi akong nandito sa inyo.
Ano bang meron sa NXPE na dapat sila supportahan? What is it that you're so amazed by?
Siguro po the way kung paano sila umact dito. And hindi naman po, parang humble po kasi sila eh.
Humble. Okay, ikaw. Anong meron sa NXPE?
Ano po, yung lakas po ng loob nila na nakikita po sa laro. Ayun.
Siguro
Okay. Ayun,
para silang
isa pang super fan! Kumuha
para
ng
silang
mic.
pamilya lalo na sa bootcamp as in sobrang close nila sa isa't isa.
Paano mong alam kung paano sila sa bootcamp?
Kasi nakapunta ako sa bootcamp.
Ay, nakapunta ka na? O, kwento, kamusta dun sa bootcamp? Paano, how are they like pamilya?
Sobrang close nila lalo na sa gabi, yung sabay-sabay sila magbabalot, ganun.
Hanggang gabi nandun ka?
Minsan lang.
Ano ka ba what's your role for the team?
One time kasi nagsalita ako sa bootcamp nung para i-motivate sila.
Oh, sige nga, kunyari. Gusto namin marinig, kinuha mo na yung mic pag bumibalik. Paano mo sila may motivate? Paano?
Sinabi ko sa kanila yung kailangan gawin para makabawi sa pagkatalo na yung mindset dapat is laging growth mindset. Ayun.
Yung mindset, okay, paano ba sila makakabawi ngayon? Grabe yung laban kanina, ha?
Bigay niyo yung best niyo, may tiwala kami sa inyo.
Okay. Alright. Babato na natin sa ating casters. Ikaw naman, kunyari, ikaw ako, go ahead. Anong line ko?
Casters, pasok.
Casters, pasok!
I seen there the fans and supporters of Nexplay EVOS, and they all mentioned that one of the reasons why they love the team is because of
Yep.
their strength of character, what we call lakas ng loob. The strength of character for Nexplay EVOS, their will, their desire to keep fighting, and they're going to need to show that if they're going to want to secure a point here or maybe even 2 points to turn it around if they can against RSG Philippines, because that game one was, again, a roller coaster. You think we're
Yeah.
going to get more roller coasters for the series?
Yeah, if we did the roller coaster back there, I think we could do another one with a jungle splash roller coaster.
Oh, this time with water.
Yeah, with water. So
Yeah.
We did have water game 1. There was Kadita there.
yeah, okay. So
So what do
advancing.
you want in this roller coaster? Midnight?
I've never experienced a unique roller coaster ride, but I want more. I want more action. I want more outside factors.
Really?
Like a
Like
fire.
wrestling?
Like more fire?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
You're putting me in a tight spot here.
So it's that we want to see, I feel like what Midnight would want to see, or maybe what a lot of us would want to see, is a roller coaster with not as many twists and turns and ups and downs.
Yeah,
that-
but more of external factors.
Yeah, with more external factors.
Okay, so.
Valir, fire.
Valir- oh, okay.
Oh,
he
so
wants
that's
that-
what. Oh,
Valir.
okay. So
All
that's the
right.
fire he's
All right.
talking about.
So we want
okay.
the same action from game one, maybe a little bit cleaner this time around.
Okay.
More
Maybe.
entertainment factor.
More
Okay.
entertainment. I mean, game 1 was already even more. Are you not entertained?
Yeah.
Game 1 was already very entertaining.
To answer that, well, week 8, who would have thought that all of people are still fighting for their playoffs lives?
Yep. That is our story now this time around. And it's the same bans by
Yep.
RSG Slate on the blue side of the Diggy for Ramage.
I mean,
me?
Well, Benny
should.
1-1. Okay, we're going to have to rectify a statement that we mentioned earlier. It's not going to be... It's not yet fully secured, actually, for the playoffs for RSG. They need one more win.
wait, sorry. NXP's max points is 18. RSG is at 19.
Think... let's get back to that thought.
Yeah.
We're gonna have
Okay.
to double check the numbers, but right now let's look at the bans.
Also, one thing that I'm concerned about is first pick Diggy. I understand it's the same, but Arlott can be banned out. And that strat might work against you because you did just ban out Fredrin. Most of the times, teams that want to repeat a draft pattern change up the sequence of bans. Like, if you want to pick up Arlott first pick, you might want to put Diggy as third ban. But NXP is not going to yield. Like, they just gave out, again, another free Arlott for RSG. Maybe this time around they have an answer for it, but the Fredrin is not going to be there for for Boyd DR. So this looks like an Arlott Valentina trade with a possibility of Joy. Actually, never mind. Joy was open for RSG. So Arlott and Valentina could be picked up for NXP, but I would rather see Arlott, Valentina Kaja, because Kaja works wonders against Joy, and then you get that Valentina lineup that you that is just generally strong because he can get a lot of ultimates from the side of RSG, and you're not rushing into picking an Nexplay lane here for NXP because you did just see RSG pick up the Joy, but no, you're still gonna go for an Arlott on the side of NXPE. You did just lose out on the possibility of getting the Valentina. So RSG, I think they might be eyeing at picking up the Valentina for Exhort. Either that or another set of rounds for the Kadita. Another round for the Kadita. And maybe a Lancelot again.
Yeah, it still works for RSG Slate. Now, if they want to have this way of having the advantage of having first pick, so why not set it up? But the glue was forgotten the first game. Now they have the Valentina and the glue. Right on to the predictions, Mr. Neil.
Yep. Valentina glue. Frams is not open. So I think if you're NXP, if you want to be able to play against this glue, you can get the Claude. Question is this a jungle Joy or is it a roam glue?
All right, good point. Because these two heroes have more flexibility in the hands of RSG. They could play things around against Nexplay EVOS because at this point in time, they have already shown that the Arlott could be in the EXP lane, right?
Yeah.
So taking advantage on being in the blue side really works for the Raiders. So,
against Joy and glue?
Okay. Wait. We're just getting confused here about the Farsa pick because you've seen two. There's a Joy and a Valentina. How?
Yeah, I don't... Okay, put it this way. You want to pick up Farsa because you don't want to be playing up against the Melissa, but you can ban it. And you did just pick Farsa against a Valentina. You're going to give free Feather Strike for RSG, which will also hurt your chances of picking up a good marksman. And you're picking up Farsa into a Joy that has backline access and glue with reset on a split.
Yeah, fair enough.
I thought like one of the reasons why Nexplay EVOS, other than they don't want to give the Joy all over to the blue side, is just they don't want to go up against the Joy because they actually like picking up those mages like the Farsa.
Yeah.
But then they pick the Farsa into it, so now it seems like there's something that Nexplay EVOS is cooking up. We just gotta let him cook probably.
Yeah.
But right now we're looking at the dish that they're cooking and we're wondering, this is a very brave choice.
Yeah.
This goes against also what the tendencies of Nexplay EVOS is drafting all throughout the season.
Here's the thing. Farsa and Kaja has an insane potential in terms of bursting down certain heroes. And it's good against Joy. But if you want to get Farsa, you put it last pick. Because RSG is not going to look into the Farsa because you already have so many heroes that they can, that they can punish the Farsa pick. You might as well pick up heroes that open up your drafts. Heroes like maybe the Akai, because it's such a good hero against both the Glue and Valentina. It can play into the Valentina because you don't really care about the Valentina copying you. All you are is a walking objective. Like, you are able to secure lords without any form of problems for NXPE. But you're losing on that opportunity to pick up a hero that might lose up in the later portion of the game. So it's kind of worrying for NXPE to be put in this certain situation. But again, it is going to boil down to execution, and there is a potential with the Kaja and Farza pick. Now, Marksman battle is again going to commence into the second phase. It's still likely to be a battle of Claudes, if not the Melissa and the Beatrix. But Brody is suddenly open for contention here, especially for NXPE. It is a hero that can deal with the Joy and the Glue, but also the Moskov is a possibility for Doming. Doming DR on the side of NXPE.
Okay, they've banned out the possible take of Eman for that Beatrix, so probably secures one thing for them. They don't want the damage. See, we've seen how Eman really got the way of bringing things back on the mid stage of the game, because we're talking about how would they have this phase, because NXPE was the first one to set this up. So with this, they're trying to squeeze out more against Eman. So on this, what would still be the possible choice?
Well, if you wanna go for a weird route,
go ahead.
Lunox, Harriets, in the jungle role, you might argue that you can pick up weird junglers like Hanzo.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Carry, man. Oh, that's weird.
Okay,
they have
so
they have a Joy and Glue, and they banned the Carry. Maybe just removing some comfort heroes for Doming DR, but the Claude is still there. Maybe RSG is forcing the Claude from Doming DR because they might be eyeing at the Franco pick, backed up with a Beatrix, I would say.
Well, yeah, that's a fair point, because right now they're trying to read through the minds of Nexplay EVOS. So if Coach Panda wants to make his fundamentals work, so why force out for Nexplay EVOS? Well, the question is, will they answer though? Because
will they take the bait? They took the bait.
They just
so
did.
This might be a jungle Joy, and then you pick up the Franco Beatrix for RSG. Either that, you go Moscow, Brody with the situation, with an Atlas situation on your side, or the Grok for life, because Grok is an insane hero versus Farsa, Arlot, and Kaja. It also matches up well with the Claude. You cancel out the Blazing Duet. But you go for the Franco Beatrix. It's a much more safer option for RSG.
Okay.
Paired up with a Brody. Again, very critical hero for RSG. It's a hero that can deal with the Claude. Actually wins the lane against Claude.
Yeah, and also for team fights with this, Brody being present in the side of Nexplay EVOS, we're looking at how the lineup of Nexplay EVOS could go.
Karina?
Yeah, that's one thing on damaging their plates if they even leave the space.
Yeah.
So now the jungler for Nexplay EVOS is what?
I think you go Karina or Hayabusa here for NXPE, honestly. Either that or you go for Paquito, which is something that they've used before, even though it's not a damage. Ooh!
Okay, Midnight, come on, tell us something here. Baksha, how's this working for Nexplay EVOS?
I like the idea. It's an early game sustain, because if we look at the composition of RSG, they don't have the best tools in terms of dealing with the Baksha when they start roaming around. But I wonder in the early game is the thing that I wonder about in the early game is that if you have prolonged fights, is the sustain of the Baksha enough? Because you can't match the damage output as well on the side of on the RSG, even though they can't take out the Baksha. But they are surely able to pick off heroes if the skirmishes go long enough.
Oh, speaking of long enough, so we're going to expect the things to happen again from game number 1, then so be it. So how is this going for this next wave? Is this their answer on forcing a game number 3?
I think this time around it's a much more cleaner draft from RSG. It's the conditions are much more clear compared to game number 1, but still there is that potential from the Kaja and Farza of NXPE.
All right. RSG and Nexplay EVOS now. Round number 2. Nexplay EVOS. Is this enough for them to force a game number 3? Again, with RSG now sitting comfortably, it's Nexplay EVOS with the pressure on them to get those points. It's going to be difficult for them if they are going to drop 0-2 to RSG at this moment.
I'm gonna be honest, weirded out by the first item of the Farsa. Usually we see an elegant gem rush, but Goyong DR opted to go for the boots. I think he just wants to get out of the Valentina lane because it's such a horrible matchup. and go to XP. So this is gonna provide Ding a lot of momentum on their side, but Nats, he was one step ahead, clearing the minion wave before the Farsa gets there.
Yes, so speaking of steps, then maybe that's one way of having the utilized Farsa on your end if you're in Nexplay EVOS. Because if you, or being on the other hand, Iron Hook connecting to Goyong, okay, that's the response. Here's the poke down from Brusco. Light, okay, Ring of Order will connect. Stun, will they finish the job? Oh!
Painful
Goyong.
way to go. Seeing that one basic attack just flying towards you.
I mean, that hook attempt was a little off from RSG, I would say.
Man, I just imagine a meteor going straight to your face, but with that Joy just jumping with his own beat. Goyong now forced, used that feather airstrike to retreat back. Okay, a different way for RSG.
Oh, still, and some form of inconsistency coming up from the Raiders.
Oh, wow.
There you go. A good hook from Light. Boyet, will he escape this? Okay, he's still sustaining it. And now it's still NXPE going back in their lanes.
Okay, now see who's gonna get an advantage first. Here is the XP laners. First up in the turtle, they're gonna be the ones dancing for that. Both junglers right now all across the map. Boy, it's much closer though. Nexplay EVOS gonna get advantage for the first turtle of the game.
That's like looking in a mirror in front of Ding. Now the R to the side of Nexplay EVOS. Who's gonna be the game changer of this one? Look at that fair airstrike being used to zone out. Now one ultimate will connect to Nexplay EVOS, but Brusco DR goes out. Now it's just all about the turtle for this one.
So it's a repeat of what happened in game 1. RSG losing some form of, I would say, sense of what their heroes are meant to do in the early game, and NXPE just casually doing what their heroes are meant to do, like sustaining the front line with the Baksha and just soaking up the damage and the resources from RSG, and slowly making sure that they are able to get the area back away from the Raiders. And this is very, very critical because Boyet DR is getting a lot of momentum on this Baksha, and being able to farm up until the mid game allows you to soak up the pressure from RSG, and that means more space, more farming space for Doming DR.
Yep. Orange buff going to be taken away by Irad, stolen under the hands of Nexplay EVOS. So it's going to be Boyet with also has orange buff. So it was just a trade. They immediately would steal that as well as Boyet stole the orange on the side of RSG.
Yep.
Now RSG trying to make a play here in the mid. Aggressive positioning by them.
Okay, Bush of Death now. First initiation goes to Nexplay EVOS. Look at that, suppressed. Onto 2, RSG takes the first. Now Eman using that ultimate connecting to 1. Now Feather Airstrike being used as the last mercy for the team, but RSG Slate Philippines is taken down 3.
So there goes the draft difference. Again, the firepower of RSG is just much higher compared to NXPE. But Doming DR, again, consistently getting some trades in the map. He was able to get some gold out of the shields from the turrets. But this does net RSG a win out of the skirmish.
Yeah, and a good win at that. They had to call that Eman rotation from the gold lane to the mid for them to secure that. But still ranked first in gold per game with 14,800. It's a 3-week streak now, so RG's Emma's a rich man.
Huh. I thought Super Marco held the record.
Okay, it's all about the record break and who's going to get the gold on the graph, but who's going to get this turtle in is still going to be Nexplay EVOS. No way of their touching the members of RSG, just purely objective. A different flavor for NXPE.
Yeah. Actually, it's if I'm not mistaken, it's the GPM is Super Marco, so the gold per minute. But because RSG have played monstrously long games, it's more gold from
maybe
Eman.
because of the game 1 factor.
Yeah, and what happened in game 1 as well.
Yeah.
That's true. But definitely, if I'm not mistaken, in terms of GPM, that is Super Marco, so gold per minute. Yeah.
Okay, that's one way. Look at that. Bloody Hunt will connect to Brusco. Now they're trying to punish him. Oh, look at that. Will the ultimate beat? Eman on a killing spree. RSG Slate Philippines. Looking for mispositioned members of NXPE.
Boyet, right now he goes in. Extort, Nats, Light, and Eman fighting it out. Domeng holding back. No full engage there.
Okay, still gonna be slowly, but look at the power right now of RSG. The out of position members, another one for a Light. Okay, that's just an Iron Hook.
Yeah.
He is the fisherman, you know. Oof.
Yeah, that felt more like a threat. It was just like, hey man, I'm still landing these. Now going back to what happened earlier.
Yep, Brusco getting shut down by the damage output of Eman. Again, the firepower of RSG is insane, And NXPE, the only situation where you can fight is if RSG makes a misplay like this one.
So is this the misplay that NXP is looking for now? They have taken one. Extort is down. Now RSG decides to retreat back in their turret. Meanwhile, NXPE still eyeing to have a push with this wave. Oh, Hook did not connect onto Doming DR. That's the flicker used as well by Light. Okay, feathered airstrike, pressing down to one. Now being pulled by Brusco. DR Goyo secures the kill. Now under the turret, Nexplay EVOS is pushing the Raiders away.
Yep.
And they take this turret.
I like this. I like the way that NXPE is playing at the moment. Compared to game number 1, they were just waiting for RSG to do something. Now they were the ones who forced out the issue against RSG. Ooh, boy, no.
Ooh, okay. Being out of the map there, Goyong receiving the dash from Ian. Oh, wow. He's really quick.
Look at that little Joy under turret, no matter for him.
Oh.
Light forcing the flicker out of Ding with just the threat of the hooks. And RSG will get this turtle. It's going to be the first one for them actually in this game. So EVOS want to test.
I mean, RSG, they might be happy with the things that are going on for them. Still have to be worried about the Claude of NXPE.
Oh, Brusco pulled one. Now who's going to be the casualties? Brusco still safe, but you're not safe from Eman's hit. Now damage will connect onto the turret of Nexplay EVOS. Now forcing one. BMI, Possibilation do what? Who's going to be? Now making Eman bleed was only the answer, but where is Ding? Ding is right down bottom. Off camera now, they want to take one. Ding, the damage is 3. It's 3. Now 2 members of RSG is crashing down. Now look at that, HP going down on Goyong. Making it a triple, but Ear spawns in with the killing spree now. How do you catch someone who's nimble and quick? Now Ding and Boyd are trying to hold off and just clear this minion out.
Yeah, RSG, they are getting kills, but it's away from the Claude, and NXPE has been doing a fantastic job of putting the pressure away from Doming DR. Even though these kills matter for Eman, he is getting a lot of damage with the items that he is picking up with the Fury Hammer, Malefic Roar, and the impending BOD. RSG needs to start playing against NXP's Claude. They need to put the pressure on the right place.
Yeah, put the pressure on Doming. At the same time, they need to watch out for those surprisingly late entry responses by Nexplay EVOS. Hence why Eman, Light, and Exort were all caught out in the mid lane. They thought they were safe from harm, but Ding just came out of nowhere like 20 seconds after the engagement was already passed.
Brusco and Ding is doing a fantastic job of just attracting attention from RSG. Again, as you've mentioned, Ding and Boyd DR specifically has done so many late re-entries for NXPE, and you would really want to commend Brusco for the selfless activity that he has been doing in this game here for NXPE. Literally selfless, because he has been throwing himself over to RSG. He was like, take me, brother.
He's like,
take me.
Like, I will be the sponge. I will get info. I will eat up all the damage. But I've already done my job. Y'all just follow up. And NXP, credit to them. They've been following it up.
Yeah, the divine judgment comes later.
Yeah, the divine judgment comes later.
Sponge Bruce. Sponge Brusco.
Sponge DR.
Yeah, Sponge Brusco.
Oh, Ira, the damage. There's the focus onto Doming you were looking for, Midnight.
Sorry,
how we're just talking about things.
How does that happen? Like a Joy? Chasing a claw with a sprint? I mean...
Okay, a different approach. Conceal used to escape. Now Brusco is trying to eye. Who's going to get this Lord? Who's going to be? It's Boyet securing the objective. Now it's going to be action for RSG. Boyet DR, on the other hand, is looking for the kill. Nats escapes with a slither of health. Now RSG is backing down. But the Lord now is with NXPE with a 2K gold lead.
Oh, it seems Ira did not have the retribution ready for him. I believe he used it when he was duking it out with Doming. And with that information, Nexplay EVOS just went ahead and got that Lord.
Yeah, and welcome to the Claude land, wherein come the late game, he just farms much faster than anybody. He is now richer, officially richer than Eman. And I would like to point out that RSG, even though this draft is inherently good against Farsa, nobody is playing like it. Because Goyong DR has been able to use Feathered Airstrike 3 times in a row now, wherein nobody is attempting to at least close the gap against the Farsa. So that is what is breaking the game here for RSG. All the focus are on Boyd DR during that Lord take with Doming.
Oh my gosh, look at the damage
from Ira.
from Irad is just mad, pure mad. Look at that Brusco with the flicker. Will they be able to secure that kill onto Irad? Feather Airstrike has been committed as well.
Counterplay.
Okay, counterplay now. What's the game plan for Exort? There's 3 members of RSG.
Oh!
The hook land. Okay, not rolling out for safety here. Nats is saying, I'm going to take you by myself. Look at that. Nats pushing one, pushing into their space. And Nexplay EVOS, another one says like, but he catches Ding. Oh, look at that, finally just connecting when there's no Feather to defend or to burst down, but Nexplay EVOS, Doming taking down 1, and Ding making it 2.
I think the hesitation was there from RSG. They did not feel like they have enough damage to take out Ding. So it was kind of half-assed from RSG.
Yeah, couldn't fully commit onto that one. But
ouch.
Damage. What?
Irad, what is happening? His damage is off the roof right now. Doming DR. Doming DR could be the next kill of Irad.
Dash, no longer there. My judgment.
Vengeance on now the final slash. Irad takes the fall. Now Ding, DR, NXP still using these ways to push back.
I mean, that's a problem though for RSG and also for NXPE. I mean, the damage is off the roof for Irad, but the sustain is not there. Like the joy cannot sustain the fight for RSG. So NXPE gets a form of idea here, wherein the way you approach fight, especially with the Lord coming up in 20 seconds, the way you approach this fight is you go all in against RSG. Nobody on their side can actually sustain, and that also provides a problem for Nats. Do you sustain front line, or do you threaten the Farsa?
Yeah, it puts a lot of pressure on that XP laner of RSG. Very crucial call, and it needs to be the right one. It'll be rare that in any scenario, both decisions made would be the right one. It's either or.
Yeah.
For NAS. So now Nexplay EVOS, maybe that's why they're playing a little bit more confidently here. Look at the Lord getting just destroyed quickly.
Yeah. Wow. Doming with the damage. That's the Vengeance connecting. Now Nats trying to pull off or push away Ding out. That's the stun, that's the poke from Goyong. Iron Hook will not connect, but it is still a clash. Look at that Doming here covering the back line of RSG. What's gonna be for the Raiders now? It's Nexplay EVOS' turn to fight back. RSG is still holding the defense, but can they still make it? Nats is taking down Doming. Irad pick up now. Irad is trying to take another 1 and 2, but can he let Bruce go safe? No, he says, I'm gonna take it this double. And 2 members right now of NXP are in trouble.
Oh, look at this joy holding on for RSG. Irad, Nats, and Nexort finally take down Poyet. And just when we thought it would be a massive win for NXPE, they get wiped out.
Yeah, they managed to take out the Claude, even though the Brody was taken out. NXPE, after the initial Lord take, they didn't have enough resources. And again, that crucial kill onto Claude shuts down the team fight here for the Tigers. And with Joy being alive, the secondary damage dealer of RSG can solo NXPE.
The backline destroyer, Irad. It's just been a menace for Nexplay EVOS.
Full damage with the Genius Wand, Holy Crystal. So that's why he went with the Genius Wand and Holy Crystal next. That's where the damage amplification came in, and the come later the items or the magic defenses from NXPE. It was answered up with the Glowing Wand. Higher HPs you get, more damage output coming up from the Glowing One, and he doesn't mind playing into the defenses of NXPE because it's HP based, you know.
Yeah.
And I love the fact that he didn't go for the Divine Glaive. He went for the wings.
Okay, Exort is going to be the one to fall down. The damage will connect from Boyet. DR now Nexplay EVOS. But look at Irad from the back line of Nexplay EVOS. Now look at the damage, but look at that Nats with the reinforcement. Okay, so the line, but Hammer taking down Ding! Doming as well with an exchange of 1-to-1. Now what's going to be? What's going to be for Nexplay EVOS now? RSG has the border, has the wave, and what's it going to be for the Neon Tigers?
That was such a cute play from Goyong. It was like, okay, if you're going to dance on the land of Dawn, I'm going to be just over the cliff. You cannot dance over the cliff.
And very clutch that Brusco actually got the Divine Judgment onto Irad. Because you saw he was waiting for that perfect moment as Boyet goes in. Let's see if they commit it. Oh, light with a hook.
Ouch!
Ouch! What?
Talk about outplay.
That is tag team right on to RSG. They were trying to chase down.
Torn apart memory. Tears apart Boyet.
Ow.
I mean, there's no explanation there. RSG straight out outplayed.
Yeah.
Boyet at that moment. The hook from Light connected, and it was a beautiful sequence from the Brody as well. Like 2 hits, 1 stack, Thorn of Art Memory deletes the backsha.
Ow. Once again, both teams still neck and neck. 16 minutes now, though. Let's see if Nexplay EVOS can actually force back RSG away from this Lord.
Ding, will he be the one to change the tides of this Red Tree battle? Still 50-50. Who secures it? It's Irad. No way that he wants to contest, but there's a conceal. And the retreat back
weird,
for
that's
RSG. Okay.
Well, give merits to RSG. They knew that they didn't have Feathered Airstrike, but it's kind of a greedy play coming up from the Raiders. Like, they've gotten themselves the Lord, and they still want to fight. And NXPE, they had the tools to disengage with the wheels just turning for Boyet DR, the wings by wings of Goyong, and of course the flickers are also there for NXPE. But it could have been an awesome play from RSG if they managed to close the gap against NXPE. But they still have the Lord to work with, so it is a possibility that NXPE just delays the game onto the but Boyet.
Okay, that's a good hook onto the Chaos, but Irad is here. But Nats
nuts.
onto the 6-stick. Now he's taken down Boyet. Eman connecting the torn apart memory. That's damage onto RSG. Final slash, buying time for NXPE. Look at that, Divine Judgment trying to get him.
Stolen!
Look at that, stolen right away. Ding, DR still sustaining this fight. And they're falling back to get that regen in. RSG trade of 1-1 against Nexplay EVOS.
That is a jungler for a roam. I mean, if you're RSG, you take a W.
Yeah. DJ for DJ. Ding able to get away though just in time. But trades all throughout. Very favorable for RSG. 2 base turrets destroyed. Only 2 turrets remain on the side of Nexplay EVOS. Both of them on the bottom side. And as Irad continues to dance the night away at that Joy.
You know, man, that is just completely accurate. You know, Joy's the only here who has her own
Yeah. Oh, there's a bulldog.
sound. Irad, oh no, being punished. Oh no. The Immortality will be the one to save him, but the final slash!
Oh, what?
What?
The final slash helped Irad get away, and
Yep.
Ding now will get punished. Immortality pops, so does he. Ding falls.
Let me just say, Irad, after Immortality, didn't buy Truncheon. He bought Rose Gold, the new passive. When he procs the shield, more movement speed, and that's why he was able to get out. And now he buys the Winter Truncheon.
Itemization up the wazoo.
Let me double check that. I'm pretty sure I saw Rose Gold there, and he was walking really, really fast.
Fast hands.
Man.
The final,
It was Rose Gold.
It was. My goodness.
The saving
Irad,
grace.
that play you just pulled off now. But that's a hook coming in by Light.
Now, forced out the flicker. But I just want to recover from the outplay, Irad. You're a menace. How do you manage to being saved by the other team's final slash? Crazy. But now RSG's on the almost 6K. 18-18 score point.
Yeah, very, very close. 5.7k gold lead on the side of RSG. However, you are still up against a Claw. Doming DR from 0-2-2. Now he is 3-2-5. He hasn't died yet. And his participation in the team fights are still crucial. However, RSG are matching up in terms of damage output. But the question is, how long can you keep up? Because NXPE, they still have the Kaja. However, Exort has his own.
Okay, good pull, but nobody checked on Light on a conceal move. Now what's the mode for RSG?
Oh, Goyong!
Target on to
Finally!
Goyong! Now the Bloodhound will connect. Person down 1, no doming. DR tries to hold off, but now who's gonna get the Lord? Now Exort secures point, no jungler for Nexplay EVOS. What's the call now for that Winter Truncheon? Iran is not gonna be safe for this one. Brusco secures the kill.
And that's going to be RSG continuing this fight. A Terrify onto Ding. Ding trying to hold on as Eman is just free-hitting the Lord for RSG's late. Brusco decides to check it. Ding still dancing.
Oh, Ding's still alive.
Eman, will he reset? Will he secure? Who gets this? Close enough. It goes to the hands of RSG. And now, Brusco, Ding, and Domeng will try to run, but here comes Domeng. Will he? Can he? He does! Blazing to win!
Wind of Nature!
Can he turn it around with the Wind of Nature? Keeps Eman alive! Eman, Immortality pop, Eman is holding on for dear life for the side of RSG. It's Domeng who falls, and it's just Brusco and Boyet and Goyong who is left for NXPE to defend and hold on.
They got outnumbered here for NXPE, and RSG rushing towards the Farsa. Again, as I mentioned, OSX, nobody checked the movement of Light. And taking down the Farsa was a big win condition, but NXPE, they can still defend, however.
Torn apart memories, just getting to the nerves of Nexplay EVOS. Look at that nuts. Popping out the immortality. He's still safe. He's still safe, but Irad on the other hand, right on the middle of three of Nexplay EVOS now onto the base.
Eman!
Eman RSG now being suppressed. But Irad onto the base, securing the win of a 2-0.
And it feels like it's been a while. If you look at the lower right hand of your screen, smiling Nats from a victory. Smiling RSG from a victory. After securing their playoff slot in Game 1, they secure themselves 2 more points. A sweep over NXPE. 3 points in total for RSG.
The defending Kings of C is now secured and present in the playoffs for MPL Season 11.
Yep.
And with the dominating comeback, now Nexplay EVOS needs another strong one to have for clutch for this season.
Oh my, what a story for these two teams. RSG, they are alongside champions as well on the playoffs. But NXPE, they are in a very dire position right now. They need a sweep on their next series, but that doesn't even mean that they secure playoffs, because their fate is on the hands of both ONIC and Omega.
A difficult position to find yourself in as a team looking to secure a playoff slot where it's not all in your hands. As you mentioned, their fate is no longer just alone in their hands.
Guess what?
What?
Dangerous.
The next matchup, Blacklist.
Oh, for Nexplay EVOS?
Yeah.
That's
Tomorrow.
All right. That's going to be a tough one.
Okay.
We have to talk about, though, and acknowledge and congratulate RSG Slate Philippines again after game number 1. They secured their playoffs slot. So, the Kings of C, the MSC 2022 champions, will have a chance to potentially go back to Cambodia, go back to MSC. However, it's still going to be a long road to climb. But this is, there's a lot of positives, I think, to take from RSG's performance here. And not just RSG as a whole, but also Irad making his debut in the MPL.
Yeah. I go here and say hi with a 2-0. With pure confidence, just did so much recall in that game.
Now Turad.
Yeah.
Turad.
Okay, Turad.
Weird adjustments, like buying Rose Gold after Immortality, getting War Axe before Thunderbolt. Like, Irad is showing a different version of how you play tank junglers right now.
Yeah. Being a hybrid Lancelot.
Yeah. Itemization. Hybrid Lancelot also. I think that's also one of the most unique qualities about Irad, how often he was shuffling it around.
Yeah.
And it was a different playstyle of RSG that we got. Of course, H2 has gelled very well for RSG, but in the more traditional tank idea that we've had for jungles, I mean. This time Irad, much younger, coming from the MDL with their own playstyle there, very aggressive, and it worked out. There were moments where he got punished, but his aggressive mindset, wanting to get kills, balancing that out with a tanks a lot of damage, as you mentioned earlier.
A lot of damage.
It's a very unique playstyle and approach by Irad here, and it's a great debut for him.
Yeah, it feels like, it's kind of reminiscent to what SDZYZ brought to TNC, like that
in
fresh
Season 9,
perspective from the jungler role. I think that's what we're seeing here with Irad. Again, the adjustments are there, the mechanical skills is there, and again, the micro decisions that he makes during small skirmishes. It is what makes the game here for RSG quite balanced, I would say, because he did show up in game number 1. He was the balancing factor to the momentum swing on both sides. In game number 2, again, the Joy, he understands fully the concept of Joy Jungler. You don't go hybrid. You go all in. Yeah. You go full damage.
Mystery
and
shop,
we saw him take out 3 heroes by himself.
He just keeps on jumping with no way of being catched.
Yeah.
How do you even answer to that?
You know what hurts about it, going up against a Joy and you're getting decimated by one? It's like you can't help but dance along to your own death. It's like you hear that, it's like, oh, this is a nice, oh wait, where's this damage? We're gone.
Oh, it's my HP dropping down.
I hear Joy ulti, I hear Ice Cream.
I know why I'm
okay,
mentioning that,
okay.
yeah. For the real ones, real recognize real if you just know if you know what Midnight mentioned there. But yeah, Joy Jungle, Damage, interesting takes. I want to hear more about what RSG has to say about their series win, a 2-0 victory over NXPE. Let's go over to the stage with Mara Aquino.
And just like that, RSG Slate Philippines enters the playoffs. Congratulations! Malupit, game 1 pa lang. Grabe, sobrang intense. And that was actually the second longest game of the season. Muntik nyo na tinalo yung 37 minutes. Yours was about 36 minutes. How intense was that para sa inyo? Ano yung conversation na nangyari when you guys got off the stage?
Yung after po ng game na yun na sobrang tagal, pinag-usapan po namin yung mga errors po na sana na mas naayos po namin dito na tumagal yung game na yun. Yun po.
Hindi kayo nag-rejoice kasi nakita ko yung kalaban nyo, talagang sila, wow, ang hirap nun. Yung sabi nila.
Di naman po kasi, di pa po kasi tapos yung series. So yun, talagang nakapokus pa rin po kami nun, going to game 2.
And that was a great attitude. Now, ang kailangan nyo lang actually for today was 1 point para makapasok ng playoffs. And what you did was a sweep. You got 3 points. So, Emen, para ba kayong nabunutan ng tinik? How much of a relief is that? Nakahinga na ba kayo? Ngayon, pasok na kayo.
Nabunutan lang ng ngipin.
Nabunutan ka ng ngipin? Oh, so that means talaga nabunutan ka ng ngipin?
Opo.
So, were you in pain the entire time that naglalaro ka?
Hindi naman po, masyadong masakit. Parang
Na-manage mo?
Opo.
Hindi ba yan naka-apekto sa laro mo dahil may nararamdaman ka habang nag-try kang mag-concentrate? Paano naka-apekto yan sa laro?
Hindi naman po. Nakapag-focus po rin po ako kasi para po sa playoffs. Parang binubuhos ko talaga lahat.
So, nabunutan ng tinik, nabunutan ng ngipin. Now, before today, you guys suffered a 2-match lose streak. Na-sweep kayo. Ngayon, kayo naman ang nakapag-sweep. How is it now from here on out para masigurado na perfect na yung performance nyo going into the playoffs? Coach Panda?
Sorry, ano ulit?
Now,
Ito kasi na-distract niya ako eh.
before coming today, there was a little bit of a struggle, pero after the week-long break, you guys came back so strong. You swept your opponent. How are you now going to make sure that you're perfect papasok ng playoffs? Kasi that's when it all counts.
Still, marami pang errors. Hindi pa kami ready sa playoffs. Pero now I have 2 malupit ng junglers, si Ira at si H2O. They both have their strengths and weaknesses. So during the 2-week preparation before playoffs, I will try to see what is the best chemistry that we can make with the 2 junglers that we have. So, tingin natin.
So you need a 2-week break, and we're looking forward to that. See you in the playoffs. Once again, congratulations, RSG Slate Philippines. Thank you, Coach. You may now take your walk of victory. What a great performance by RSG Slate Philippines. Aminado naman sila. Ay, Nat, sa harap kayo. Huwag ka sa likod, sa harap. You guys won. Aminado naman si Coach Panda na so far, they're not playoffs ready and they're gonna make sure the 2-week break before playoffs, gagawin nila ang lahat to make sure they have the right chemistry. Hihimayin natin ang laban na yan, kaya babalikan tayo sa ating casters. Pasok!
We're not seeing fully back to very upbeat RSG, but it seems like that victory took a lot of weight off their shoulders. Seeing more smiles up on the stage, it seems like they were proud of themselves with that, and they got a sweep. It wasn't the easiest of journeys for the series, but they got the job done at the end of the day.
Yeah, as Coach Panda said in his interview, no matter how they wanted this win, there's still a lot of errors to fix. And heading to the playoffs, there's a lot of ways that they can really correct those mishaps and hiccups that they went through out the regular season.
And knowing Panda, he is angry at some extent. But I feel like getting into playoffs is much more heavier right now. Like the weight of the emotion that he feels, the joy, no pun intended, the joy of getting into playoffs outweighs the anger that he feels right now.
Yeah. And I think that's how RSG Slate feels as a team. Because again, we got to see them knowing that they did secure their playoff slot. Seems to be a massive weight off of their shoulders. But right now, let's put the weight onto Midnight's shoulders because there's a lot of details that we missed out on that match. So Midnight, analyze it for us. That game number 2 between RSG and NXPE.
Well, I gotta say that it's quite a burden to analyze this game because, again, there were a lot of mishaps that happened on the early game, especially on RSG's part. And NXPE, we all know them to be a really aggressive team, and they did capitalize on the mistake that RSG committed on the early parts of the game. But unfortunately for them, RSG, as the game goes later, they are much more refined, they are much more fundamental with their approach, and the blades are getting sharper on the Raiders' side because they are the knights of the end game conversions for the side of RSG. Again, this is the fundamental approach, but I do love that there were some switches that happened on on the side of RSG with Irad again playing the Joy full damage jungler. And this is not a typical Joy that we see that is just zoning out the backline. He completely destroys the backline. But NXP still manages to get some victories on the team fights against RSG, especially during the objectives with the Turtles and the Lords. It's because of the fact that Goyong DR's position has always been hard to reach. And RSG's focus has always been on the Baxia. Boyet DR always rolling on the front lines, making sure that he attracts the attention of the Knights. And RSG, they did comply, and to some extent, it gave enough of space to for NXPE. But we did see the difference when it comes to the team fight factor during the drafting stage that we've mentioned earlier, that RSG just outputs more damage, especially with the secondary damage dealer being Irad. Even if NXPE manages to take out the Brody, they also have to deal with the Joy. And with the Joy alone, you have to focus so much resources, the Divine Judgment. You also have to utilize the Farsa because Irad has always been going over to the backlines come the later parts of the game because they know that the Farsa is a very important target for RSG to take down. That is why the attention has always been divided for NXPE. As you can see, even the stats tells us a story that Eman and Irad was the problem here for NXPE. Irad actually farmed more for RSG in comparison to Eman, who dealt more damage as the Brody because he did have more room in the later stages of the game because he was more present in the team fight. But second time in a row, Irad gets the MVP spot with the amazing performance on the JJ or the Joy Jungle, again going for full damage. The switch up with the Holy Crystal. Usually we see Genius Wand into Glowing Wand by a lot of Joy Jungle players, but this time around he went for damage first because he knows that only the Baxia will suffer from the Glowing Wand, and getting more damage is getting more fixed damage is much more important in the early stage of the game to provide more damage output and to supplement Brody in the impending fights. And the Glowing Wand does scale into the later stages of the game because the amount of HPs that NXPE will get also amplifies damage output that comes out from the item. So he decided to delay that and got the Blood Wings first so that he has kind of a sustain on his side with the amount of HPs that he gets and also the shields that he gets from the passive, and also not to add to that to mention the the adjustments after he died. When he bought the immortality, he went for a rose gold to get the movement speed coming out from the passive, the recently reworked item, and that allowed him to survive against the initiation of Ding with the final slash, who ended up actually saving the Joy of RSG. But again, the main story of this game is that NXPE were the ones who were dictating the tempo of the game from the start, and RSG were the ones who were trying to find some sort of playing room against the frontliners of NXPE. But they did caught up in terms of finding the right targets here after some few skirmishes, as Doming became the sole target of the backline here for RSG. NXPE, they still have had enough firepower to deal with the team fight here of RSG, but the positioning of the important heroes of RSG meant the change here of how you approach a team fight, because Irad in the later stages of the game has always been on the backline. It was problematic for Goyong DR as well as Ding and Brusco because it was hard for NXPE to now start look for team fights of their own because they have a joy problem in front of them. And that gave enough room for the Brody to play around on the backside of RSG, and that meant Boyet DR can no longer solo the backliners of RSG because the Brody has enough damage. There is also the problem of the Bloody Hunt coming out from the Franco. So he is not a sustainable hero anymore for NXPE. And Doming DR, even though he tried his best to cut off the firepower in the back line, again, the main problem is that the joy still persists in the front line. And this is the power of having so many supplement damage outputs on the side of RSG and gave enough playing room for their cores. Again, this is sort of a draft victory here for RSG that ended up being translated into the endgame conditions for the Raiders, and they took out NXPE in a 2-0 sweep.
There we have it then. For these two teams, a great way to open up the day. Roller coaster, a lot of trading kills there all throughout, but RSG still got the job done at the end of it. 2-0, securing those 3 points, that coveted playoff slot. Now, with the result of this one, though, there may be some developments concerning who else has secured playoff slots. But if you want to find out more about that, then you gotta keep tuning into MPL Philippines. We're just gonna be crunching some stuff behind the scenes because it's a doozy what might have happened because of the result of that last series with Nexplay EVOS not even being able to get 1 point away from RSG Slate PH. But that was only the first one. We still have a lot to watch out for, but before everything else, just gotta take a very quick moment to remind you that, again, the SIM registration deadline here in the Philippines is in April 26. That's the very last day you can register your SIM. We've had a lot of months to do that, and now the process, even more so, is incredibly quick, incredibly easy. So make sure to register it, or if not, on that day, if you haven't registered it on April 27th, your SIM will no longer be usable. All of the things that you work hard for that's linked to your mobile number account, that SIM is going to go away. So please don't forget to register your SIM now by visiting smart.com.ph/SIMREG. We still have 2 more series for the day. Still a lot of action to watch out for.
Yeah, and this matches, or our triple headers really matters on this Saturday. Well, one, RSG has gotten the thing out of their problem is getting into the playoffs.
Get it out of the system.
Yeah, out of the system. If they can finally inhale some good air, because our matches up next with like TNC and Omega.
Yep, Biyaheng Tagumpay versus Barangay Omega. Biyaheng Tagumpay can end up becoming Biyaheng Bangungot, a nightmare for Omega if Omega cannot defeat TNC. TNC no longer have their playoff slot available, but TNC are going to give Omega hell if Omega let them. More matches coming up here in MPL Philippines. Reptar, OSX, and Midnight. We'll be back later on.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Welcome back, everybody. You're still watching MPL Philippines Season 11. Patuloy pa rin ang bakbakan ng ating mga koponan para sa natitirang slot sa playoffs, especially after RSG Philippines swept their opponent and secured a slot. Nahuli man sa karera ang biyaheng tagumpay para sa playoffs, they still cannot be underestimated, especially para sa Barangay Omega. Recently, we've talked about how their last one seems to be losing its potency. And this is definitely their last chance to prove to us this season otherwise. Makakasabit pa kaya papuntang playoffs ang koponan nila Miko? Or isasabay ba sila nila Bentings patungong biyaheng pauwi? Ladies and gentlemen, this is Smart Omega versus TNC Pro Team. Casters, paso.
Dreams are a fickle thing. On one side, you have a team who's had their playoffs dreams dashed before their eyes. Yet they've won so many hearts and fans with unforgettable performances this season. That's TNC. On another side, you have a team with an army of fans and countless memories throughout the years, Barangay Omega. Yet their dreams of a playoff slot is slowly fading before their eyes. Points much needed. A team out of the playoffs versus a team still clawing their way into it. It's TNC Pro Team versus Barangay Smart Omega. My name is Reptar, joined here by Naisu and Chantel. Welcome to the English broadcast. Welcome back. And how are we feeling today for the second series of the day?
I'm feeling great. It's week 8, man, and day 2 at this point. It's always tense. I feel like we've seen a lot of great matches up to this point, but I can't wait to see what unfolds today because things are falling into place, to say the least.
To be fair, I'm feeling electrified today because of the storyline for these teams. Again, for TNC, this is a team that is having that statement for the next season as they will play. And for Omega, they're still fighting for their tournament life or the playoff spot.
Yeah, it's a slightly awkward position because you have a team trying to prove that their foundation for their future looks good, while on the other side you have a team who wants to say, don't count us yet. We're still here. We still have a present in the playoffs to watch out for. By the way, you yourself can enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your number via mobile number portability or MNP. Visit smrt.ph/switch to Smart to know more. Speaking of, I think Barangay Smart Omega needs to switch things up here. Because let's be honest, even though TNC's out of the playoffs, they're fighting, they're clawing, and man, Ben thinks has been on form recently.
They have nothing to lose, TNC. And that's the thing, I feel like especially, and I've said this many times, these past couple weeks, man, TNC just came out of nowhere and they're like, we're here. Unfortunately for them, again, it was a little bit too late. But you can't deny how much synergy is actually there in that lineup. And again, that's why I even said last week, man, I hope these guys stay together, right? Because I want to see more of them in the season ahead of them because we started to see that brilliance with this lineup. And yeah, this is still a threat. Again, the question was, what Lassen's going to be stronger, right? What poison is going to be stronger?
All right, look at the headline right now of the day. Biyahe pa uwi ng barangay. Translated, that means is this the trip going home for the barangay?
Well, actually, if you think about it, with the struggles here of Smart Omega, specifically how they played yesterday, it is safe to say that they will really struggle on this game, knowing that they're up against TNC, a team that is just really enjoying the game. We see them dance, but at the same time, the way they play during the game, it's as if they're just really prepared for the other team. Naisa was right that it's as if TNC is a team that was too late in terms of how they really played or tried to strive for the tournament. But at the same time, we see a matchup between two core players and very crucial in terms of how things will go on to this game.
Yep, the roamers are the core. Benthings and Miko have eyes set on them to set the tempo and the story of this game. We've heard that frequently about roamers, but in this very crucial matchup, especially for Barangay Smart Omega, this is the matchup to watch out for. Benthings has been on point. Miko has had flashes of brilliance, as Chantel has pointed out, but the inconsistency still cannot be shaken away from Barangay Smart Omega.
Definitely, we could see actually the difference in terms of how this players really play. There's a big difference on the damage taken and damage shared for the teams. And to think that Miko has a higher KDA on that moment, it means that in a way Miko is somehow not really the front runner for the side of Smart Omega as compared to how Benthings play. We usually see Benthings in the front, setting up plays, but at the same time for Miko, it's really more on the Kajas, more on those not really sustainable type of post 5. So it's something for Smart Omega that has to look forward in this game or maybe adjust on Miko's hero pool.
Yeah, and when you think about it, Naisu, the story is, it's despite being out of the playoffs race, TNC has a great chance of being the ones to spoil Omega's hopes. We rarely hear that at the end of a season where a team no longer fighting for playoffs lives actually has a chance, or a lot of people are thinking, hey, I think they can beat the team still trying to make it into the playoffs.
That is what makes this match so exciting, because whatever team you're rooting for, there's a huge impact here, right? Again, this is, and if you think about poeticness to it also, right? There's a story here to say, if you guys don't know, every time you hear Lassen, it's usually with Omega, right? Smart Omega, that means poison, because they have been historically that team to do that to a lot of teams. Now, it's like on the flip side, man, TNC could possibly be the Lassen to the team that is the Lassen, right? So
poison versus poison.
Yeah, so which poison is more potent? That alone is exciting here because, again, a lot of people didn't know what to expect from TNC. Well, now this is a huge possibility.
I really like that you mentioned the Lassen versus Lason, and which is more potent between the teams, because if you think about it, TNC is the team that has the most unique type of heroes that was used in this season. And at the same time, Omega is the same from previous season. So there is the same identity for them. And again, TNC was able to defeat other teams like Echo, BREN, and it goes to show that they are on that run that Omega did before. So the spirit is there, and it's what's lacking for Smart Omega, I believe, for the season.
Yeah, again, even thinking about it, I'm glad that you reminded me that happened at TNC, a team first eliminated from getting a playoff slot, are also the team that defeated BREN and Echo in the later half of the season. That's crazy, and I'm sure we're gonna get even more context behind the storylines. Let's go on over to our backstage pass with our insiders for more info.
At eto na nga ang huling biyahe ngayong season ng TNC Pro Team! Diba? Nakarelax na lang kami ngayon. Para first time mo dito, Coach Wright. Hello. Kumusta ikaw?
Okay lang.
Okay lang. Guys, nakarelax na kami ngayon kasi kung susumahin natin lahat-lahat, ang standing ng TNC ngayon is nothing to win, nothing to lose. Sabi nga dito ni Coach, dalawa lang. Either manalo ka or
matuto.
At natuto sila. Natuto sila. Ngayon, importante ang laban na to para sa Omega, pero ang sabi ng TNC, hindi namin hahayaan na makakuha kayo ng puntos. Nandito ngayon si Benthings. Ben, bigyan mo naman ng tips ang Omega. Paano ba kayo kayang talunin ngayon? Sa ganitong mindset nyo na nothing to win, nothing to lose, paano ba kayo ngayon kayang talunin ng Omega?
Siguro yun sa entrance pa lang. Pag sa entrance, talo na kami sa kaldagan, mahirapan kami.
Ay! Ibig mong sabihin, hinahamon mo ang Omega sa entrance na kumaldag.
Parang gano'n na rin
Parang ganon. Ay, nako, kaabang-abang. Kung hindi nyo na itatanong, ang TNC ay pumunta na rin ng Baguio. Nag-contemplate na sila doon. Ang kausapin natin ang pumunta sa Baguio ay si Ninja Kila at si Goyo. Kumusta naman ang Baguio trip nyo, guys?
Masaya. Nag-unwind lang kami.
Nag-unwind? Anong ginawa nyo? Ano ba kayo doon? Nag-aaral kayo doon? Ano ba ginawa nyo?
Pitas-pitas muna kami ng strawberry bago lumaban.
Bago lumaban. Kasama yon sa ritual nyo. Kita ko siya, napakaraming TikTok nito ni Ninja Kila. Kumusta ang Baguio, Ninja Kila?
Masaya. Malamig. Ramdam na ramdam ang lamig.
Ramdam na ramdam. Anong naitulong ng Baguio trip nyo para sa laban na to ngayon?
Siguro nakakapag-reset kami ng maayos. Tsaka sobrang natuto.
Maraming natututunan.
Maraming learnings.
Maraming learnings. Alam mo, ang gusto kong pinakatanungin dito, sabi niya sa akin kanina, mas kinakabahan pa daw siya sa interview kesa sa laro. Favorite ko kasi si Sir JP, si Coach Wright. Coach Wright, bira ka namin makausap eh. Ngayon na makakalaban nyo ang Omega. Sinabi mo sa akin na bibigyan namin yan. Bibigyan nyo nga ba talaga?
Bibigyan namin. Kaya dapat ayun nga, sa entrance pa lang bongga na nila.
Bongga. Wait, sino ba ang mag-e-entrance? Kasi si Scholar nanonood ngayon eh. Sino ba mag-e-entrance sa inyo ni Scholar?
Si Coach Collar.
Si Coach Scholar. Pero kasi, yung dalawang coach, si Eto Max tsaka si Pacbet, sino ba tingin mo yung kailangan doon na pupuruhan sa kaldagan? Sino tingin mo doon?
Si Coach Pacbet.
Oy, so ibig mong sabihin, teka lang, parang may sinasabi ka eh. Parang may sinasabi ka eh. Tingnan natin, kunyari, kausap mo si Pacbet ngayon. Anong gusto mong sabihin kay Pacbet? Ayan.
Coach Pacbet, kaldag G.
Pax, narinig mo na si Wright ah. Tingin mo tingin nyo ba kayo ni Coach Collar kaya nyong i-outdrop ang Omega?
Kakayanin niya.
Kakayanin. Ito kasi yung sitwasyon men eh. Yung Omega, importante yung larong to para sa kanila. Kailangan kasi nila makapasok sa playoffs. TNC ba ang pipigil sa Omega para makapasok sa playoffs?
Tignan natin.
Tama. Napaka-inspiring actually. Napaka-inspiring ng journey ng TNC dito sa playoffs. Ako personally, naging favorite ko ang TNC in terms of the fun na binibigay nila, yung mga sayawan na binibigay nila. Kumusta ang learning sa'yo, Benting, sa buong journey nyo sa playoffs na to? Nakita ko yung post eh, huling biyahe nyo na. Final thoughts sa overall journey ng TNC para sa MPL?
Ayun, madami naman learnings. Sobrang taba na ng utak namin
Sobrang taba na?
Kulang na lang sa panalo. Yung last game namin, hindi lang siya basta chill. Kumbaga, ngayon pa lang, nag-start na yung season 12 namin.
Ayan na. Sinabi na ng TNC, markahan nyo na. Ngayon pa lang, nagsisimula na ang season 12 nila. Ayan, ang TNC Pro Team. Tignan natin kung kaya nilang pigilan ang pag-arangkada ng Omega. Balik sa inyo, mga shoutcasters.
Alright, good to see TNC still, again, very lighthearted. And yeah, it's because no pressure. Not midnight, but Manjin. Sorry, both M's. Funny when you think about it, they got nothing to win, but also nothing to lose.
Yeah.
So might as well just have fun with it and put on a show.
I was gonna say, might as well, man. It's the last week of the regular season here, and even with that situation, you don't have any pressure, but think of the impact that you can have, especially in the series.
It's as if you're planting a seed for MPL Season 12, and remember the TNC is also the team that brought that same energy during MPL Season 8, and then they went really strong on MPL Season 9, and it's also been things as part of the team. So it's really refreshing to see TNC to have this kind of attitude, because they're all smiles. It's as if they want us to smile as well, even all of the failures that we do in every day.
Yeah. Oh, that's so inspirational. I think that's is that the spirit of TNC now? It's just wholesome inspiration. And yeah, there is a lot to look at TNC and be inspired of.
Yeah, I was going to say, their backstory, right? I mean, with some of these players, where we really got, I would say back in Season 9, we really got to know a lot about TNC, the members there, and, kind of everything they've been through up to the point. I mean, even again, where that whole, I know it's in Tagalog, but basically that it's the ride of TNC, which is, referring to like the jeepney ride, because one of them used to be a jeepney driver. So there's a whole story there. And yeah, I feel like it is very important that even you know, when life is throwing you obstacles, and well, there's a saying to that too. When life gives you lemons, make lemonade, basically, right?
Yeah.
At least like see the positivity in all these situations, and I think that's what they're getting ready to do. You like it?
Chantel seems like she wants to say something.
I was about to
She's so
say a
excited.
joke.
What is it? Go for it.
When,
Go for it.
When life gives you onions, then
What?
make an onion ring. That's all. I was actually craving for onion ring.
When life gives you lemons, make lemonade.
Welcome to the English desk.
when life gives you onions, make onion rings.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Welcome to the English desk. Again, our streak of food references still perfect. Even
fitting right in.
Fitting right in very, very well. Just a moment. Again, a very inspiring TNC Pro team has the potential to be the nightmare of Barangay Omega, the dream shatterers for the barangay. Will the jeepney crash into Barangay Omega, or will the barangay's defenses hold up, secure crucial points, and get closer to securing a playoff slot? Let's welcome to the stage, it's TNC Pro Team and Smart Omega.
Looking to end the season strong, the Phoenix looks to take a trip into the barangay of Omega. Will they take them along for the ride? Give it up for TNC Pro Team! Fighting for a playoff spot. It's time for the barangay to make it happen. Can they fend off the Phoenix's own poison and strike true? Let's welcome to the stage, Smart Omega! And their coaches, Coach Puckbet and Coach Scholar. Who will come out on top?
Walking out, bringing back the Dougie, the Cat Daddy, and the Kaldag all rolled into one. TNC Pro Team, Ninja Killer, King Kong, Cram, Goyo, and Ben Things.
So, you know, this is a little variation to what we've seen, but of course we've seen all these boys play throughout the season here. And, you know, still, it's going to be true, right? Because we compared Ben Things in the Rome against Miko, still going to be leading the charge here. And at the same time, yeah, Cram, the familiar face, King Kong, man, has been dominant in the jungle. And I think that's something that that's exactly the sound he makes, you know, running across. That was Chantel, by the way. Great sound effects here. But yeah, there's a lot here on the line still, given the situation that Omega has to deal with, and this is who they have to deal with. Ninja Killa as well. Might have been a name change, but still a familiar face here.
There you have it. Smart, Omega, Keller, Ryzen, Renjo, Storm, and Miko. No Luis. So back to the Ren show for this one.
Again, for this starting lineup for Smart Omega, I believe that they really want that veterans from Renjo as their X-Lane, knowing that X-Lane has been really critical in terms of team fight and initiations on this season. And at the same time, we really have to look forward on Miko's stepping up on his game because, again, he's up against the Bentings of TNC. With this kill participation of 69%, I doubt that it would be easy for him to keep up with these stats. And at the same time, we might see Storm on a different level in terms of how he really plays. Again, Smart Omega is struggling for their playoff spot. They really have to step up on the drafting and at the same time how they initiate a play. So when we see on this team head-to-head, yes, the game win rate is relatively high for Smart Omega because of the wins that they had. But we have to remember the wins that TNC was able to secure before this matchup. They were able to secure the Giants in this tournament. And before this matchup, the first matchup of TNC and Smart Omega, it was Omega, yes, but at the same time, it was before those wins of TNC.
Yeah, before TNC just started surprising us all and made it look like they were going to make a run for the playoffs. It's a different version of these two teams. But the question now is for Omega, what version of Omega are we going to get today? Are we going to get an on-point Omega that looks just as terrifyingly good as their old form when Chakno and Ito Max were playing? Are we gonna get an inconsistent Omega? That's always been the theme and question for Smart Omega all throughout the season. Did they wake up good today?
Did they eat breakfast?
Did they eat breakfast?
Did they take a bath?
Did they take a bath? All those factors.
Did they make onion rings, Chantel? I don't know.
I guess onion rings and lemonade. Why
Oh,
not?
we're gonna
That's
find
a good
out.
combo.
You know, that sounds like a terrible combo, guys.
I will eat it.
Hey,
Onion rings
don't
and
hate.
lemonade.
Someone out there is watching right now, and that's what they're eating right now, or that's what they love. You
All right.
can't.
You should try.
Fine. I won't spoil
I'll
the
make you
party
some.
up until I tried it. Fine. I'm gonna try it one of these days. Speaking of, though, I wonder what these two teams are gonna be cooking up and what they need to cook up for this series. What do they need to do? What are their conditions? Who do we watch out for? All of that will be answered by the Infinix Keys to Victory.
Well, marami talagang kailangan gawin ang parehas na koparan. Kaya tignan natin ang kanilang mga keys to victory na hatid sa atin ng Infinix now for TNC. Go out with a bang. Again, huling biyahe na ng TNC ito and mayroon silang tsansa na guluhin yung standings ng regular season. And ang kinagandaan sa TNC is pwedeng iba't ibang flavor yung patakboy nila. Nakita na natin kanina sa roster, sa in-game, pwede pa magbago to. Pwede sila na magdala ng mga kakaibang lason against Smart Omega. Lalo pat nandito rin si Ninja Killa. Malay natin, makita natin yung renaissance ng kanyang Zilong Gold Lane on the side of TNC. Now, for the side of Smart Omega, beware of TNC's YOLO picks. Directly countering yung point number 1 na hinatid ni TNC dito. Kailangan aware ang Smart Omega sa mga pwedeng lason or yung mga kakaibang picks, yung mga unorthodox meta heroes na pwedeng ilabas ng TNC. Baka ito yung maging dahilan nila sa downfall ng kanilang game dahil kapag hindi ka talaga handa harapin itong mga bagong heroes ito, ay lalasunin ka talaga pagdating sa paglalaro. Now, sa both sides naman, kills must be converted to objectives. Medyo seryoso yung third point natin dahil ang problema ng dalawang team na to is talagang translation pagdating sa endgame objectives. And alam naman natin, very crucial yung mga tower takes and especially yung mga lords dahil ito yung ginagamit ng mga teams upang manalo. Yung mga pick-offs ay nagsisimula sa mga lord dances kaya naman napaka-importante niyan for both TNC and Smart Omega. Very interesting yung magiging huling laban ng TNC and for Omega, ito ang kanilang magiging tournament life. Yan ating keys to victory, hatid sa atin ng Infinix.
You know what, Chantel, I'm glad that you mentioned earlier the fact that the wins of TNC seem to be more high profile. These are two teams coming off of heartbreaking 0-2 losses yesterday, Omega versus Echo. The 2 weeks beforehand, it was TNC dropping to ONIC. And now that we have the keys to victory up, what stood out there for you or what are you giving special focus to for this one?
Well, actually, for the specific for Smart Omega that they really have to look forward on a TNC's YOLO picks, I mean, it's also their territory. So if they are able to really pull off something or counter out those YOLO picks, why not the Hanzos, maybe the Silang. Okay, they're confused.
Yeah, they're trying to get it.
Okay, you'll get there. Okay. Wrong side of the road, dude.
Come on, guys. This is why we work on synergy. I know they're on different teams.
You know what? Sometimes it just doesn't pan out. You know, even though both of you seem interested, and then you do everything you can to make it work, it just doesn't work. You know.
That sounds deep.
We're talking about the
heart, the heart.
Yep.
Split screen hearts. Hey, let's look at the player head to head. Oh, look, green arrows for Stone.
Yep, actually for the side of TNC, we also have to remember that there were switches in terms of the roster starting players actually during this season. So that is as to why there are differences and mostly are leaning towards Stone. And again, Stone is the type of player that is really centric in terms of team fights and really deals the damage for the team. And we have other players to secure the kills for Smart Omega. Now, remember that again, Omega won with a 2-0 on their first game. But during those moments, it's as if TNC is a team that is trying to find that perfect formula, perfect roster to fill in for this season. And this is somehow a new discovery for Smart Omega as well, knowing that there is going to be a different player that instead of Jesus, they will use Cram.
Oh yeah, it's good to see Cram Time back, by the way. Hopefully he's well recovered, but he is looking healthy and good and strong, so good for him. For TNC, looking back at the match history, if I recall correctly, this was a series where it really felt like TNC had that shot. But things would just happen. Either it would be one error or two. And hence why I agree, I resonate strongly with that third key to victory where kills need to lead to objectives.
Yeah.
These are two teams who, for me, have had the tendency all throughout the season where they get pickoffs, they get kills, but it doesn't necessarily translate into a major conversion. Conversion seems to be the big thing that these two teams need to make sure they get.
Yeah, actually, and that is the main reason as to why they don't also get to secure the win, even though they're up against the other team. So again, for this, maybe for this game, we might see those heroes again, more on the comfy picks I'm expecting for Smart Omega on the early part. Remember yesterday, they tried to go for the Minsithar, Kadita, and Leslie, and it's not a good story for them. It's not a good start for that game. So we see on our screens that Kaj has been banned already, so not on the single targeting. They don't want those fast plays for the side of TNC.
Yeah, they don't. They're looking at the comfort picks right now of Stome and Miko. That's been a good combo for them all throughout the season. Faramis in the hands of Stome and then Akaja in the hands of Miko. Meanwhile, Omega do not want to give the Fanny to King Kong. So we also have to watch out for other assassin picks that King Kong might have. And I wouldn't be surprised if Omega might even think about prioritizing a Lancelot on the red side just because they don't want it in the hands of King Kong.
Yeah, actually, on that last game from King Kong, it was really nice on that Lancelot Tankselt play. So we will be seeing a 1-1 ban here by Smart Omega. So many heroes are open, actually. Valentino could be one, Fredrin could be one, even Arlot, actually, for Ninja Cram, rather, on this game. Oh, yeah, Ninja Killa. So I believe for TNC, they might want to go for that hero that it could be converted on 2 possible rows. Maybe an XP lane that can be used as the jungle as well. So Fredrin is a good contention. But again, this both teams has their junglers that can use assassins. So Valentina, Arlot could be one. Even Joy actually is an option here for this game.
Yeah, at this point, there's a lot left open. We're going to find out here in a couple seconds what TNC kind of decides to go with. And this is probably the safest choice, right? I mean, this has been the trend the entire season so far, pretty much globally. He has, I would say, the past couple weeks, you don't see that Fredrin picked up as soon as you used to. Like right away, you're just kind of betting on it because there's so many options, now that we've seen a slight shift in the way the meta has developed here.
Oh, yeah.
But response, we could probably see that Valentino response being picked up. Like you mentioned, Joy is actually still available too. And really, this is going to kind of paint that picture already with what Omega wants to do. One of the biggest things, though, is that they secure themselves also a great roam option in this first phase if they can. Otherwise, it's going to be banned out. But the Arlot, the Beatrix, are both solid picks for now.
But by the way, Omega are really going back to comforts here.
Yep.
They pick up the Beatrix, and no, I'm not talking about a comfort for Kelra. That's a favored pick of Ninja Killa back in Season 10 when TNC were still trying to find their stride. It was Ninja Killa on the Beatrix who would pull off some great plays and looking like the light of hope for TNC then. So immediately Omega says, you know what, we don't want to give that comfort to him.
As much as possible. And yes, actually for Smart Omega, I think it's a bit early though to pick the Beatrix because you have a lot of heroes that could be the counter on the next heroes that TNC will pick on this game. Now, TNC, they have the option to take that Valentina that we've been mentioning, but it's going to be Lancelot. We've been mentioning this earlier, so the Fredrin is going to be used as the XP lane as to why so if we think about it, there's no trade actually with the open heroes for Smart Omega. It's only the Arlot that they got. They gave the Franco of Miko. They gave the Lancelot for supposed to be for Ryzen, but it's gonna be Cho here. More the comforts really for Smart Omega.
It's crazy the swerve TNC did with their first pick. We're expecting Jungle Fred. Suddenly in 2 picks that Fredrin became an XP laner. Here comes a Tanksalot, and here comes a Franco as well for Ben things.
But that's actually what's crazy though, is the fact that, you know, naturally everybody's instinct when they see that Fredrin pop up is jungle. Because that's literally what we've seen. Now we have seen him flex in XP lane before, you know, and I know some, you know, people that love Fredrin like to play him in roam, you know, in solo queue. But the thing is in competitive play, we see him parked in 2 places. XP lane, it still can work. It still is I would say, a rather safe pick. But, you know, that matchup versus the Arlot, you know, how much... In that matchup, you're kind of just surviving in that lane for the most part. You're going to use your utility later on, which can actually be very beneficial. Now, Arlot, though, the value that he has throughout the game is always going to be something to be concerned about. So, you know, again, this is where the XP laners, like Chantel said earlier on, the value for XP lane is so high, and they can change the course of a game. And that's why I'm saying, you know, for Renzio, we've seen him perform outstanding on an Arlot in the XP lane before. We've also seen him fall too short. So now this is, again, coming down to, I know we lined up the roamers, and they have their importance and everything, but even the XP lane. And so you have the Arlot, you got to be way more proactive than I feel like you do on a Fredrin XP lane here.
Yeah, we're talking about mobility here of the heroes. Arlot definitely has the easier route in terms of backing up on those team fights. And for Smart Omega, I feel like the ban that they have is not really specific, having to ban that Leslie. Out of nowhere, we see a Valentina ban. So I believe Smart Omega just really wants to open up those heroes that are available after TNC will pick up their heroes. So they're trying to counter out, although TNC is also countering them. Again, when we see Beatrix on your lineup, it's safe to say that you are going towards that Franco instant combo kill after the hook.
Yeah.
So Smart Omega, they're just really trying to counter TNC's pick. So TNC, they're focusing now on possible Ryzen heroes. But again, for Ryzen, he can use a lot of heroes, maybe even Hayabusa. Okay.
Oh my goodness, TNC are reading Omega so well. I really thought Omega would leave the Valentina open at the least, because that would be a great 4th pick for them. They'd get themselves the ultimate of the Franco. But when the Valentina gone, the next best possible looking pick for Omega was the Eve, so TNC banned it out. Not sure if that's a bait or just a great call by TNC to say, we're not giving that to you, because it's looking like it's going to be a good pick for the side of Omega. So now, towards the mid laners, I mean, the Farsa is open, but there's still so many open on the side of TNC that it'll be dangerous to pick up a Farsa. They might save their mid laner pick for last and then just pick up their Ryzen hero. Now, I mean, the Akai is still opening up on the board. You could even consider a Martis for Ryzen. I do like the thought of a Hayabusa if they want to go for it. Oh, but no, they go ahead and pick up their mid laner. They go for Kagura.
Okay, for the side of Smart Omega, they want those type of heroes that could play individually. So this is not the type of lineup we're in. They really want those 5v5s. As much as possible, they want those fast plays, maybe ganks on other lanes, having this Kagura on an instant burst, and even the Cho. So still, the jungler has not been revealed for the side of Smart Omega. I like that you've mentioned Martis could be one option here. Actually, good option for Smart Omega on this game. Now, TNC, they're still lacking that artillery burst hero. There's no Valentina. There's no Eve. There's the Forza, though that could be picked, and they will take that. So it's a good counter against the Kagura, but we call it the Kryptonite heroes because they will just look for each other on every position that they might be. And TNC right now will pick Brody.
Okay.
A super beautiful draft for TNC.
Really,
Checks
so
all the
much
boxes.
so. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like this is if you're TNC, it's like, oh, we got what we wanted. This is what we wanted to cook. And they got it.
Yeah, they're happy with that. And also, the mid lane matchup is going to be a little difficult here. There's the Akai, so that is going to be locked in for the jungle. But, you know, Kagura, yeah, the burst can be there. But what we've seen so far, and you saw, it was a 6%, I think, pick rate at this point. She started to show up a little more at the end of the weeks here. But usually what you see is Kagura struggling. Generally, against, like, if you're looking head-to-head versus a Farsa, she has a much harder time, and this is what I was talking about. The lineup of Omega has to be very proactive in landing everything to make it work for the most part. So let's see how it unfolds.
Actually, for the lineup of Smart Omega, I'm really questioning the Akai pick because usually you want that Kagura with the crowd control that has the yin-yang overturn to be attacked by many. But at the same time, if you think about the Akai, there's a possibility that you are to move
out of the way,
out of the way, or even those who are on the range of the yin-yang overturn. So it's as if they're battling against each other's ultimates.
It's like
There's a battle inside.
Yeah, it's like they're fighting within the team, and they just have to make sure that every yin yang overturn plus heavy spin is picture perfect.
Yeah.
Like it's to a wall. That's why earlier I thought it could be a Martis because at least the Martis has that thing where it's like clap.
Yep.
You like
Here's
put
the
him there
gathered
for
up.
you.
Yeah, it's like gathered up for a Kagura. So yeah, it seems like it's a much harder lineup for Omega to pull off. TNC have checked the boxes they wanted to. Here we are in the game. Let's see if TNC can be the nightmare of Omega.
Again, we've mentioned earlier the mobility in terms of the explainers here for TNC and Omega, and I believe that for Ninja Gala, the classic, by the way, Ben Thanks doing the delays on that Franco play, and we've noticed as well that even Cram is on the lead in terms of how he pokes against Rencho. So in terms of backup or added damage in terms of team fights, it's definitely going to be on a TNC side, and Omega still has to wait for the perfect timing wherein Miko is to give vision and as much as possible execute that player that they will see.
Yeah, by the way, TNC actually ranked first in average team goal this season with 56,402. And meanwhile, for the Barangay Smart Omega, they're ranked first in team damage with 208. I think that also stems from the fact that these two teams have a record of just playing really long games.
Yeah, either like really long, scrappy games as well, you know, and even there in the bottom side, you can see there's some attention being put there from Ryzen because honestly, if Renzio can get a little bit of a lead, he's going to do really well in the R-Lot. Right now, he is going to be running that tenacity here. Pretty much has to, right? Because part of him and Ryzen have to work together to find those sets like we were talking about, pretty much the interaction when you have the Sakai on your team alongside a hero like Kagura who's so reliant on landing her ultimate at the right time, right moment, and spacing is so concerned. You're going to need that R-Lot to also kind of push him into place if you can. So already, first fight for this turtle. Renzio going to have to get out of there. There is the way of the dragon. They secure the turtle. Still going to be going. Renzio goes in too. Still looking for the kill for the hunt. Prazer's Wrath going to come down. No one falls just yet, but Stone comes in, finds a kill, and off camera with the help of Ben Things, Ninja Killa gets one top side.
It all started with that very nice zone out actually from Smart Omega. Wait, there's a hook.
There it is. Miko. Yeah, he couldn't escape that one. As you were saying,
Action-packed play. And again, for Smart Omega and even TNC, they're not ending this team fight. It's all about the pokes. And at the same time for TNC, they really want to have those trades against Smart Omega. But if we go back on that total objective rather for Smart Omega, it all started with that nice zoning capability that they have against TNC. And at the same time, we saw Ryzen even use the heavy spin. Even there are no players from TNC near that area. So they're just really looking forward on those possible entry points of TNC during that moment. But if we look at the gold, it's still on TNC's side. and that is on the hands of their marksman, which is Ninja Killa. 500 the lead, goal lead against Keller. That is high actually if you're on the laning phase.
Right now, the bottom lane, Crab duking it out with Renjo, but here comes Ryzen.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and lock down Cram here. With a heavy spin, this should just be an easy kill for them to convert. Ryzen grabs the kill, going to be able to grab a little bit of extra gold too. So now, again, this is that little bit of a lead that he can build upon, follow through with, and that might be only the only time that we see Ryzen really visit bottom. If they can secure and guarantee a kill, that's going to be best. Going to miss the Iron Hook here. Also, one thing I just wanted to point out, I think BREN is literally one of the only roamers, at least here in the MPL Philippines, that does this when he locks in the Franco. He loves this focusing mark emblem for that extra amount of burst damage for his team, basically.
They really want to secure that kill every time there's a hook, actually. As to why that is also the emblem here for BREN, and it has been really effective for TNC. Now for Omega, the target is... Okay, there's a flicker, by the way.
All right, he wanted to flicker out of danger, as he did. Hook gonna land, though. They get it out. Stone's gonna be just fine. The way the Kagura works has that built in. There's gonna be the heavy spin. King Kong could be in trouble. Falls here. Stone grabs the kill. Now they're going to set the rise for the second turtle of the game. Hook not going to be able to secure it there as BREN attempt. Final slash comes out. Renzio grabs a kill for himself. Omega coming out on top.
We've mentioned earlier the veterans that they need for Smart Omega, and Renzo is stepping up on that game. Very nice entry against Goyo, which is the burst damager supposedly of TNC. Again, Omega has been playing as if they are always ready whenever there is someone for TNC that will go inside on that turtle tip. Turtle pit, and at the same time, Omega is somehow having that synchronization of skills, which is really beautiful. And if you go back to that play early on the bottom lane, when there was a player, there was a secured kill for Omega. Kelra was on the in between the first tier and second tier turret, so there's no possible trade for TNC at that moment.
Extended is going to be the laning phase right now. However, teams are more frequently rotating all together. Items coming up. Cram finally building up his dominant size. Hunter Strike already in the hands of Renjo. No wonder why that R-Lot hurts. There's a VOD for Kelra. While it's still very neck and neck in terms of the goal between the two gold laners. Top side, TNC want to find their opening here. 3 versus 2. But it seems like with how Omega is positioning, they know. They feel something in the air. The TNC might just be nearby, so here comes a topside rotation by Omega this time around.
I was saying they're looking to respond to it, you know, but really I don't think they have to do too much at this point. Omega, one of the biggest things is just avoid the hooks and wait for the next objective to pop up. Yeah. You have this nice, comfortable lead now at this point in the game, 6.5 minutes in, and you should be able to set yourself up for, you know, a good take for this next turtle and then into the Lords.
Yeah, as much as possible for a Smart Omega, they just have to continue the pacing. Although at the bottom lane, there's a hook.
Alright, he flickered in. Miko, there's another response with the flicker. That was quite an interesting interaction between both teams. No one going down though, but what did happen is now BREN doesn't have the Bloody Hunt. He doesn't have the flicker here. So this should be a fairly easy turtle for Omega to take, then secures themselves all 3 for the game.
Things are pretty good actually for Smart Omega. They're now at a 2.4k gold lead, and everything is going on to the side. Even those visions that Mika has been giving, they are able to destroy the turret, as the White Storm already has that lightning truncheon. So again, under the turret.
Wow. Okay. Stone finding a kill there. You know, I was saying how hard it is going to be for Kagura to find kills in this game, but so far Stone has had no problem. And not to mention, he's running Mystery Shop here, so he's already stacking on the items.
Yeah, 3 kills. Styling and profiling was Stone. And it seems like he's just watching out for where Goyo is going to be using the Feathered Airstrike. I mean, at this point, the pros understand, yeah, a Farsa in lane will use the ultimate to clear up the minion waves quickly. So Stone, knowing that he has a slight edge right now in terms of the items, at that point he already had the Clock of Destiny, so he decided, you know what? I think I'm going to try to kill him under tower, and it worked out well for Stone.
Yeah, and it's really effective actually for Smart Omega. And if you look at the position, actually, they don't really position themselves after that riverside. So there's no possibility for TNC to go overboard or make a play against them because of that controlled space or controlled vision that I give against TNC. Now for Omega, it's a good option for them that they are now on this side of the map. of TNC, and TNC, it's as if they're just reacting, or it's not really reacting. It's as if they don't want to fight at all. No trades, no anything against Smart Omega.
Yeah, very safe right now is TNC. I think it's also a testament to Storm. Oh, wait, no, Ryzen finds Ben Things!
Gonna be the heavy spin, locking down Ben Things. Immortality already gonna be popped here. Kelra profiting off that kill. And like you said, you know, Omega doesn't have to do too much. If they can find picks like that, kills, they have a lot of options. Here's gonna be another one. Way the Dragon sending Cram back, goes in. Renzio with the final slash, able to pick up the kill. Here's Stone though. Renzio does fall right in front of him, trying to hold on. Tier 1 finally goes down in the mid lane. TNC though, still scrapping here in this game 1.
I just gotta say, yo, Miko, that was tight. That was a hell of a kick that he pulled off onto Kram's Fredrin there.
Actually, even Kram, I think he was also surprised that there was a Cho out of nowhere during that moment. And Smart Omega, wow, this is very different from their performance yesterday. They're really confident on how they will really position themselves on every objective that they have. And a good thing that, wait, there's that hook.
Yeah, they're gonna go in with the Bloody Hunt. They still have quite a bit of damage on the side of TNC. So they force Ryzen back as well. Ben Things also half health here. They continue the Lord Dance though. Might be a little bit risky here. The hook's gonna land and finds Miko. Goyo grabbing himself a kill, still going for it. King Kong gonna get final slashed away. Omega still looking to keep TNC here in this Lord Dance. TNC's got to be really careful how they approach it. Kelra waiting in the backside, trying to reposition here. Still taking the risk. Goyle also trying to buy time. Ben Things got to be careful. Doesn't land the hook. He's in trouble here. Renzio now. Can he escape this? There's the feathered airstrike. It comes down. Finds Renzio. Still going to be battling for it. It's Ryzen that secures the Lord. And Ben Things falls. TNC took a risk and they lost it.
It was a nice initiation play from Smart Omega, and at the same time, good zoning from Rensha. Yes, he was the bait on that game as to why they were able to secure the Lord. Again, for TNC, there was a nice feather airstrike from Goyo, but at the same time, the first 2 hits of the feather airstrike was to secure a kill against Rensha and not on the Lord pit. So the damage that TNC dealt against or for that contest is not really that high as compared to Omega's, even if Storm doesn't have the Yin Yang overturn during the time. So we could see the Lord now marching in the bottom lane. They have the kit though. They have the Yin Yang overturn and even the heavy spin for Ryzen.
Oh, and the right just to clear things up. Yeah, right now, a lot of faith by TNC onto King Kong to secure those objectives, but that was just a difficult retribution battle to win if you were King Kong. You did see he tried his absolute damnedest to make sure he got it, but it was still Ryzen who, you know, with how Omega were positioned at that moment, they set him up for success to get that. And that's been the story, I believe, here for Omega, is that they've set TNC up for failure by pressuring the rotational abilities of Goyo and Ben Things, while setting themselves up for success by converting it into good positioning. After they get a pick off, they place themselves elsewhere in the map, get a little bit more vision, get a little bit more space provided, and that's the key to victory earlier. Convert those kills. It doesn't necessarily need to be objectives, just convert it into something.
Convert it into something right now. I'd love to see TNC, though, get some objectives, right? They have 0 turrets at this point. You know, and that, again, this is the struggle with possibly, you know, having Fredrin in the XP lane. What can you do when you're at this point of the game? Now, you're not as tanky as, say, if he was parked in the jungle, right? Where at least you can kind of take that front-loaded damage from the opposing team. But really, at this point, as an XP Fredrin, and, you know, you've had a rough start, you're kind of just, let me flicker in and get a taunt off and maybe a little bit of CC.
Actually,
and hope I survive.
That's really true, because if you look at the Rensha's playstyle here, a lot of brilliant plays with those final slashes. So I believe for Smart Omega, that's the difference, because yes, there is the taunt for Fredrin, but for Rensha, there's the displacement with the final slash. Now for TNC, they're a bit struggling on how they will really connect those skills that they have. It's as if they're waiting for that hook from Ben Things first, and then they will go for a kill. But it's not the story anymore. It's either they stop Kelra or really focus fire on Kelra or maybe even Storm during this game. So there's no counter initiation or counter burst against the play that I want. Again, for Omega, They don't have to do anything at all. Just secure the Lord, and after that, secure the inhibitor turret, and maybe secure the base.
That's smart. Ben Things actually stepped on the Cyclone Eye and hoped that he would land the hook so that he doesn't need to use the flicker to draw it back even further. Smart play there. Would have been cool if he saw that land, but of course there were no members of Omega nearby. Now, 6,000 roughly is a goal lead for OMG. Again, objectives right now needs to be the key here for TNC. They don't have one just yet. They've landed a few tickles and caresses onto the mid lane tower. That's pretty much it. They need to convert it if they can. Find something. But Omega, of course, we know they're not going to give that. As the early game rotations that Omega did onto Cram, I think that's one of the biggest reasons why we don't feel this Fredrin even more so.
Okay, well, Ben Things has been fishing for a while. He's going to find Miko here, not going to convert into a kill. Renzio on the backside, pushing him back. Cram, though, takes the heavy spin, escapes with a sliver of health. No one actually surprisingly goes down. I was expecting someone to fall there.
Yeah.
But all of this now, again, still resetting here for this Lord. And you know, I like just when you're watching this kind of unfold, right? Ben Things is literally fishing for hooks. That's what he's doing. And that's part of the problem, right? Because you really rely on it. Yeah, you rely on that, right? You rely on that hook, and if you don't find it, again, you don't have many options, whereas across from you, man, Omega has like 3-4 options to initiate, to peel, to pretty much do anything they want. Well, Kelra just has to sit in the back, you know?
Yeah.
And here it is.
There it is.
Nico with the Way of the Dragon, find Ben Things. Does take quite a bit of damage. Immortality, though, finally going to be popped. Ninja Killer already taken out. And Ben Things falls as well. Now Omega making the beeline for the Lord.
What a clean move by Smart Omega, and that burst from a stone. They're just aware that the two players of TNC was there during that moment. And for Smart Omega, again, they are trying to extend this Lord objective that they're trying to take. Maybe they want that information as to where the players of TNC are.
Yeah.
And they're finding for King Kong.
They're going to know there's the Way of the Dragon. Look at the damage. It's too much. Kelra grabs the kill, and it looked too clean from Smart Omega, and now they get the Lord on top of it as they get prepped up to march into the base of TNC.
Well, they found him. That's why Omega was, as Chantal put it, was dragging that Lord take as long as possible. But then Omega just checking out the boxes, finding King Kong in what could have been a great steal opportunity. But Omega said, no, we're not going to let you get that opportunity. Item-wise, Ninja Killer, I feel like he's comfortable enough, but it's the rest of TNC is. Even this Farsa with his Divine Glaive, at this point still needs to full build. To put it bluntly, needs to full build until Omega needs to start worrying about that Farsa.
Maybe even the Winter Truncheon, actually, because he's being targeted here by Smart Omega. It's as if he is having difficulty on finding the perfect spot to use the Feathered Airstrike, because we haven't seen a real decent Feathered Airstrike during this game. And by far, this is one of the cleanest games of Smart Omega, to be fair, with this 10K goal lead. And I really like that they went in for the prevention for possible damages here from TNC, having the Wind of Nature and even the Winter Truncheon for Stoke.
Yeah, okay. They were going to try to make a play there, but finally Lord's going to be taken care of. Actually, Miko goes in.
Wow.
There's the Way of the Dragon. The burst damage is already there. Renzio still on the chase here. Going to force them back. 3 have already fallen for TNC. Omega looking for more. Renzio finally getting taken out by Ninja Killer. It's only him and King Kong. Omega might be looking to punch this one in. They've got a couple minions left. They've got the burst damage as well. Ninja Killer got to be careful. There's the Winter Truncheon coming out. Crystal's going to be worked on. They can't stop him. Omega takes game number 1.
Okay, Omega. They understood the assignment today. They pressured the right targets at the right time. Game 1, dominant.
Yeah, definitely one of the cleanest games of Smart Omega during this season. Objectives, it's as if they have that checklist that we need to do this at the early part of the game. We go on the XP lane side, kill it, and then disrupt the rotation of TNC, and then on to the next step, and then win the game.
Yeah, and I think that's the perfect point to focus on here that you mentioned. It's disrupt the rotation. TNC, despite the early trades that they got, the pickoffs, trading in the mid game also with the objective team fights, they couldn't get that perfect rotation that we've been used to seeing TNC be able to pull off recently.
Yep.
Once they started racking up those all-important wins to make a run for the playoffs slot. Omega, it seemed like they always knew where Ben Things and Goyo wanted to go, but I think it's also a mix of the Ben Things Goyo rotation.
You know why they knew where Ben Things always was?
Why?
He's throwing hooks out left and right, like here I am.
Yeah.
Here's a hook.
Here I am, yeah.
This, you know, and that's the thing. That is the downside of Franco.
Yeah. They capitalized on that so well.
Yeah.
They did.
And every time where Bentings is, Goya is beside him.
Yeah.
So it's as if they're buying buy one take one.
Yeah.
You know where Bentings is. You also know where Goya is.
Yeah. You get 2 eggs in one basket. We can keep going all day over here.
2 birds with one
There's
hook.
a promo.
There's a promo. 2-in-1. A lot of things. Again, that is the big picture of it all. Those are the obvious moments that we've noticed, but I'm sure Chantel is going to be ready to give us the lowdown of the little details that we may have missed in that 17-minute game where Omega dominated TNC. So, Donya Chantel, give us a lowdown.
Disrupting the rotation, that has been the answer and the key here for Smart Omega. Again, by far the cleanest, one of the cleanest games of Smart Omega in terms of execution, and at the same time how they really rotate on that game. Again, Smart Omega has played splendidly on that game number 1. Imagine it was 17 minutes, not really full of action, but we all know that Smart Omega has this checklist. Yes, Bentings was able to delay the buff of Ryzen on the earlier part of the game, but Ryzen focused on the lane of Cram. During that time, they are aware that Fredrin's not going to be that effective in terms of the early turtle objective because Cram was a bit delayed. Again, it's all about having that backup and as much as possible added sustain if you really want those team fights, and Smart Omega was able to neglect or decline that type of play from TNC. Even on the other objectives, Turtle was on their side, all those 3, and even the Lord objective, and TNC wasn't able to secure any turret against Smart Omega. It's all about their hero composition. We're questioning that Akai and Kagura tandem, but at the same time, we have to consider that Omega was aware of that possible disadvantage on this type of lineup. So what they did was, Ryzen focused on having that heavy spin to as much as possible secure those objectives, have Storm and Rensho do the combo plays, and have that Jeet Kune Do combo as well on the Yin Yang overturn. So we could see the hero damage. Yes, it was a bit close, a 50k gold lead, but for Smart Omega, it's all about the conversion of the objectives. Again, damage to turret for TNC. They weren't able to destroy any turret against Smart Omega. Yes, we saw King Kong on the Lancelot again, but it's different if you're up against the MVP of that game, Storm with a Kagura play, 703 KDA. Remember, there was a time that he was at 3-0, and we've mentioned earlier that he was ready to be, he was prepared for a possible late game prowess of TNC and built that winter truncheon. So from the start of our game, again, that middle lane point, I believe that's around 3 minutes of our game. That was a solo kill against Goyo. And those kills at the early part of the game is very crucial because it's a Forza. And when we say Forza, it expected to go wings by wings on the top lane, even at the bottom lane, just to secure the kills for TNC since they have that Franco and Brody type of lineup. So again, for Smart Omega, all they did was to do what is on the to-do list and at the same time focus on those possible threats that TNC can bring up until the late game. Again, we've mentioned that they're just doing what they're supposed to do in terms of the heroes that they have, even the skill set that they have. We could see Rensho targeting Goyo. We could see Ryzen specifically trying to negate Bentings to have those hooks. Even the heavy spin actually is being used against Bentings because they all know that the hooks from Bentings could be the double-edged sword for TNC on this game. And even on those Lord moments, by the way, Ryzen has been playing or did splendid with those retributions. And for Smart Omega, there are moments wherein we see them go for 5v5 and then after that they go straight on other objectives. So that is the third Infinix key to victory on this game. Again, for Smart Omega, very different from their performance yesterday. They did their homework against TNC, and I kind of feel like for TNC, they are limiting the potential that they saw, the potential inside them. And yeah, for TNC, we might see changes on how they will really play. But for Smart Omega, all they have to do is continue what they're doing. That's the analysis, and I'm sure Renmar and Nice has a lot to say.
A lot to say.
A lot to say.
We do.
There, I said it. No, but yeah, very on point there. I like the suggestion there for Omega, where just continue what you did. There's not much you got to change.
Man, that game was basically perfect for them.
Yeah.
And, you know, I like that you mentioned it, too, because we kind of questioned even the Akai pick, right? But when you see it executed and it was there, yeah, Akai would naturally be kind of a obstacle for your own Kagura, right? But what ended up happening, man, and Smart Omega did this so well when we saw it in the highlights, is if they used up one of those pretty much pick-off potentials, whether it was the Way of the Dragon or even the way that the fatal or Final Slash was used, man, they had things overlaid and covered so well. So, yeah, if something was out, they had another plan for it. Whereas, again, on the other side, TNC literally had, did Ben Things land a hook? All right, let's wait for another one.
Yeah,
that's how it felt.
Yeah, the Omega had so many options. CNC had just one option. Where again, we're used to seeing that one option being deadly, but Omega just looked so ready to answer that every time. It's like they knew that, okay, this is a favorite hero. What can we do? What can we pick? And the Kagura pick was a question mark, but it turned out becoming the MVP performance. So Stone brought his game face to game number 1, while the fans here in Shooting Gallery Studios, Team Shooting Gallery, bringing their game face as well. They can be the next Smart Game Face of the Day winner. They just have to flash the hashtag #PowerOfSmart on their devices with a green background. Once you have the cameras up close to your face, just like this beautiful lady here, congratulations to her because she is the game face of the day. Put your game face on to win a redeemable in-game code. So yeah, y'all missing out a lot when you don't show up here for the Shooting Gallery Studios. I mean, today's our second to the last day. Tomorrow's obviously it'll be your last day. I can't believe I just had to repeat that.
After a break, we'll have another break.
We'll have a 2-week break.
We just had a break and we
do a break again.
And then we go back for the playoffs, though.
Yeah.
So make sure we'll see y'all in SMX. I'm sure there'll also be smart game faces there. But that's going to be more intense.
It reminds me of, one of my favorite animes out there. I'm not going to name it, but, when you watch an episode, you're like,
what anime is that?
No, I'm just, I don't know what you're thinking, Jenda. I'm just saying, when you watch an episode, you're like, man, I got to wait a while for the next
another
one.
week, yeah. Yeah. I got you.
You got it?
I understood the assignment. Sorry.
Okay.
All right.
So all of us are on the same footing, right? Yeah. All's good here. Game number 2, though, I feel like TNC need to be on a similar footing.
Yep.
If us, we're on the same page.
They need to be.
They need to be. Specifically, Bentings and Goyo. Because, I don't know, there's something about how Bentings and Goyo move around the map that feels so different to Bentings and Escalera.
Yeah.
And they're going up against a tandem that has pretty much stuck together all season in Miko and Stone.
Oh, yeah.
And why Miko and Stone look so much more comfortable, Bentings and Goyo together look like they were
trying to find that synergy.
Yeah, trying to find that synergy, sometimes stepping on eggshells. Like
trying to be on the same page.
Trying to be on the same page. Yeah, it wasn't completely there. So now let's see what page of the story Mara is on, because she's going to give us a little bit more details with a quick segment there.
Here at Shooting Gallery Studio, lagi tayong may team spotlight every week. At para sa week 8, we have RSG! Okay, what's your name? Denise.
Yes.
Si Denise, siya ang in charge dito sa ating team spotlight. So ano ang bago sa RSG? Kasi nakita ko, bagong jersey, bagong everything?
Yes. Actually, hindi everything, pero meron kaming mga premium na nilabas dito lang sa S11. Unang-una, etong jersey namin.
Etong jersey?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, nice. Okay. Nice. Ito. Ay, si Santi. Wait. Napadaan si Santi. Santi, dito ka muna. I-try on mo yung jersey. Sorry, mag-work ka muna overtime. Try on natin para makita nila kung gaano kaganda ang RSG jersey. Ito, bunili ko to kahapon. Magkano to?
This is 1699 premium hoodie namin siya.
Premium.
Tapos embroidered siya.
Oh, tsaka maganda yung
Yes.
material. Kung ayaw nyo ng black, meron din tayong white. Santi, mag-model ka dito. Mag-model ka. Oh, yan. Ito, i-hold up mo yan. Hold up yan.
Yan.
Pwedeng jersey, pwedeng jacket. Yung hoodie, magkano yung jersey?
Yung jersey namin 999, pero pag online mo siya binili, 1,200 siya.
999 dito?
Yes.
Oy, punta na kayo sa Sushing Gallery Studio. Oy, i-hold up mo yan. Ano mas gusto mo, Santi?
Ako mas gusto ko to kasi para hindi dumihin.
Meron din ako niyan. Ito, may white din. na
Ito
t-shirt.
kadadating lang neto today.
Ay, kararating
Yes.
lang today. Tingnan nyo yung nasa likod. Santi, hold up mo nga yan para tingnan natin kung maganda sa'yo. Meron din ito. Ayan. Magkano yan? Magkano to?
Ito, 650 lang to. Ito, old series namin
nice.
to.
Look.
Tapos
650.
on sale.
Oh, Santi, hawakan mo rin yan. Ito. Oy, I like this. Plain,
Yes.
plain.
Ang ganda ng
Magkano
likod
yan?
niya. Katulad lang siya ng mga Series 3 natin. On sale siya 20%, 928.
928.
Dating 1,200.
Ooh, nice. Bluebird fly high. Santi, pakita mo din sa kanila. Bluebird! Ito, black. Gusto to ni Santi. Ano to? Magkano to? Uy, ganda.
Same din. Sa Series 3, yung tatlo, 928 din.
928! Uy, long sleeves! Ganyan long sleeves. Ano ba kayo? Nag-cold ba kayo? Ayan, magkano to?
Dating 699 ngayon, 480 na lang.
480!
Yes.
I like it! Ay, maganda ang pants! Yan ang favorite ko.
Ito
Magkano
naman,
to?
1,500 siya dati, ngayon 620 na lang siya.
1.5 dati, 620 na lang.
Yes.
Respect, none, fear all.
Yes.
Santi, kasya ba yan sa'yo? Ayan. Ito yung ni-reserve ko. Naghihintay ako ng
Yes.
size small. Magkano to?
Ito yung kasama sa premium namin series. Bali, ito 1,650. Tapos iba na siya, piping na siya. Tapos meron non-slip para ilalagay mo sa bulsa mo.
Oh, okay. Santi bag, meron din tayong mga iba dito. Finally, titingnan lang natin yung mga merchandise dito. Tingnan mo, meron din silang mga tsinelas.
Sale din yan.
Sale, magkano yung tsinelas?
40% off.
Magkano to?
Dati siyang 1,200, ngayon 720 na lang.
720, dating 120. Ito naman.
Ganun din, pareha lang sila ng price, 720 din.
Tapos meron tayong palaro. Ano yung palaro natin?
Of course, pag bumili ka ng merch, pag mananalo, may chance kang manalo ng merch din at saka yung mga skins sa ML.
Pag nandito kayo, pag bumili kayo ng product, pwede kayong bumunot, pwede kayong manalo ng mga skins or another merch. Ganon dito sa ating Team Spotlight for RSG. GG, RSG. So ngayon, mabalik na tayo sa ating laban. Kaya casters, pasok!
That's another treat that you miss out on if you're not showing up here in the Shooting Gallery Studios, and I think you'll also miss out on if you won't be able to make it to the playoffs, because in last year's playoffs, we had merch booths outside
yeah.
of
I like
all the
that.
teams every day. That's why during break times, in between matches,
Same.
that would be flooded. And you'd find us there just buying merch, desperately
Think how
trying to
they're
go
gonna do
through
it
the
this year,
lines.
man.
Yeah, and I'm sure we're gonna get that this year.
I think it's going to be leveled up this year.
Like a lot more merch. Like teams have been expanding their merch
Yep.
as well.
There are also stickers, and I want to see that the slippers. Actually, I might.
You want the chinelas.
I want the chinelas.
You've
I've
been
been looking for
mentioning
that, since
Yeah.
the start of the season, because season 10 they were like waving.
Oh, yeah, that's
the
true.
slippers. That was epic.
And you were like, why are they not selling these sandals?
Yeah, we thought it was like some weird crowd prop.
Yeah, like
but then
like they made it.
they made it,
But it's
they-
actually official merch.
just slippers that they're showing. All right, let's talk about the draft possibilities now with Dr. Draken and Shigo as we head into game number 2. TNC versus Omega. Again, Omega just need to continue what they've been doing. TNC gotta shake things up.
Okay. Well, now that they flip sides here, again, I'm wondering if we see a similar kind of banning and picking phase, but, you know, Omega does decide, like, all right, Ben thinks we're not going to give you this Franco. You got to play something else, right? So, but again, as Chantel said, I don't think if you're Omega, you really have to change the game plan too much. It was almost as clean of a game, if not one of the cleanest of the season from Smart Omega, the previous one. So, you know, coming into this match, and even what we've seen again from the previous couple weeks here, TNC had the synergy down, and that's why I'm saying you're seeing a different TNC this time.
Yeah.
And you know, some of you viewers out there might be wondering, you know, why does this seem so different? Well, yeah, it is a little bit of a different TNC, and that's kind of what we talked about in the previous game, how the synergy just wasn't exactly there. And the biggest thing that pointed out for me was King Kong. I felt like he was not the King Kong
that we saw
that we have been seeing in the jungle, right?
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that he gets to be able to do that here in Game 2.
Yeah, that's actually true because even on the Lord fights, actually, we see the respect from Smart Omega having to look first for King Kong before securing the Lord. So now that we go on this draft, again, we've mentioned that Smart Omega is a type of team that not really prioritize those usual meta heroes, more on the unorthodox type of drafting for Smart Omega, but it's nice for them to secure that Arlott it was effective on Renshin's hands earlier, and at the same time that is added, or maybe even Valentina on this game, but Paramus is still open, so a lot of heroes open for Smart Omega. But yeah, they will go with Arlott, which is one of the best XP lane heroes as of the moment this season because of the crowd control, the damage, you know.
Yeah. I love how Arlott just kind of rose to like his position now, because when he was released, and then when he was initially released, he couldn't be played right away, but just seeing him and then myself playing, I'm like, man, this is such a cool hero. And how these teams, not just here in the Philippines but other regions, have they have variables to Arlott. The way that they play him, the emblems
very different. Yep.
Yeah, very different. The utility of him alone. So I like it, and I agree, Chantel, that that's literally one of the best XP lane options right now, and a great priority pick.
Yeah, from being at the bottom of the top charts, he's now part of the daily top 10. Yeah, this time around, it's going to be Joy here for TNC. What's good for this Joy is it can be used as a pause for just to find the hero for Stone, because Stone was really effective earlier for, is one of those keys for Smart Omega's win earlier. So it could be one if they want that stable type of pause for. But yeah, for the side of Smart Omega, still going for the Akai, but different story now because we will see Valentina. Now for TNC, they want to go and secure that hero already for Bentings, although they could also pick, I was about to say Digi, but Digi was banned, yes, for Smart Omega. Yeah, Bentings hero possible for the team, just to limit the possible IMUs for option for Storm.
Yeah. When I think of Bentings here at this point, it might either just be a Cho or a Kufra. That's what he's gonna pick up here. Which one? I feel like the Cho is where they're leaning a little bit more off, but I wouldn't knock on them for picking up the Kufra. Do they pick it up now? They don't have to, because, well, the EVO's up, and this takes away a little bit of the question of where this Joy is gonna go. However, that is still a question. As we've seen earlier and throughout the season, and in other leagues, in the entire world, this Joy can still go in the jungle, this Joy can still go in the XP lane.
Yeah.
So right now, we could see TNC prioritizing the bans on the heroes of Keller. So Keller is limited on using that. Actually, they could go for the Brody on this game, or possibly TNC will ban that out just to limit another hero and force Keller to use Melissa. And even also, if Brody will be banned here for TNC, the better option for Omega is Moskov.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say I wouldn't count Kelra, for not going with Moskov. He was one. If I remember right, he was one of the first ones to actually bring it out during the regular season.
Yeah, and consistently. And has relatively good performances on that. So we'll see what that narrows down to. But as these last bans come out here, you're going to see them try to narrow it down. There is that's an interesting ban and again, we've seen teams kind of pull out, the Minsatar here. So, and for a good reason, right? I mean, even in other regions, we've seen him perform actually pretty well. And the fact that the way that his kit works, again, it's another option to either pick people off peel or even just cancel out some ultimates. It's interesting because obviously, this might look like a Cho and Kufra trade between Nico and Bentings. However, the Atlas is more of an option possibility for Omega because TNC, I wouldn't pick an Atlas for them because they're up against a Valentina. You don't want to give the Fatal Links to that Valentina. So, Cho, Kufra, but Omega might actually go Atlas while TNC will decide between the Cho and Kufra. Lapu taken away. So, yeah, very interesting ban there. They focus on the hero of Cram now.
Yeah, and even the Minsatar ban actually of TNC has been very interesting for the team. Now that we're still waiting if actually for TNC, they have the option to actually reveal if this Joy is to be used as an XP lane or their jungler, or they might want to secure already that hero for Bentings. We've mentioned Kufra. Kufra could be one. Yeah, Kufra is nice for TNC here. Although, yeah, there's the Valentina for Smart Omega. So maybe the Cho is a better option. So that it's more on the single targeting. Actually, for Smart Omega, I'm thinking about Grok for Miko. But it's gonna be Cho here for TNC. More on the single targeting. But Grok is a nice option for Smart Omega.
Grok's still available. Good call there. That's still up. The jungle for TNC. I wonder what's it gonna be. Omega pick up the carry because if Miko doesn't go Grok here, actually, King Kong gonna pick it up in the jungle. As one of the things that's gonna that got me. Okay. That's a surprise from the crowd. Oh, good call there, Chantel. Miko does end up going for the Grok. High IQ indeed.
Very
they
nice.
take away what could have been a great option as well for King Kong in the jungle.
Yeah, this is actually nice for Smart Omega. It's as if they really predicted that Grok will be on their hands, and it's gonna be a bit difficult for TNC to have. One reason as to why they also banned out Franco, because they can wait for the power of nature. After that with the Bloody Hunt. So yeah, for TNC, they could go for Benedetta's nice, but they want that added crowd control, right? For TNC.
I'm thinking it might just end up becoming the Lance again, or well, no.
Usual.
Okay, so
Joy Jungle.
Joy
Jungle, yeah. A Joy Jungle up against this lineup. I don't know. A part of me thinks it's going to be a tough time for King Kong.
Yeah, I agree.
Right.
Because technically your job is literally going to be to whittle down the enemy team, but that's what they're going to do to you. So then you're in a situation, and you know Smart Omega is going to do that just fine. And then it's going to be, all right, well, I've got like no health. I can't contest objectives. So, good luck, guys.
Well, when you've mentioned the objectives, I imagine the lineup actually of Smart Omega, and it's really high in terms of accuracy. Or how they're able to, the possibility for them rather to secure the objective. They have the wild charge, they have the heavy spin. So with this lineup for Smart Omega, they just want that space, taking the objectives just to give space for Kelra in the early game. And for TNC, they really have to focus on giving space as well to their gold lane.
I feel like this is going to be a game where there's a lot of I want to say unnecessary, but okay. Let's just say a lot of pressure on Ben Things and Cram to really disrupt Omega's team fighting here. But and look at them. They're sticking together right away.
They are doing what Omega did on the early game, having the tank or the pos 5 on the XP lane. So it is a nice start actually for TNC on this game. So I'm really looking forward for Omega. It's expected that Kelra will do double laning as early as the first turtle, because the turtle will be on the XP lane side. So things are slow, but something will be ultra fast later on with the turtle objectives, knowing that this is marksmen that are expected to be as much as possible activated on the mid to late game.
And let's see if that early rotation by Ben Things onto the XP lane to help Cram against Renjo will be enough to get them a little bit of an edge, as the rotational path of King Kong ends up with him going to the XP lane. Let's see if he can do a bit of disruption there as well. Miko using the Guardian's Barrier to try and control the minion waves a little bit, to keep Stone a little bit safer under tower. Good call there. And now I think might see a big explosion come the first turtle.
Yeah, they might try to lock down. This is similar to what happened in game 1. Cram, though, going to heavy spin into the wall. This is the setup they're looking for. Can't be able to escape. Can't escape from that one. No Dragon Form available. So they already get the first blood. Kelra also has to flicker out. All this leading in that first turtle of the game. And Smart Omega in good prime position to go ahead and start it up.
It's the same execution, same plays, actually same target for Smart Omega, although there's going to be a trade possible at bottom lane.
Yeah, there's nothing Kelra can do here to escape this. 3 members there. Now they got to watch out for Stone too. The answer also from Miko. They're just going to hold down the turtle a bit longer, but There you go. Turtle secured by Ryzen.
So there's a trade after a trade here, but the thing here is for TNC, they were able to secure a kill against Kelra. So there is going to be a bit of a delay for Kelra's rotation, possible laning, and even the outer turret energy shields from Ninja Killa. So later on, we will be seeing Ninja Killa to be part of the team fight, or they really have to force Ninja Killa to be part of the team fight to go for that gold conversion. So wow, again.
Same thing, same setup.
Same.
Yep.
Same, but different, but still same. Omega, they're just bullying crap, but here comes King Kong.
Oh man, King Kong. Wow. So he thought he had the kill there. Luckily, Ryzen was still there to help out. There's going to be the Way of the Dragon committed to Stone just fine here. So you can see, you know, TNC, it's same, right?
Yeah.
From game one, things are starting to basically fall in place here for Smart Omega, and TNC trying to find moments themselves, but they're more so reacting to everything that Smart Omega is doing.
And also, actually, for Smart Omega, what's really nice is every lane is working independently as of the moment. So all of them has their own spaces. If there is... Actually, Ryzen is the only player that rotates that wants a kill. Again, for TNC right now, they want to disrupt this type of system that Omega has been bringing, because yes, there are trades in terms of the kills, maybe even on the outer turret energy shields, but the farming or the jungling pattern of Omega hasn't really been disrupted since the start of the game, and we might see later on those plays coming in from Smart Omega that is focused against Goyo.
TNC, I think one of the things they could also work around is the fact that they know Omega are always looking to pressure the heck out of Crab. Actually, maybe they'll stop that now, knowing that they've already built a considerable enough lead. Let's look at them just shred through this turtle. TNC, they won't be able to contest this at all.
This is full-on team effort here. Just quickly securing the second turtle of the game for Smart Omega. TNC, no answers.
Yeah.
And this is what we were talking about. You know, when you have a Joy in the jungle against this kind of lineup, it's going to be difficult to even get in range to contest these objectives.
Knowing that the other jungler is more under crowd control, but wait.
There's the Way of the Dragon. Miko going to go ahead and flicker route. Cram on the chase, though. Wild Charge used as well. TNC now on the board again here, finding a kill against Miko. So they find a little bit of hope. They still got work cut out for them, though, with this lead.
Again, for TNC, these are the kills that they need, but there was a trade, actually. Renzo was able to clear the minion wave on the top lane, so I believe for TNC right now, they just really have to force any objective that they can get against Omega on this game.
Oh, man, Ben Things. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to escape that. Didn't expect everyone even to be there. Still, he's going to fall. They did hold on to that tier 1 too. It looked like, you know, TNC really wanted to make a play there, but it was just stopped from the answer from Smart Omega.
Yeah, and now TNC will have their, fronts against the wall, because Miko just threw a wall in their faces. And look at it, Miko taking damage, but just providing space to make sure that they get a lot of damage on that turret, a little bit of pressure there, but TNC still hold on. So I wouldn't be surprised if the next few minutes Omega are just again going to be sitting comfortably here.
Yep. Actually, we saw synchronized real-world manipulation earlier at the bottom lane, so those phosphors are really aware that it's very crucial on securing that turret. And what's nice actually for TNC is that they're able to defend the turrets that Smart Omega wants to destroy against them. But I kind of feel like they have to do something like forcing Omega to commit errors on this game. But we look at the gold, actually, even the item, we could see Ninja already with the Blade of Despair. Again, for TNC, they need that synergy. They need that effectiveness in terms of how they will use their skills. So now that their movement is probably going for that switch in terms of laning, Ninja Killer will be on the top lane. They have to capitalize Karam's ultimate for this turtle objective.
All right, now they're actually going to go ahead and contest this third turtle here. Black Dragon form being committed by Cram. Ben Thing's also going to be on the hunt here. Finds the Way of the Dragon on the right target. Renzio does fall, but Ryzen secures another turtle. 3 for 3 for game number 2 here.
Yeah, and even up top, Kelra just split pushing, opening up the map even more here for Omega. Yeah, we talked about it. This will be a hard retribution battle. Oh, Ninja Killer might get cut
Oh,
off!
that was close.
Very close, very close.
Yeah, actually, I was thinking earlier what's missing, what's lacking here for the TNC squad from the previous games that they won against the Giants of the season. What's lacking is their minion wave management. Oh, wait.
They're going to find the way of the dragon here. Nobody, though, able to capitalize on it. That Terrify was just too much. Ben Things, you know, you got to give it to him. He's trying to find these moments to allow the team to capitalize on. But unfortunately, the counter punch is always there from Smart Omega.
Yeah, we saw that 3-man wild charge actually from Miko. And if we go back again, I'm not sure if you will guys have noticed this, but from the TNC before, as to why they've managed to win in long games is because they're able to clear all the minions as much as possible. And it's very unusual that they are aware that there's an objective, but at the same time, they're leaving other lanes for other players of the enemy team.
Yeah, and it's a very obvious thing. It's a tendency of Omega to actually do that, where if they have a read in the situation, most likely Kelra is in the opposite lane, just opening up the map and still farming. So TNC right now, it seems like with how it looks, Omega just look more prepared for TNC. Ben Things finds a kick though.
Ben Things gonna go in with a flashy play, finds Stone. Big pickup there for now. TNC looking to make a play around it. They might focus on this tier 1 in the mid lane, but the rest of the members of Smart Omega making their way here. Gonna keep them from doing that. Ryzen using that heavy spin, gonna push them back. Lord gonna be up now, spawning. And everybody getting in position and place. Stone will be up in just a couple seconds. So TNC finding a little bit of hope here, but are they enough? Is it enough to contest this Lord?
By the way, take note that Ryzen doesn't have the heavy spin for this Lord objective, as the way TNC is on the lead in terms of the positioning.
All right, they're going to push it. Ben Things going to go ahead and kick Ryzen out of there. King Kong secures the Lord. Ben Things sacrificing there. He does fall, but this is a big play for TNC to get things swinging in their favor. They just got to hold on to the full force of Smart Omega here. Full 5-man. They're going to push them back off the tier 1. Grab what they can. TNC not committing anything just yet.
Very good call actually for TNC. Again, we've mentioned that Ryzen doesn't have the heavy spin during that moment, as the way they really forced that Lord, and at the same time, Ben Things was on a nice position to be the bait, to be the sacrifice for TNC. Now that Omega is aware that TNC has a Lord, Ben Things isn't there, they traded instead for the mid lane during that moment just to be able to at least have the upper hand in terms of the buff area of TNC. Now Ben Things has the immortality. We saw the kick earlier, and that could be the winning key for TNC. With this Lord, they really have to capitalize on this. Even King Kong is, as much as possible, buying time, giving space to the other players of TNC for them to be able to keep up on those objective taking.
Another thing I'd also want to see more from TNC to continue this is, other than Ben Things, going for more high-profile, risky plays that can convert into something big. Pram's timing with the dragons and the entries. If he can keep that up, well, TNC have all the right tools to solidify this lead even further and maybe even potentially force a game 3. That snipe doesn't hurt fully yet, but that's a warning shot from TNC that, hey, our Beatrix is starting to get there.
Yeah, buy some time, buy some items here. Across the board for TNC, really, we haven't seen Ninja Killer have to do too much. There's a big item pickup, getting that Malefic Reward. So, those shots, those warning shots are going to convert to a lot more, right? If you can bring someone down to 1/3 of their HP, then that's a huge advantage that you can have for TNC. And like you mentioned, the fact that they're pushing Omega back in some situations, some scenarios, shows sign of fight, shows sign of basically hope for TNC. They just got to make sure they control it and don't get split up here.
Okay.
Because look at Ryzen. That's what he's going to do. Huge wild charge comes through too. The final slash now. Ryzen on the hunt for Ninja Killer. Can't escape as he falls. And it's just a disaster here. TNC still on the run. It's King Kong and Goyo left alive. But Omega coming out with a sandwich play of a lifetime.
My goodness, Omega, what a read. TNC took a bite of the Omega sandwich and were poisoned.
It's as if Smart Omega was aware that there are players of TNC at that moment.
Yeah.
Maybe the grass moved at that time. That's why someone is here.
That's a different kind of game sense.
Different kind of game sense, yes. But the Smart Omega, they've been doing really well. And the moment that we heard the concede, everyone's just moving towards the position of TNC, and TNC wasn't prepared for that. No stun or anything. Even if Petrify isn't available during that moment, as to why we see this positioning of Omega on this Lord objective.
Yeah, they actually can still contest it, so it looks like they want to do that. Ben Things, though, going to be in trouble. Look at the damage coming out from Calra. Stome grabs the kill. They're down one member here. King Kong still looks like he wants to contest it if he can. Ryzen holding the Lord there. Might get a little reset here. Stome in the mid lane, though. They put the pressure in. Miko comes in, finds Ninja Killer, and they're still going. Goyo, though, with a nice setup there. Stome waiting patiently. Still going to push them down. Cram in trouble getting locked down. Look at Kelra, though, pushing into the base.
There's
he
another
has
minion
all the
wave.
damage he needs to. Minions now there.
Okay.
A good distraction, and they get that mid inhibitor turret as well. TNC still scraping to stay alive in the series.
Well, we've mentioned earlier that all the lanes are playing independently.
Oh, yeah.
On the early game. It still is.
That was it.
Up until this very moment as to why I was actually confused as to why Stome was in front of the players of TNC at that moment. It is to give space for Kelra, and a very nice clearing of minion wave management rather for Smart Omega. Even in the position. Wait.
Okay. What a set that was.
Wow.
You know, I don't even think Kelra was expecting Ben
Someone
Things
there.
to be there with King Kong. So they at least take out Kelra. They buy some more time. They've got to deal with this Lord, though.
A lot of time.
And run back to the base here for the defense.
Yeah. Who would have thought that there is going to be someone there?
Yeah, that's a hell of a call, and I have a strong feeling that that was a Ben Things play.
Yeah.
Not in terms of who executed, but who called it. The fact that no one would expect a team this far behind to send their roamer and their high damage dealing jungler that far back to just try and get a pick off onto the enemy marksman. And because of that play, a huge gambit by TNC, it was played very well. That Omega's Lord was pretty much amounted to nothing, and TNC hold on even more.
Yep, and at that moment, it's a warning sign as well for Omega that they have to be mindful of every brushes right now on the terrain. And wait,
again.
Here comes the conceal again. Okay.
All right, they commit a little bit of resources both sides for that, right? The conceal is going to be down here. But essentially, what TNC did, and with that call, you know, most likely coming out from Ben Things, hey, they bought more time, and that's exactly what they need, you know, in this game.
It could have been the winning push for Smart Omega at that time, and the most crucial part of that is it was Kelra who was targeted. Again, for Kelra, he has to be mindful of those brushes. This Ben Things and the rest of TNC who's fully aware of the potential or possible rotation that I will do, knowing that this is towards the late game. And right now, for TNC, they're just waiting the perfect timing, the perfect Jet Kondo, because King Kong is at 303. It means that Omega isn't really focusing on bringing down King Kong. But at the same time, if you add up the damages that King Kong can bring, and as much as possible Goyo has, by the way, Goyo is the highest in terms of total damage, so they really have to dictate, knowing that more on the face making is Eve.
Yeah, they have the damage, but what we mentioned earlier about the minion wave management of Omega is still biting TNC right now, despite them, alongside the fact that they only have one base turret left. Like, Omega has smart sims right now, strong, independent minions marching all across the map, and the minion wave management that TNC now has to do is what's keeping them on their side of the river.
Yeah, look at that. Every minion flow is really leaning towards Omega's side. So before this Lord objective, of course, Omega will be the first one to be positioned, knowing that the players of TNC still has to clear the minion wave. There might be split pushes as well that they have to consider, because it was an almost split push player, backdoor play for Kelra earlier.
All right, Ben Things trying to get some vision here. Great stopping there. Pressure from Renzio. So Ben Things was thinking, hey, maybe we can set something up. but they're a little bit too late, so now they just got to go and defend again. They're holding down to that one inhibitor turret top side. This is going to be crucial to see if TNC has bought themselves enough time to actually have another successful defense here.
Speaking of defense, if we look at the lineup actually of TNC, the only hero that is efficient in terms of clearing of being in wave is going to be Ninja Killa with the use of the ultimates. So you're not really going to use your real world manipulation just to clear and defend the Lord. So Bentings has to set up something, or even Cram. That Petrify, Dragon Form Petrify play, they need it now.
And they get it though as Omega. The threat too strong right now. TNC, they have so much to handle.
All right, they got to deal with this Lord here. It got one hit off, bringing about a fourth off. That Crystal Cram though.
Oh man.
Oh man, he was trying to buy some time. Didn't even have to use, didn't get a chance to use the Petrify there. Just still, again, trying to extend this game further, but he's going to be out here for the count. Now Omega could look to end the game. It's only going to take one initiation. Renziel going to take quite a bit of damage. There's the wild charge coming through. That's the Crystal going down as Smart Omega sweeps TNC.
A sign of the cross there from Miko. A little bit of a thanks to the grace above, because Omega have just put themselves in an even better position to potentially secure their playoff slot. They are now 3 points taken from this victory against TNC. The Barangay can breathe a little bit easier, but the job is not done. Oh, the job is done. Smart Omega have secured their playoff spot. That's a twist I didn't expect.
I wasn't expecting that either.
They got it.
Okay, I got goosebumps because of that. Because again, it's the same run for Smart Omega. Not really strong start, but at the end of our regular season, we saw them really fight for their playoff spot, and they got it. They secured it, and a convincing win actually against TNC. Very clean draft, execution, objective taking. Congratulations, Smart Omega.
Yeah, I mean, even for us, again, we weren't expecting that sweep would get them to that point to secure that spot, because the last we heard, it was going to be different, right? But okay, so they do that. Congratulations, Smart Omega. And I don't know, you're right, Chantel. Maybe they just like, leaving their fans on the edge, like the edge of their seats, right? Because this is, again, it is a very normal thing for Smart Omega to have that slow start, or maybe they start off really well and they kind of, hit this low moment mid-season, and then they pop off later on to secure themselves the playoff spot. But there it is, TNC, they fought hard, man.
I'm looking forward to seeing the Biyahing Tagumpay reiteration in Season 12. Hopefully, same sentiments as both of you. Hopefully, they stick together and show off more. And you know what? This reminds me, if I'm not mistaken, in MPL Philippines Season 9, that was a season, of course, RSG became champions. Omega went on that miracle run to secure a playoff slot and eventually even make it into the grand finals that season. They also secured their playoff slot in the second day of the last week then.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken. So Omega just running back some old hits and keeping their fans and all of us on the edge of our seats of will they make it to the playoffs? And yes, they do. Yes, they did.
Very deep emotional attachment actually for the fans of Smart Omega. It's as if, okay, I won't watch the first part of the regular season. I'll watch the latter part.
Yeah.
Because that's where Omega starts to be like a really strong. And yeah, Smart Omega, I'm really surprised with the way they play today. If you compare to from yesterday, they're just confident. The rotation, it's as if a different Smart Omega. And we've mentioned that earlier, that did they take a bath today? Is it a good sleep?
Is it a good sleep? Did they have
the
their
answer
breakfast?
It is.
They had the onion rings.
Yeah, whatever they drank, whatever they ate, whatever amount of hours they slept, whatever anime they watched, it all worked out. Whatever ritual they did for themselves, Omega woke up good today and had a good day. Had a great day at that, securing their playoff slot. They did everything right. Same, but different, but still same Omega, securing their playoff slot right at the end of the regular season, the second day of the final week.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, and then when you see them in the playoffs, they're just like, all right, we're final form.
Yeah.
And then it's like,
oh my God.
It's so different. Again, that's why I feel like people just love watching this team. You know, they love rooting for pretty much the barangay, and everybody kind of have joined that because over the seasons, that is again the story for them. And you know, at the same time, one of the biggest things here too, I guess, for this regular season, as you know, we get towards the end of regular season, is both these teams, TNC and Smart Omega, had their own struggles with, you know, finding what works for them. And I feel like this was, again, the TNC we saw, you know, with that lineup where they found the synergy. Smart Omega pretty much had to do the same thing. And this series right here where, yeah, we're saying, man, that was a clean game from Smart Omega. Man, they're showing a different version of them. That's proof of it because they definitely figured things out all in time. Again, they have about, 2 weeks before the playoffs to refine it even more.
So that's the question now. What version of Omega are we getting in the playoffs? Right now, though, I'm sure we're going to get a happy version of Omega as we toss you on over to the stage as they talk with Mara Aquino. All right. It seems like Omega said
We
that
need you back.
give us a few moments. So it seems like Mara Aquino gave us some difficult questions, and so they're preparing. No, that's not the case there. They probably
just
asked
a
her,
bit. Did we make it?
Yeah, they're probably asking her. But you can see Omega right now behind us. Very happy.
Yeah, they're very
hugs.
happy.
Yeah.
They're hugging it out, man.
Yeah, they're hugging it out. Good vibes from them all around. And yeah, it's been a difficult story for Omega throughout
Yeah,
the season.
actually, the trajectory of Smart Omega's run here in our regular season is really efficient. Then they go down and then high again, just like today and
All right.
yesterday.
I don't get to do this often, so let's just keep it like this. Mara, pasok.
Here we go again. Their last song remains potent. Congratulations, you guys made it to the playoffs. Bago tayo magsimula ngayong araw na to, ang daming possibilities na pwedeng mangyari. You guys were in the brink of elimination. Kung nanalo yung NXP kanina, kung hindi kayo nanalo today, there would have been so many possibilities. And you got the best possibility ever. You got the best result. Na-sweep niyo yung kalaban. Kayo ang nakapasok sa playoffs. Let's talk about kung gaano kayo na-pressure papunta dito. What was the mindset? And how does it feel you guys made it to the playoffs?
Simula kahapon po nung natapos yung match namin against Seco, pagbalik po namin ng bootcamp, parang nireset po namin agad yung mga players. Siyempre, pati yung mga sarili namin para paghandaan yung laban ngayong araw na against TNC nga kasi mas importante na na yung game namin na mapaghandaan dito kasi kailangan namin mag-move on doon kasi parang pagka tinake pa namin yung pagkatalo namin doon, mas lalo lang maapektuhan yung game namin. So, nireset namin yung mga players. Sinabihan namin sila na mag-move on doon sa nangyaring game sa Eco. Tapos na yon. At pulutin na lang natin yung mga aral na natutunan natin doon. Tapos prepare tayo para bukas. Tapos since yun nga yung pressure, ilang season na rin namin na experience yun. Pero dito parang nilatag namin sa kanila na wag nilang isipin yung ano man yung maging resulta ng game or kalabasan na itong mga games namin. Basta mapakita namin kung ano yung laro nila. Ano yung laro ng Omega. Yun yung mapakita namin sa mga tao.
That's right, nakita nga namin kahapon, pagkatapos ng laban, ang tagal nyo, napakaseryoso nung moment nyo na yon. Meron ka bang pinramis sa players na incentive na kung makapasok sa playoffs, ito yung mangyayari, ito yung gagawin nyo?
Ang sinabi ko lang, wag nilang isipin yung resulta pag natalo kasi kami bahala. Wag nilang isipin na parang baka pag natalo, ganito, ganyan. Wag nilang isipin yun. Ang isipin nila na yung laro, basta mapakita nila yung laro kahit anong maging resulta ng game na malaglag man kami or makapasok. Parang mabigay lang namin yung best namin, yun lang.
Eto Max, nabanggit mo nga yung laban nyo kahapon kontra Echo. May binanggit si Yawi. Nakita nyo naman kung ano yung nangyari. Tinanong ko sa kanya, ano ba yung sinisigaw mo sa Omega? Ang sinabi niya, kasi may narinig daw siya tungkol sa inyo. What is he talking about? Can we hear your side?
Sa players na baka
Sa players na lang. Or si Kelra, anong nangyari?
Hindi ko po alam kung sino yung trash talk sa kanya. Wala naman po nang trash talk sa kanya sa amin hindi ko po alam kung ba't niya kami trash talk. Saka, kita-kits na sa playoffs. Na-miss ko na rin kayo kalaban sa playoffs
Ayun. Kita-kits sa playoffs, na-miss mo kalaban. So wala kang idea. So para sa'yo, siya yung nagta-trash talk sa inyo.
Siguro, ginawa niya lang dahilan yun para Para makabawi.
Para makabawi, okay. May nakita nga akong memes tungkol doon. Pero let's see, baka kayo ang magtapat sa playoffs na pagkatapos nito. Coach Macbeth, meron tayong 2.5 weeks. 2.5 weeks off. Ano ang gagawin nyo to make sure, kasi sanay naman kayo, di ba, naglo-lower bracket kayo. Tapos biglang boom, Grand Finals. Anong gagawin nyo to make sure na mangyayari ulit yon papunta sa Grand Finals?
Tingin ko naman, posible pa rin siya mangyari. Kasi ngayon may mga dalawang games kami per week. Hindi namin masyado napag-aandaan kasi hati-hati nga yung time namin. Ngayon siguro mapag-aandaan namin masyado yung laro kasi isa lang yung makakalaban namin. Kaya siguro mas prepared kami sa kanila. Tsaka alam na namin lahat ng gagawin. Kasi ngayon di pa kami satisfied sa mga naging laro namin. Kasi alam ko naman hindi pa ito yung best na possible sa team. Kaya siguro gagawin namin lahat para pagdating ng playoffs, sobrang ganda ng resulta namin.
Papakitaan nyo kami ng bagong lason. Papunta sa playoffs once again. Congratulations! Smart Omega has done it again. You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Thank you, Coach. Thank you. You hear the crowd. They're screaming one shot Omega. Omega is doing it again. Surprising us sa beginning of the season. Questionable, nasa bottom, pero ito, pasok na sila sa playoffs. And next thing you know, baka sila makikita natin sa Grand Finals. And you're gonna have to watch out for that. Himayin natin ang ating laban, balikan natin ang ating casters. Pasok.
It's been a long and difficult journey for the Barangay, but the journey isn't over yet. They still have a lot of chances in the playoffs to surprise us even more, even write an even more interesting story. Man, good to see them in the playoffs. Somehow, they've pulled it off yet again.
Again,
every season.
I mean, it's what they're known for. Yeah. I'm not surprised by it. I was also a little worried for them, because things weren't looking too bright for, I would say, portions of the season, and then I'm happy that they somehow figured things out. But just like Coach said, in that interview, they've got stuff to work on, obviously, and they've got time to do it.
They've got time, they've got things to improve, but we still have a few details to talk about. So, Donya Chantel, please let us know, what did we miss out on there?
Poison activated as Smart Omega secures their playoff spot. So again, it was a nice draft by their coaches, and at the same time, they really know or predicted the positioning of their enemy team. It all started with the hero composition. Again, they took our lot for Renzo. By the way, Renzo did this splendidly with the 2 lot plays. Game number 1 and game number 2. And again, very nice combo. It's as if you have 2 security guards or 2 guards, 2 militaries. Beside you, you have the Akai, you also have the Glock. So if we look at these 2 heroes, both are used as a post 5, can be used as a jungle, can be used as an XP lane. So with the clearing of minion wave, it's really fast for Smart Omega having those power of nature as well. It was a lot easier for them to rotate with the clear of minion wave as well from Storm. So with rotation of Miko, of Storm, and even the minion wave management of Smart Omega, it was a lot easier for them to actually secure the objectives. 3 turtles were on their side, and even 2 lords. So we saw the potential on TNC's lineup, but then again, the focus on Cram's lane was there. And when we say it is a Yuzhong on the XP lane, it is expected to be part of those team fights. The turtle team fights, the lore team fights, but because of the early kills that Omega did against Cram on the early game, it was difficult for TNC to have that 5-man Lord objective or give Ninja Killer the space for the double laning. So we could see even on the damage taken and even damage turrets really towards Omega's side. And we have to take note that Storm actually went for the IMUs. There are times wherein the IMU is real world manipulation. There's a variation because he sometimes uses the electrifying beats. So it was a lot easier for Omega because they were literally dictating the tempo of the game with those flashy wild charges from Miko. And even Kelra did a great job on how he positioned himself during those team fights as to why our MVP of that game, the gold standard, carry Kelra with 324 KDA, 70% kill participation. Again, he did it game number 1. He went in for the Wind of Nature, regardless if they are in the lead in terms of the itemization. He is really more on the prevention of the possible threats that TNC can pull off onto the game. And what I really like about, or what I really noticed on Kelra's adjustment in terms of how he really plays right now against, or how he played against TNC, was whenever there is an execution from his teammates on the XP lane, he is moving on behind the third tier turret and in front of the second tier turret. So there's no option for the opposing team to have a trade against him. So it's just as if he's fully aware that there might be someone to go in for the trade from TNC, just like that. But although this time it was a secure kill for TNC because those are 3 players, you know. So even on the top lane, this is what we've mentioned. You are aware that XP lane is the one that is expected to set up a play, knowing the jungle hero here of TNC is not really on a type of jungle that can really sustain, really on the damage type per se. So with having to negate the possible damage and added sustainability that Kramgan gave on this game, and he wasn't really able to be part of the early team fights, it was a lot easier for the side of Smart Omega to set up a play, secure a play against them. So during this almost 12-minute team fight, we also saw that there was a nice dragon form for Kram at the time, but during that moment, majority of the players of TNC were already out, and it was just Keldra doing the free hit for Smart Omega as to why we will see them on the playoffs, and I'm really sure that the barangay, or the whole barangay, is prepared for it. Again, Smart Omega from yesterday's performance was really different from today, with the objective taking, with the minion wave management. They have this checklist, and a part of that checklist is that slot for the playoffs. That has been my analysis, and for sure, Reptar and Naisu was really excited during that game.
Yeah, man. I feel like, I wonder if this was a glimpse of a playoffs Omega form. Again, they were up against a TNC team that wasn't in the similar form that we've been used to seeing them lately. But I don't know, there's something about how Omega moved today that I feel like we just got a teaser or like a little preview of what they might be like in the playoffs come 2 weeks from now.
That's what that's what I'm hoping for, right? Because even if it's against a team, that isn't the regular lineup that we've been seeing from TNC, right? You still got to say that that was a clean showing, regardless of who they were playing. The way they were moving around the map, the way that the synergy was obviously there, the calls were there. That's great to see. Now, again, they have plenty of time to go ahead and continue to refine, reform that.
Yeah, refine, reform. A little bit of a break time for teams who have already secured their playoff slots. Coming up next, we are going to be seeing ONIC and BREN Esports. 2 teams who, on one side, you have a team that have found themselves early on and are, well, killing it. They're the top seed, undeniable. And on the for the case of ONIC, you have a team that have faced the journeys of a lower half of the standing team, still finding themselves, but a lot of potential there. Reptar, Naisu, and Chantel, MPL Philippines will be back.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Did you know that you can switch networks but still keep your number? Now you can go with the Philippines Fast.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Welcome back, everybody. You're still watching MPL Philippines Season 11. After two crucial matches that helped shape off the playoffs picture, we're down to the final series of the day. Now, thanks to RSG's sweeping victory over Nexplay EVOS, ONIC Philippines has secured their tickets to the playoffs. You could say that the pressure might have eased up a bit for Riota's squad. Pero on another note, talaga nga ba? Dahil kaka-champion lang ng kanilang Indonesian counterpart in a very dominating fashion. Not to mention, sobrang lakas ng BREN Esports and it doesn't look like they're stopping anytime soon, lalo na pagkatapos nilang masecure ang top spot yesterday. The question is, what would ONIC Philippines do today as they face BREN Esports? Here we go. Casters, pasok.
Throughout the regular season, BREN Esports finally brought back BREN Lang Malakas in its prime form. With this in hand, I have a question for ONIC Philippines. With their Indonesian counterpart winning their championship, with this being in the playoffs, will they finally fulfill the promise that they did to Boloyski to win a championship this time? Good evening, Philippines, and good evening, world. My name is OSX. I'm with Naisu and Chantel for the last series action of the night. How are you? We're all in red, blue, and green, all fruity colors, I guess.
Yeah. Nice that you've actually put attention to that.
I know, right?
This is Caster Search 2021, man.
Yeah, and we're all here doing the last cast, and now with all of this happening, it's putting color to everything, right? Because right now, all the games, we've already secured the 16 in the playoffs.
You know, and I like the way you put it, man, because before I was even here sitting in this desk, I was a fan, I was a viewer, and you know, I don't know if you remember the clip, but the BREN Lang Malakas.
Yeah.
I had to explain it to my viewers what BREN Lang Malakas meant. And it, you know, I'll let you take the honors. How do you translate it, man?
Again, back in Season 8, they were really struggling how to get to the playoffs. On Season 10, we've seen BREN Esports finally went back in the playoffs. Damn two World Championships, a mix of representatives of SEA Games now, back in their prime form, being the first one in the playoffs and the top seed. It's all about legends. It's all about these people who are making throughout MPL Philippines. Now, Hall of Legends nomination will close on April 16. Make sure to support your favorite MPL Pro players and personalities, watch the induction ceremony this May 7 at Season 11 Playoffs live on the official channels of MPL Philippines, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, you name it, because right now we're on the brink of the playoffs. We're heading to SMX, boys and girl.
And girl. and a girl.
I love that we have that inclusion now on the English desk. You know, you've been killing it since your debut was last week, right? I think it was last week.
Last week, yes.
Yeah,
for
week 7.
the English broadcast.
Really?
Yeah.
You said in your TikTok that you're a changed person now, right?
Yeah, I'm a changed person.
Really?
I was about the same person.
Do you dream in English?
Oh, again? I'm sorry?
Do you dream in English?
Maybe, but
there it is.
good experience.
Yeah, good experience now translating into dreams. Again, in the Indonesian counterpart, ONIC Esports just won an MPL ID back-to-back champions. how is ONIC Philippines right now? They're in the playoffs.
Oh, man.
Yeah, well, actually, for ONIC Philippines, it's a nice storyline because a lot has happened to the franchise per se here in the Philippines. We saw some of the players be part of MPL Indonesia, which we're in Kyrie, the part of ONIC Indonesia won the championship. So for ONIC Philippines, there's this promise to Boloyski that this time around, even if Boloyski is not part of the roster, he's not part of ONIC Philippines anymore, they will bring home the championship for MPL. But for this season, I kind of feel like for ONIC Philippines to be able to pursue that promise is for them to really step up on how they really play.
That's a lot of pressure, right? We saw, now I know we all here watched the finals of MPL ID and how dominant it was for, ONIC Esports over there. And they played darn well. So there is some pressure there to hold up that, that kind of reputation. As we take a look here at Coach Ducky.
Okay, as he says in English, he chose Ryota because he has the similar playset with Flaptees and that he has a very impressive performance games that he's shown in the Southeast Asian Games Combine. Again, BREN Esports is our Philippine representative for the MLBB men's division. Again, for this match, Ryota is on the side of ONIC, and for this one, they're up against BREN Esports, which is team in the SEA Games right now for 2023.
Which is actually nice because for Ryota, there might be a possibility wherein, of course, he will be part of the scrims and at the same time practices under BREN Esports for Seaball. There might be some information or even strategy that he can get, knowing that he has the similarities with Flapteezy in terms of how they really play. So we can see the difference, of course, on other statistics or other aspects of the game, but we really have to focus on the damage dealt per game. So it's as if Ryota is higher as compared to Flapteezy, and it's contrasting to what the Coach Ducky said. It's merely because of the difference of the team on how they play as a team, not individually.
Yeah, I think, that's the point. As you look at the stats here, again, you got to really consider how the pretty much the season has gone for ONIC Philippines and even BREN, right? And what basically Coach is saying is, you see a very similar probably mental state, gameplay style, and everything else with Ryota against Flap. And that's to be said, too, is the eye of Coach Ducky. Obviously, BREN has gone through seasons of struggle, to say, to kind of put it lightly there. And he's even commented this on social media, how, it feels good now to be, top seed. We're back here to this pretty much BREN Lung Malakas, man.
Yeah, in straight English, BREN is the strongest or BREN only strong. If we translate
it
as casters, that is a direct translation in English. But this is BREN's,
the strongest of them all.
The strongest strength of BREN.
BREN All Might.
BREN is...
BREN watch anime.
Yeah. Let's just make it easy. BREN is the strongest.
Yeah, BREN is the strongest. So that is one good translate to put it, an ISU. And again, since we're talking about all these headlines running on, we see how Coach Ducky sees the potential in these players. But right now, again, these two teams are in the playoffs. They have to secure the spot. But one thing also is, for sure, is they need to not loosen a bit of their focus, their games, because right now, yes, BREN Esports has the upper bracket, but right now, ONIC Philippines needs to put up a good show as well. But right now, let's go with Manjin Faldas for the backstage pass right now.
As confirmed ng ating mga league offs para sa MPL ay parehas ng pasok ang dalawang dilaw na koponan ng ONIC Philippines at BREN Esports sa MPL playoffs. Pero intense pa rin ang kanilang magiging laban dahil nga makakausap natin ngayon ang dalawang former teammates. Nako, malamang ang mga old school MPL fans ay matutuwa dito. Ating tawagin ngayon ang coach ng ONIC Philippines na si Blapsy. Yan. Palakpakan naman natin si Coach. Yeah, Coach. Coach, kailan ka magkakast? Joke lang. Hi, Coach. Coach, kakalabanin mo ngayon. Nung last week ay nakalaban nyo na sila, pero malamang ay proud na proud ka sa kanya. Ano masasabi mo sa former teammate mo na si Few?
Yun, lagi naman ako proud sa kanya eh.
Uy!
Kasi ever since, sobrang hardworking talaga niya. Nung nagsisimula pa lang kami. Yun, talagang pinapatunayan niya na hindi pa siya nawawala talaga sa MPL.
May naririnig akong bulong dito sa kanan ko. Tawagin natin ang nakanakuha ng number 1 seed sa darating na playoffs. Isa sa players ng BREN Esports, si Few, ang idol ng mga kids. Yan. Kung hindi nyo na itatanong, si Few at si Blopsy ay dating mag-teammates sa Signal Ultra. Sila ay nag-champion. Ano masasabi mo kay Blopsy?
Ngayon, nakakamiss din siya kasama.
Nakakamiss. Ayan!
Nakakamiss buhatin eh.
Nakakamiss. Panoorin natin ang isang interview ni Pew at ni Blopsy noon. Ayan, sa screen. Iba ang itsura nyo dyan, oh. Ayan. Kasama nyo pa si Eson na nasa gilid.
Si Uncle Eson.
Si Uncle Eson. Etong clip na to, hindi pa kayo Signal Ultra. Anong team nyo nito?
Ano pa kami niyan? Digital Devils Pro Gaming.
Digital. Ilang taong ka dyan?
Mga 18 po.
18 pa. Blopsy, kwentuhin mo naman yan. Tungkol sa yung interview na yan.
Ano yan, yung mga kung sinong pinakamatagal maligo, sino pinakamalakas kumain, gano'n.
Anong Grabe, no? Dati may ganyan sa MPL. Anong biggest difference ngayon? Anong season ba yan nangyari?
Season 1 to eh.
Season 1.
OGs talaga, OGs.
Anong pinaka-difference ngayon sa MPL noon sa ngayon na napansin mo?
Sobrang lumaki yung MPL talaga. Tsaka mas naging competitive talaga siya.
Eh ngayon, makakalaban mo si Few. Ano masasabi mo sa kanya?
Wala, good luck sa amin dalawa. Wag nyo lakasan, bakit sabihin nyo, champa na naman.
Okay, parang kinikilig ka.
Hindi.
Ikaw naman, Few, kanina may sinasabi ka bago mag-play yung video. Ano yung sinasabi mo kanina? Ano yung na-miss mo?
Namiss ko buhatin si Blopsy ng season 1.
Okay, tama. Ano masasabi mo ngayon kay Blopsy na makakalaban nyo sila?
Ngayon, good luck sa amin. Kasi ang sabi sa akin ni Coach Daki kanina, kung sino yung manalo dito, yun yung paglalaroin ni Coach Daki na explainer sa SEA Games.
Ay, nako! Okay. So may ganun pala. Bukod sa 5th spot na gustong makuha ng ONIC, ay may bearing pala to. Saktong-sakto, since playoff secured na ang ONIC, gusto nilang makuha pa rin yung 5th spot, pero sinabi nga ni Pew, meron palang kinalaman ng XP lane dito. Tawagin natin ang XP laner ng ONIC na si Ryota. Liga dito, Ryota. Sige na, tabi-tabi na tayo. Kasya tayo sa frame. Dito ka. Yan. Yan. Ryota, ano masasabi mo doon? Makakalaban mo ang BREN Esports po, kasama si Ryota, ay lilipad papuntang SEA Games. Ngayon, makakalaban mo sila ni Ryota. Ano masasabi mo doon kay Coach? Sa sinabi ni Coach Dax, parang training game nyo daw to eh. Parang test game daw to eh, kung sino yung maglalaro.
Wala. Gagalingan ko na lang.
Makakatapat mo si Plap eh. Ano message mo kay Plap?
Plap, good luck. Kabahan ka na.
Okay. And lastly, congrats natin si Boss A. Congratulations on making it to the playoffs. Kumusta ang pakiramdam na nakapasok na kayo sa playoffs?
Boss Manjin, baka gusto mo tanungin si Banubs, kamusta pakiramdam niya?
Okay, kakamustahin natin si Banubs. Ito ang ONIC versus BREN Esports. Bato na natin sa mga shoutcasters.
Thank you so much, Manjin Faldas, and a group of people who accidentally just popped up in the screen. Again, that's from ONIC, and from BREN Esports, we have Boss A, the team manager, or one of the players also, for ONIC Philippines, and we have Coach Bluffsy and Few. Angelo Kyle Arcangel could be the second gold medal finalist, gold medal.
Yeah, that's right.
For SEA Games, because again, they brought honor to the country back in
2019.
2019 in our SEA Games. That was also Few, and that was with his first coach rather, Bluffsy, who was with ONIC Philippines. The similarities, two people who has deeper roots in terms of like being in the championship genes, right?
Two teams, two people. I know that's why you were looking at me like that, but
you did it, bro.
You did it.
You just did it.
You're always doing that over here.
You both did it, right?
Yeah, there you go.
I like that you answered me simultaneously.
Yeah, thumbs up for approval.
Yeah, that's
but
good.
I agree with what you're saying, man. You know, and there's a lot of history there, but you know, even the fact that pretty much the playoff slots are already secured, people are probably wondering, you know, what is going to happen out of these matches? Well, still, you know, like Manjin talked about, I know, you know, our viewers here probably lost a little bit in translation. But still, the fact is, if you're ONIC Philippines, you obviously want to show what you've got, what you've refined from these past couple of weeks, And at the same time, you're still representing that organization, right? That is still something, especially, again, looking back on ONIC Esports in Indonesia, how dominant they were. What, 2-0? Or, sorry, 10-0.
10-0
in the
yep.
playoffs,
in
man.
Indonesia.
In Indonesia.
Wow.
I mean, Philippines still better, but
Yeah,
you know.
we
We're
are
about to finish our season, guys. Just
Okay,
wait a little bit further.
If you think about it, if we bring some of the teams here in the Philippines in Indonesia, I'm not sure if it's still gonna be 10-0.
Ooh, okay. So you're saying that if they're here, it could be a tight match because again, they're Filipinos who's playing for the
Yes.
Indonesian team. So let's see. Maybe this is the road to MSC.
It is,
And we're prepared for the MSC broadcast.
We're heated.
practicing now.
There, she's ready to fly, man. But you
no.
know, no, that's the thing, though. The fan bases around the world are heated and ready to support their teams. We are as well. Of course, you know, we want to see who is going to be representing, but we've got to get through week 8 first.
Yeah. Again, speaking of representing, now as Coach Ducky said, it could be a training test for the EXP laners. It could be Flap TZ. It could be, again, Ryota. But right now, 2 teams are hot and ready. Let's call them up on stage. BREN Esports and ONIC Philippines.
The Hedgehogs will face off against the top seed. Can they show their improvements and refine their strategies before heading off into the playoffs? Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for ONIC Philippines. Sitting at the top seed, BREN is looking dominant as ever. It's really BREN Lang Malakas. Let's see if they can continue their momentum as they prep for the playoffs. Give it up for BREN Esports. And their coaches, Coach Ducky and Coach Bluffsy. Who will take the win before heading into the playoffs?
Again, amazing energy, amazing vibe. ONIC Philippines going on stage with their clocks and watches. Now it's full on, well, they can experiment, but not to be risky at this point.
Well, you can play, I feel like, you know, you want to play with a little risk. It's okay at this point because, hey, bring out the punches, man. Again, you're facing the top seed, right? Now, if you want to play safe, that might work against some teams, but this is BREN Esports. They have developed over seasons. They've refined pretty much even the drafting, man. The way that BREN has been drafting, that's something that ONIC Philippines has to step up against, right? So I don't think, you know, at the end of the day, yeah, you've secured your spot. But again, we're talking about the reputation here, the organization, and even down to the individual goals of these players going into this matchup.
Well, speaking of matchup, now BREN Esports for a moment there, I thought Ogwen was about to throw his jacket.
Yeah.
I thought. And Chantel has... Did you have a reference on that post, Chantel?
No, I'm not really sure as to what they're referring to on that post. But yeah, for this lineup of BREN Esports, actually, it's nice to see that they're able to pull off different kinds of heroes. To be fair, during this regular season, they are the house of the Hellcurt plays. They were able to negate the Mincitar play, supposedly from Smart Omega. So with the lineup of Coach Doug and the rest of the squad, with Coach BREN, I'm really looking forward today when Naisu mentioned taking risks. Maybe it's about time for BREN Esports to take the risk and pull off that kind of different type of heroes again. Speaking of heroes, actually a lot of differences for both of our teams. Look at that for ONIC. They're leaning towards on that Ruby pick. We don't see that most of the time for BREN Esports because it is Pandora that uses their B. So with the changes in terms of the main fives for BREN Esports, a lot has changed with the dynamics, but hero pool is going to be a thing here for ONIC, or the battle of the black and yellows. It's a 33 for ONIC and it's 43 for BREN Esports. And if you have a lot of unique heroes used in the tournament, it means that you're just really prepared on every pick that the other team has.
Speaking of pick and preparation, all of the things that I've heard from how Chantel told this story of BREN Esports and ONIC Philippines, yeah, they have a huge hero pool, but for some reason, we've been seeing BREN Esports being undefeated once they show up the Hellcurt.
Yep.
It's this hero that, hey, it's lights out, and even for the last pick draft, everything just works.
Yeah, literally lights out, and that's something they play around with, Francis. And I feel like, again, at the end of the day, what we're seeing from BREN is they are holding on to cards. Like, I feel like they're so, at the point that this team, man, and Coach Ducky and everyone behind the scenes there, they have worked so much to pretty much really add flexibility to not only their picks, their lineup, and everything else, and find things that work. And, we've joked about, even before early season, like how much BREN hated Diggy, that we saw them actually, pick it up. And then, they throw these surprising things on the table. So I feel like we're not going to see them pull anything crazy out just yet. But I feel like in playoffs, we will see those cards come out onto the table, and I feel like they've got a lot they're holding on to.
Yeah, that's actually true, because with the Hellcurt play, it was as if that's the only option for them at that moment. And since they were able to show that they had the Hellcurt in the bag, it means that there is something more for them.
Well, speaking of something more, now let's break things down a bit and what's going to happen on to this match. Will we see a Hellcurt? Now let's throw it over to our analyst for our keys to victory.
Patingkaran ng kulay ng dilaw para magawa nila yun. Ito ang ating keys to victory na hatid sa atin ng Infinix now for ONIC. Kailangan nilang humiram ng pahina, Tagalog, sa libro ng ONIC Esports. Dahil nga nag-champion na ang ONIC ID sa MPL ID Season 11, ay pwede silang humiram ng mga meta picks dito. Baka dito natin makita yung mga Mincitar or yung mga Ling, possibly na lumabas kay Sensui. Kasi it is effective as of today. Na-confirm yan ng Indonesia na gaana pa yung mga nilalaro dito ng ONIC ID. And I feel like it is something na pwedeng hiramin ng ONIC PH dahil nga pwede sila mag-share ng information kung ano yung mga ganang meta versus other teams. Now, for BREN Esports, respect the many dudes. Si Kekedut dito ay napakalupit pagdating sa kanyang mga damage tanks. And actually, nasa audience din si Chef Rapidut kanina. Nakita ko sa may suporta ng isa pang extrang dut. Pero basically, ang kailangan gawin dito is gamitin kailangan gawin ng BREN dito is gamitin nila si Ogwen para hindi makapag-deliver ng detrimental performance ang roamer ng ONIC dahil nga itong roamer nila ay secondary damage dealer for their lineup. Now, for both sides, no half-effort play commitments, all or nothing. Again, everything is laid out on the line. Pride ang pinaglalabanan nitong dalawang teams na to coming into the playoffs. If you have movements na gusto mong i-pull off kapag may mga decisions ka, do not hold any punches either from BREN or from ONIC PH. Yan ang ating matutunghayan dito sa huling laban ngayong araw. Hatid sa atin ng Infinix keys to victory. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Neil the Guzman, for those keys to victory. Now to go back and break things down a bit. Borrow Page from ONIC Esports, from what I've watched onto the ONIC ID playoffs, man.
I got the answer.
Sky King, Kyrie.
I was going to say, can we borrow Kyrie?
They have to bring back Kyrie again? Is that it for ONIC Philippines? Or Or maybe go for a play wherein they could focus on giving space on their jungler.
Yeah, that's the answer.
Okay.
That's the answer.
The space of the for the junglers. Now, as we break down a bit, look at the player head-to-head. Few and Super Friends.
Oh.
The mid lane matchup. Now, it points to Super Friends. Now, in terms of veterancy and experience, it's Few. Kyle, Angelo, Arcangel now is going to have a head-to-head with Super Friends. We've seen how he performed. So I say this is one heck of again a match that we could see on how will they develop their road and performance to the playoffs.
Yeah, and actually, if we look at the stats, majority of the greens are on a super fin side. So a lot of a comparison in terms of how the teams really play. But for the side of ONIC Philippines, it is somehow an Ube type of strategy like Blacklist Internationals, but at the same time focusing towards the damage. As for BREN, they are more on the safe, calculated, aggressive plays. I'm not sure if how you put that up, but you get what I mean. But yes, for BREN Esports, they just need Few for that support.
Wait.
Is
that a crossword puzzle?
Wow.
That Coach Ducky is holding in the drafting phase?
You know, this is a whole new level of strategy here. He's solving the crossword puzzle.
And Coach BREN's actually assisting him.
Yep.
Yeah,
and everyone.
We usually do that on the Saturday morning coffees or even whatever your morning routine is, but he's doing it right now as you go with Kyle Teasy. Hey, what word are you going for? Oh, is this the word we're going for?
So this is how they level up their game IQ.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is their warm-up.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, what's that?
What's that?
Oh, can you zoom it in further?
It said top seed.
Oh.
Actually, I don't know if that said
Another
top
one.
seed, but
It could be.
It probably what he wrote there or something.
Give it.
Director, please put the camera again to the Coach Ducky's crossword
I hope
puzzle.
they hear us here.
Amazing, okay. There's a different vibe that we're feeling and we're seeing from BREN Esports. And to go back on how they went throughout the regular season, well, it's still a 2-0 against ONIC, so will they have a chance this time? Because, again, to the keys to victory, all or nothing commitments. Is there a chance that they were hesitating on some parts that they're up against BREN?
Yup, actually for ONIC Philippines, that's one of their disadvantages in terms of merely on the decision making. You know, there's this thing wherein they will initiate and then in the middle of the team fight, they're focusing on this specific hero and the others will go to this specific hero, and it's as if they're not really sure on how they will execute the play, but they wanted that play.
Okay, now speaking of execution and play, this is the first page that we're about to see on how they wanted to do. On the first part, ONIC Philippines chose to be on blue. You want the first big priority. On the side of BREN Esports, oh hey, yeah, set things right. What are you going to take from us if you are going to target, 4 members of BREN Esports right now who has the strength on how they play with their composition?
And by the way, speaking of composition, another strength for ONIC Philippines in terms of composition is the unorthodox types of heroes for Ryota with the Terizla and the such. So we could see that maybe an Arlot priority pick since Fanny and Joy has been banned on this game. Could be a Kaja ban, by the way, for BREN Esports. But BREN is somehow a type of team that's also prepared if they're up against a Kaja on their lineup. So leaning towards Valentina priority pick, Arlot priority pick, or even Fredrin, the usual.
Yep.
We see the changes in terms of the sequencing on the latter part, maybe second and third pick of the blue side.
Okay, so priority on the XP lane. I'm loving what you're going here. So let's see how ONIC Philippines would prioritize this. Will it be the Fredrin, will it be the Arlot? Man, Arlot has been changing games.
Yeah, he's a game changer, right? He has risen through the weeks here, and it's going to be the Valentino, though. Another hero, and as we get another glimpse at exactly what Coach Ducky is planning here with that crossword puzzle. Yeah, again,
He's still going at it? Oh, he's still going!
He's still going. He's just, maybe he's just like, you know, you guys got this under control, man. So we see BREN pick up the Arlot, pick up the Fredrin. This is what I was going to say, too. We either see a very familiar lineup with BREN where, again, they're just like, you know, let's just go ahead and play our game, what we've shown throughout the season, and hold on to what we have for the playoffs because
nothing fancy.
Yeah, nothing fancy. They don't really have to do anything fancy.
Yeah, they don't really want to give up information since playoffs is nearing. So for ONIC, It's nice that they secured a hero for Super Friends because Super Friends is their player we're in who's really consistent. And this is a nice pick actually for ONIC Philippines with this Grok and even Claude. So with the Grok, there's an option, there's a possibility. You all know that Sensui has been playing Grok. Most of the time, it's either Grok or Akai on the previous season. And maybe a Martis actually is a good option with this. Martis and Karina with this type of lineup, by the way, for ONIC to make it fast and swoop things up against the BREN Esports.
Okay, now we're seeing the possibility of this draft because on the side of ONIC Philippines, okay, they've taken out the Claude, but the Forza, okay, they just let it loose. Consider there's a Valentina on the other side, so it gives so much ultimate to be taken away from BREN Esports in terms of team fights.
You know, one of the things here, there's a Trizzle ban, by the way. You know, you mentioned that because now you are coming down to focusing on the certain individual player skills, what they are really shining at. And we've seen Ryota, right, how he's really played around that pick. And again, this is almost a test, not only for ONIC Philippines, but also Ryota himself, right? We talk about quite a bit now how valuable these XP laners can be through the course of a game from start to finish. And you know, this is definitely something that they want to focus on. So the next ban coming out from ONIC Philippines will be that Melissa. They slowly target down these gold lane options available as well. Already having this Claude picked in too kind of gives you that a little bit of that fallback, right? Again, we saw the stats leading into this draft, how dominant usually Super Friends is, and especially compared, you know, head-to-head here with Few. So, you know, the Claude is a little bit slower. You need to be able to get those, you know, 3-4 items. Your kind of job is just to blazing duet people down. So they're safe there. But now, once again, an XP lane ban targeted towards Ryota.
They're really focusing on our Ryota's heroes. Again, they have the same play. They have the same play style. He has the same play style rather with the Flap TZ. So they don't really want those type of initiator type of XP lane hero, so a good option for BREN Esports. Now that ONIC has banned out Melissa and Carry, BREN Esports is left with the option of picking Brody onto this game for the added, defense on the second skill, and at the same time, BREN Esports, they don't really want to reveal as early as now the hero for Super Marco, so they could go in and have Ogwen's hero on this game. So Ogwen has the option to take a Claude actually. Even Dingy has been banned, okay? So maybe an Atlas could be one for the team, although you're not really sure if you want to give Valentina the option to
the Fatal Links.
Of the Fatal Links, yes.
Yeah, and I love how you're going with the Revelation because BREN Esports right now, they want to have it in a secure spot, but they have the Lolita for Master Ogwen now. So I'm also leaning towards the Brody because in some points of ONIC Philippines, how their mobility is at work here. There are a lot of space that they can create. You have the Grok, you have the Claude, you have the Valentina. So with that, in terms of evading on how BREN Esports initiates an attack, that's how you do it. That's how you let loose the damage with the Tornapot memory. So when looking onto our screens here, between Ogwen and his statistics of the Lolita, he has been constant.
Okay, 71% kill participation for Lolita is very high. And wow, this is interesting. For the side of ONIC Philippines, it's going to be Paquito as their jungler.
Is this the
XP lane
Grok?
XP lane Grok, yes. For fast killing of Minion Wave added. Since you negated that possibility to have Terizla and Yushong on your lineup, why not take another possible XP lane hero that could also initiate with greater impact on the wild charge? For what I can say for a wild charge on an XP lane or Grok on an XP lane, it is really a surprise play from the back.
Okay, backline ambush, backline entry. Well, that is how you do it, but no Brody. It's a Leslie for Super Marco. Talking about reach, right? We're talking about reach. Oh, we forgot about that one who has a sniper. We could go almost half a field in the Land of Dawn. Yeah, a great answer. Super Marco, no Hellcurt for this game.
Yeah, this is, again, this is the range game here for BREN. They don't really have to get into range of, in the range basically of ONIC Philippines. They can fight from afar, and they've got great tools to actually find setups for themselves, and I feel like that's what they're going to be doing. So the work here is going to be cut out for ONIC Philippines. As we even take a look at the talent predictions. We got Burrito over there on the Filipino stream.
Go Burrito.
Voting for ONIC Philippines. And that's the thing, though. Based on this lineup, ONIC Philippines actually can win this game. Now, if you look at the value of the draft, right, face value of it, it's great. They have the boxes checked. But again, you got to be able to execute this. And yeah, a big part of that is, one, utilizing the Grok, two, utilizing the Kufra, because we've seen how dominant a Kufra can be, and playing around the fact that, you know, those Numenum Blast setups are going to be there, plus dealing with the Arlot, who has been a monster so far in the meta.
You know what? When you look at the lineup of the teams, I'm really looking forward on how BREN Esports will capitalize having the Leslie, because yesterday we saw Leslie for Smart Omega and it didn't really go well, knowing that it was Kelra that used the hero. So if you are ONIC Philippines, as much as possible, you really want to focus on as much as possible depleting the resources on hand for this Leslie, because Super Marco, by the way, is the player here in our league that has the highest number of achievements in terms of statistics, average kills, the rest of the departments in totality.
Well, speaking of total and stats, as we go in and look onto the face of this draft, as Naisu and Chantal said, on the side of ONIC, I'm looking for, like, how will the damage pull off early game? It's a Claude. You need time. You need space. On their end, they could rely on the Valentino or even the Paquito, depending on how they rotate. But on the side of BREN Esports, it's a much more, well, a BREN thing on how they approach this game. So let's see how they do this for this game. This is the first series, or the last series of the night. Let's see how it goes.
Actually, we saw the delay in terms of the minion that Riot
Always
did.
love it.
Yes, and it is actually nice because it's as if he's forcing the players of BREN to clear the minion wave a bit deeper as compared to those on the middle lane. So we can see the pressure right now for ONIC Philippines given to the gold laner of BREN Esports. This is what we've been talking about. They have to place in continuous pressure to Super Marco to win that laning.
Yeah, speaking of lane, it's Few and Super Friends onto the mid lane. Probably now he decided to go for the magic power, and probably the focus here is push down and remain or be an anchor on the middle so that nobody can cross the parts where Kyle TZ can really focus on.
You know, those two kind of glimpses we got there with the statistics there really paint the picture of these two teams' play styles, right? ONIC Philippines being the top team that likes that team participation because they're always, you know, fighting, responding to each other. And even as they set up here on the top side, looking for Super Marco, BREN already on the response. Multiple members here, both sides, teams, Sensui just about to get that level 4. So, and again, on the other side, the other achievement there was BREN, right? Being top in KDA. And again, that just shows how dominant of their playstyle it has been throughout the season.
Look at that for BREN Esports. The movement is as if they are a liquid. When one moves, automatically everyone moves and flows with them. So for BREN Esports, I really like what they're doing, just giving vision and information to the rest of the players, just for them to be prepared whenever there is a danger from ONIC Philippines on this game. Now for ONIC, since they have the Grok, they might want to capitalize on that, on this turtle objective, and take note that the majority of the players of BREN Esports has already been positioned on this game. We have a level 4 Forza and same with this Valentina.
All right, there's the final slash. Already going to go through. First blood, though, as Sensui falls. Nice setup there. Super Prince grabbing himself a kill. It's a bloodbath here. Turtle not even going to be claimed just yet, but kills across the board. 2 going in the hands of BREN here and straight to Kyle TZ.
No Turtle, or he said was imminent for BREN Esports, so probably now, as Chantal put it, BREN Esports is moving like liquid in terms of how they are reacting, how ONIC moves, because again, they're really, again, dependent on how they will go with their laning stage. And this is how their damage really can go through, because that 2 kills always give BREN Esports away.
Yep, Kakadu going to charge in once again. They do find Ogun. They get the flicker route. Sensui, though, able to secure the turtle. Ryota goes in with a wild charge. The backup is there. Ogun will miss the Numenum Blast. Gets away with a little bit of health now on the chase for Ryota. Can't get away, though, as Few grabs the killing blow.
Took them a while to actually kill Ryota at the time. And For ONIC Philippines, it was a nice call for them, but still the lead is on the hands of BREN Esports. Again, when we go back to the team fight before the turtle objective was secured by ONIC Philippines, BREN Esports, they were able to secure a kill against Sensui, and at the time, it was 0-1 to Few. So it was a better trade for the side.
Wow! Kakadu with a big setup there. Finding 2 members, it's only Few that goes down there. So nice pickoff here coming out from ONIC Philippines.
Yeah, definitely.
Out of position, Few.
Yep, and for BREN Esports, since it is the second time that Few is to be targeted, we might as well see a slow rotation from BREN.
Oh my goodness!
Sensui.
The big damn, that's what that is right there, Sensui. The 1-2 punch.
I just gotta say, Sensui right now really had a good start of his day, and Sensui was one of the players who was really constant in the retribution battles on who is up against. Now he's just purely showing complete power with this Paquito, and even on a Demon Slayer, I don't see any damage being compromised here.
Yeah, actually for ONIC, for Sensui per se, I was about to ask myself where did damage come from again. Yeah. It's just he's just aware that it's a viable target, squishy hero, Super Marco for BREN Esports, and it's actually nice because they're forcing actually BREN Esports to go and rotate on a different lane as we see, but for Ogwen, instead of him rotating on the top lane and even at the bottom lane to get vision on this third objective, he's forced to give back up and support Super Marco in the goal lane.
Okay, speaking of support in the goal lane now, the contention is on the turtle.
Yeah, they're already going to fight for this. Super Prince holding on to the Numen on Blast that he stole up top side. There's a setup again! An amazing one layered with a Numen on Blast! Stolen from Super Prince! Still looking to get a kill. They don't get it just yet. But they did manage to get the turtle. All the CC was there, but they didn't have the damage just yet. But they're happy with the objective.
Man, did you see the layer of that setup? 1, 2, and 3 in perfect switches. How did ONIC manage to pull that off, Chantel?
If we see it as a cake, it's a 3-layered cake actually for ONIC Philippines at that time. It was because of, again, there is a flicker, by the way, for Kekadut at that time. Ryota went in for the wild charge, flicker Tidus Rage for Kekadut, and we have Super Prince with the Numen Blast IMU. If you go back to the team fight, the question here is now, ONIC Philippines is still lacking on damage, so they still have to wait on those finisher, for the finisher on those types of setup. It was a great setup, by the way, and Kekadut is actually playing immense on this.
I don't think they're going to find anything that time. Again, you know, as you were saying, they're lacking damage here, Chantel. But so far, every target that Kekadut chooses, he's been on point, right? And that's something that definitely BREN has to watch out for as the game progresses here and ONIC Philippines starts to get those items in the damage department.
Yeah, actually, you mentioned earlier that the lineup of ONIC Philippines, specifically the Claude, is really on the late game. So later on, when we see the damage of nets, that might be deadly here for BREN Esports, and knowing that all the crowd control skills for Kekadut and the rest of ONIC Philippines is really on point.
Oh, speaking of being on point, Super Marco is the target here up top. I say how ONIC Philippines is doing right now. BREN Esports is merely answering on how the pace is being set up most of the time.
Yeah, that's actually true. Now for BREN Esports, what's really nice for the team is, yes, there are synchronization of skills for ONIC Philippines, but at the same time, they are fully aware as to why the lead is not really that high for ONIC. So this is now the third objective. We have the IMU again for Super Friends on this Numen Blast.
Okay. Now setup is present on BREN Esports. Now, and on the other hand, Magic and even Damage to ONIC Philippines really ready to show up. Turtle half HP, who's going to get it?
Yeah, BREN going to go ahead and just try to control this the best they can.
Ooh.
Ogwen actually the one to secure the turtle there. So there you go. They grab one. Now, ONIC Philippines, though, even despite this gold lead, the little gold lead that BREN has, ONIC Philippines is the one pulling the punches. You know, literally with Sensui here on this Paquito, but at the same time, setting the pace, like you mentioned earlier, OSX. And that's something they're still going to be going for, even if it's Ogwen. As he gets terrified, can he get away? There's the lineup. Not going to be able to find that Numen Blast that was stolen by Super Prince.
It could be saved up for some few minutes ahead, but he wants to use it up top to secure a kill, but now BREN Esports could do a punish setup.
They're going to be looking for the punish here. Kekadu going to get caught out a little bit, has to flicker out. There's the ultimate coming out from Super Marco, but still not enough damage even for BREN.
And after everything that has happened, there's still no casualty for both of our teams. It was close against Ogwe. It was close against the other players of ONIC Philippines. Now, again, it is a battle of marksman in terms of the late game. If we look at the itemization, even the gold lead for the Claude and even Super Marco in this game, definitely the Claude will be on the lead because of the Avarice. So we can see right now the controlled aggression for both of our teams, but they are really giving space for Super Marco.
Okay, they're going to be fighting for this top side. Nets barely gets away here. The Tier 1 finally falls top side, a lot committed. So BREN now getting that first turret of the game. They're going to trade it. Sensui, though, taking the Tier 2 bottom lane.
Okay, ONIC Philippines sees the way on how to take down BREN slowly, but to go back on the items. That Grok or Ryota was rocking the Sea Halberd?
Yeah, actually, I mean, if it's really more the passive of the Grok. Actually, if you place in damage items, it actually converts into defensive as well. So it's a mixture between damage and at the same time defense. So why he is viable on the XP lane because of the possible changes. So yeah, for BREN Esports, as of the moment, the lead is now at 7. So crowd control has been a headache for them and will still be.
Sensui, though, was hunting for a few. He got him to back off a little bit, but he's going to be in trouble here. Kakadut again goes in. It's Super Marco and few that fall down. Flap-TZ now trying to get out of there. He's going to get blocked here. Still up for a little bit longer. Gets whittled away and falls. Now the onslaught coming out from ONIC Philippines again. It's only Flap before he falls. It's a wipeout and a triple for Nets plus the Lord.
Tankiness is a might, and ONIC Philippines, they have 3 initiators on this game. Actually, even add the damage here of Nets because of those setup plays. He was able to have those free hits, got the triple kill as well, and the lead skyrocketed for ONIC Philippines on this game. After that, after the team fight, we'll see 3 core items already for Nets onto this game. With the corrosion side, added movement speed, so a bit difficult actually for Super Marco to lessen the gap.
Yep.
So BREN Esports right now, they really have to defend this Lord, but it's easier for them because they have the force, but at the same time, they have to look forward on those jumps, those silent rages from Kakadut.
I just gotta say, Kakadut is on point on how to make the perfect setup. We were talking about how the Sea Halberd was present inside of ONIC Philippines in the hands of Ryota. Now we know it's always about the HP regen and life drain, because inside of BREN Esports, I only see 1 Dominance Ice and 1 Ansi Kiras. That's not enough even to hold or be in the front line of BREN Esports once ONIC Philippines goes for an attack.
Yeah, I like the way you put it, man. Kakadut has just been on point from minute number 1 up to this point. So, you know, at this moment, BREN has to be on the defense here. The question is, can they actually stop this? There's the setup once again. CC after CC being late on Kyle TZ. He's going to have to go back, heal up at the base, but BREN holding on. Again, that was only the first Lord, right? The high ground defense is obviously here for BREN. But ONIC Philippines, massive lead already, about 12 minutes in.
Yeah, very high for ONIC Philippines. Now for BREN Esports, there's actually no one to like really have that face check against Kakadut, because we all know for the elite, as much as possible, you need that better vision for you to set up a play. So maybe Flap-TZ could really find a way. We see a conceal actually.
Yeah,
speaking of finding a way, look!
Okay, they're still going for it. They're going to cut off here with that Guardian's Mirror. Kyle TZ going to sweep forward. Still going to be alive. Appraiser's Wrath does come out. They're trying to get it out. But now Kyle TZ is down, and it's Oakland to follow. Flap-TZ going to be in trouble as well. Killing spree for Super Friends. Looking for another wipeout. ONIC Philippines does it again.
What a nice setup play by ONIC Philippines. They have the Grok, they have the Kufra, and they have the Damager, or actually the whole squad of ONIC Philippines with the damage. No one is there for BREN Esports to defend.
ONIC Philippines with a second wipeout of the game. They're going to take game number 1 in 13 minutes against the top seed BREN.
It's Talking about how they can prove themselves worthy onto the playoffs. Yeah, we're back in our normal day form, says Nets, without having deaths on that game. ONIC Philippines just managed to dictate everything up against BREN Esports, who's on top seed in the playoffs.
Again, ONIC Philippines played as if they're just really prepared against BREN Esports, and we didn't really expect that Kufra and Grok, because we don't really see Kufra to be picked nowadays. It's mostly more on the Chos, the Lolitas, but having to be able to pull off that Grok and even Kufra on the same page, it's as if you're giving the Claude that assurance that you're safe. I am with you. And we also have the Valentina. No need to be scared. And we saw that to Nets.
Yeah. I mean...
Nice you said it. How will they have damage? It's a Claude.
It's a Claude, but, you know, at the same time here, man, everything just fell into place this time for ONIC Philippines. And I got to say, MVP in my book would be Kakadu, man, because the guy was on point. Like you mentioned, mentioned early on, and you saw it. A lot of the times, even when engages would start, and I love this interaction because even with the Valentina, a lot of the time Super Prince was taking the Newman on blast, right? That's what he was copying. And so you had that already layer happening, and then even if they missed, they still had options to follow through. And then the damage started to get there, and you saw them wipe out BREN twice.
It's a Claude with having, well, a bit of an early start. Now, with a bit of a few defense, I'm just wondering how BREN will do it. But right now, it's Chantel's time to break things down on how that game went with ONIC Philippines.
ONIC Philippines winning against the top seed of our tournament. Again, we've mentioned the draft of ONIC Philippines that pulled through on this game, and BREN Esports wasn't really prepared with the synchronization of the skills, or actually that added crowd control. Imagine that you're up against a team that can hold around 3 to 5 seconds, or maybe around 2 to 3 seconds of stun during the team fight. So it all started with the Kufra and Grok. You also have that knockout strike from a Sensui's hero that also has a crowd control. It means that it is easier for Nets to dive in, do that blazing duel. As to why even on other objectives, it was actually ONIC Philippines that is on the lead. And when we say in terms of the lead, if you go back to the early game, BREN Esports was on the upper hand. We saw the that was around 4 minutes. We might see that later on the highlights we're in. There was that Wild Charge, Tyrant's Rage, and even the Numinum Blast IMU from ONIC, but there's no damage. But when the moment that Nets already has the damage, it was impossible for BREN Esports to stop the damage already, or the setup plays that they have. So looking at the overall team statistics, 92% kill participation for Super Prince, and we saw that during the player head-to-head against View, that one of the best picks for Super Prince and View is Valentina. Having the Valentina that does those taunts, and even the Numinum Blast has been very deadly for ONIC Philippines. And for BREN Esports, look at that. Super Marco was literally shut down with 0% team fight participation. It's as if they're really waiting for Super Marco to be activated, but ONIC Philippines just stopped them and didn't give them the opportunity to do such. So a wingman for that game is Kekedut. Definitely the guy that has been really consistent on the game, and also our MVP with that 009 KDA. He bounces out of nowhere. It's as if he's ready to play basketball, But yeah, after this item, he went in for the not complete items, but he has prepared for physical defense and then that magic defense and went straight to immortality. That's how prepared he is if ever there is an unexpected damage from the side of BREN Esports. And also, when we say Kufra and you're up against a Leslie, or you're up against heroes that are not really that mobile, it is a lot easier for Kekedut. And since he's up against as well a Lolita, it means that it is a lot easier for a Kufra, for Kekedut to be exact, to be on one step ahead against Ogwen on this game, because there is also front runner for or frontliner for the side of ONIC Philippines for every team fight. Yes, there were moments of brilliance for BREN Esports during that game, but because of the sustain, those sets out of nowhere, it's as if BREN Esports was mispositioned, and it came almost 4-minute game time. That was the first death of Super Marco, and everything, the rotation of BREN Esports has been disrupted. And because of the early initiations of ONIC Philippines, it was a lot easier for them to have few use that feathered airstrike just to defend themselves and not really positioned well for every team fight. So this is around 10 minutes. We're in ONIC Philippines were able to secure the Lord, and this is what we've been talking about. Few was on the side on this buff Pete, but at the same time, when he used the feathered airstrike, it was only just one player from ONIC that was hit. So the burst damage isn't there. There's no possibility actually for the side of BREN Esports to counter that play, because if they move forward, or if their trajectory is leaning towards ONIC Philippines, there's a taunt from Valentina. Again, this is just a warm-up for ONIC Philippines and also BREN Esports in terms of the playoffs. But man, this is intense, and this is just game 1.
Yeah, game number 1, as we talk about and how Chantel break things down, and to look on how that Kufra or Kekadut has those items. Is that a chop build?
Chop build, yeah.
Yeah,
Physical defense, and then
Magic resist.
and then one straight to the immortal.
Plus he had tenacity, so you know.
Yeah.
So that's what you need just to go through all the.
I mean, the guy's job was literally like just jump in,
set up,
find a Tyrant's Rage if I can, and if I grab a couple members, great. If I live, because he had an immortality too, right? So it's like he did his job. He knew the assignment. That's all he had to do, man. So again, it was an amazing performance from the team, but of course from Kekadut as well.
Oh, well, speaking of performance, now on this point, if you see the heat map, it was also about how they wanted to give the chance for BREN Esports to actually bounce back, because on some point the Valentina first pick really to go back on history on how ONIC Philippines wants to part is always on the red side. Well, now let's take a bit of a breather with Mara on the crowd. Let's see what she has for us right now.
Here with the crowd at kasama natin, Coach Pao and Rapidude. Kamusta na kayong dalawa, Coach? Kailan ka bumalik?
Kahapon lang, kagabi.
Oh, kahapon lang. And the first thing you did was visit here kaagad?
Siyempre.
So, I'm assuming you are supporting BREN. Ikaw, I'm assuming you're supporting?
Siyempre, ONIC.
Siyempre, ONIC. Oh, ano pinagkakabalan mo ngayon?
Nag-aaral ako ngayon eh. Bale, graduating na ako.
Oh, anong course ulit?
Tourism Management.
That's really good Okay, gano'n ba ka-importante na matapos mo yung pag-aaral mo?
Maganda kasi para may achievement ka na sa sarili mo eh.
So, tourism, ibig sabihin ba, magsastop ka mag-ML o anong gusto mong mangyari?
Bali, plano ko sana, pag-graduate ko, balik ako ng ML ulit.
Babalik ka ng ML, tapos magkatayo ka ng restaurant.
Yes, sir.
Para ikaw yung maging chef. Okay, kung meron kang isang restaurant, anong itatawag mo doon?
Rapidudut Cafe.
Oh, Rapidudut Cafe! Okay, bumisita ka pa rin ba ng bootcamp?
ONIC.
Kamusta? It looks like they're doing well,
Kaya nanalo sila ngayon kasi nakateam sila ng pinagbabawal na luto eh.
Anong ingredient na pinagbabawal na luto?
Siyempre yung sisig.
Yung sisig, mananalo daw sila kasi nagluto siya ng sisig. Bakit ba mananalo yung BREN?
Masarap yung sinigang ni Coach Daki eh.
Oh! Si Coach Daki nagluluto ng sinigang. Oh, bakit ba mananalo ang iyong kapanan, ONIC?
Alam na nila yung mga kalat na tapos nalinis na nila yun.
Alam na nila yung kalat.
Yung kalat nila na ginagawa nila ng ibang series. Tapos ngayon, nalinis na
nalinis nila. Nalilinis na daw. Coach Pao.
Nung unang game, chambador mentality lang yun. Kaya I think BREN will take the series kasi chamba lang yung ONIC ng first game.
Oh, do you agree?
Para sa akin, check na nila yung BREN kasi naman kung top 1 sila, di ba? Sa playoffs, laglag agad sila. Yan.
Ay, pero malaking bagay. Wow.
Joke lang.
Oy, babalik ko namin yung comment mo later Pero ang laking bagay nangyari kanina dahil ngayon, pasok na yung ONIC Gaano kalaking nakausap mo ba sila kanina? Kasama mo ba sila nung nanonood?
Opo.
Ano yung reaction nila nung nalaman nila pasok sila because of the previous games?
Yun, nakahinga sila ng maluwag kasi no pressure na rin. Kasi auto pasok na eh.
Sino yung pinakamaingay kanina?
Si Nets, lagi yan. Si Nets.
Laging si Nets. Ikaw naman, Coach, nakapag-coach ka sa Indonesia. So, malaking welcome back here in the Philippines. So, give us an inside scoop. Ano ba yung pinakamalaking difference, pinagkaiba ng mga Indonesian player sa Filipino players?
Feel ko, pinaka-diferensya is, of course, the food and the culture. Pero pagdating sa laro, yung macro talaga, mas stricto yung galaw ng mga Filipino teams. Kaya, yun, ONIC lang siguro yung makakasabay kasi may Pinoy rin na player at saka coach.
Pero, how was that na coaching a team na iba yung language, iba yung... How was that for you?
Nung una mahirap, pero may isa pa kasing coach na marunong talaga mag-English. So parang siya yung naging medium namin na naging translator in a way. So kaya nagkakaintindihan na rin naman.
And how did you like the entire experience? If you could summarize it, how was it for you? Was it stressful in the beginning, then you gelled in the end? How was that like?
Nung una stressful kasi kailangan ko mag-adjust sa kanila eh. So, pero towards the end, it was actually a really fun experience. So, yeah.
And it was also fun interviewing you, Coach Pao. Rapidut, uy,
Hi.
ikaw naman, hi. Okay, babato na natin sa ating casters. They're ready. Tignan natin kung magkakatotoo nga ba yung sinabi mo. Bato natin, kunyari, ikaw, ako. Go.
Ano ba? Caster, pasok.
Thank you so much, Chef Rapidut, with Coach Powell, expert, fresh from Indonesia. That was a good interview. That's a bit of a look back. Those two guys, like we've seen them back in the season, man, how time flies. How time flies. We'll see them back again here, fresh, looking awesome, and they're just exchanging bars on how this series will go.
You know what I bet they missed?
What?
What?
Especially, what's something that I always miss when I travel?
What?
Sinigang.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sinigang,
With
yeah.
the kangkong?
With the
Kangkong,
kangkong.
baby.
Sinigang with curry is a nice combo, by the way.
What?
Sinigang
Sinigang
with?
and curry.
Sinigang curry?
And curry.
Really?
Yeah.
That's the first time we hear about that. Really?
That's a
Yeah.
whole nother level, Chantel.
You should try that.
Wow.
I've tried that during Flowgram. I mean,
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh.
I was there.
No, you're not. You're not there.
it was there.
It was my curry.
Actually, I
Oh,
mean,
no. The first or the second
the
Flowgram?
first.
Yeah,
the
it was
first.
my
I was
curry.
there. Yeah, I was there. It was the Flowgram is one we actually bond
The
off
bond with each other,
season.
yeah.
On how
I was
we
going to say,
strengthen
viewers are like,
ourselves.
what is a flowgram?
Really? You would say what is a Flowgram?
Yeah, no, that's what the viewers are thinking.
Yeah, Flowgram is one of our retreat this is a thing that we do off season to strengthen our bonding.
It's something that OSX creates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, he
It's-
creates it.
This is how we develop friendship and turn being friends and family, right? Right, brother? Hey, sister.
Yeah.
Yeah. well.
Anyway,
Anyway,
let's go back.
go back to the series. Now we're going back to the draft. Game number 2. Let's see how BREN Esports adjusts, because on game number 1, they're on the opposite sides on their winning stats on how they want to play the game. Now, ONIC Philippines is on blue side, Chantel.
Yeah, actually for the side of ONIC Philippines as well. Since they won that first game, I kind of feel like they really have to hold on to that Grok and Kufra. Grok and Kufra, right? Although I really like that they didn't really prioritize the Fred for this game.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Okay, a different priority, but on the respect bands of ONIC, it's Kyle Cheesy's Comfort Heroes. You have the Glue, also the Deli Diggy. Now they prioritize it with the Valentine. It was a strong pick, Naisu. It's one of the things that, hey, this is our setup. And for most of the time that BREN Esports pick their heroes, it's a handful of ultimates that they can use in breaking their game.
Yeah. This is a great, man, you threw me off, with the Flowgram, reminiscent here, but the Valentina first pick, great option because you pretty much just, I consider Valentina almost like the, I would say the magic version of Fredrin.
Really?
Yeah, because, you pick Fredrin because it's super safe. You can, he's such a, I guess he fits into so many compositions. Valentina does the same thing.
Okay.
Right? So here we go already. They know what these teams know exactly how they want to draft, right, against this. So with ONIC Philippines, again, grabbing this Kufra, there's the Claude once again. Don't change things if you don't have to, right? BREN, though, they do pick up that Arlot. They have this time the Kaja for that immediate kind of lockdown with the Divine Judgment.
Why am I sensing that two of you said about having or could be a possible tiebreaker game? Because at some point, I see Coach Ducky and Coach V like put down their crossword puzzle newspapers. Now, it could be like, okay, time to put off our game phase mode here. And now it's a Brody. We're talking about a Brody out of game number 1. So probably this could still be their option. No, I was wrong. Coach Ducky is still on his crossword puzzle.
I was wondering if he was gonna put the crossword away.
No,
you know, but he's like,
I was really hoping that he has coffee there.
Again,
and a chair.
Yeah. Well, if I'm not Coach Ducky, but comfortably, he should be comfortable because of the fact that they are the top seed and everything. And again, I'm just saying, like, as we get another glimpse at it,
okay.
I don't expect BREN to really pull out anything new here. And maybe this game they just play a little bit better because in the previous one, you like the ban, right?
Yeah, I knew it. I somehow felt the Hellcurt could be picked up here by BREN Esports in the second phase.
Lights out.
Yeah, ONIC Philippines doesn't like lights out. They want with a full view or vision of the map.
Would you rather have lights on or lights off?
For this game, if I'm ONIC Philippines, lights on.
All right.
Yeah, you need
Good
vision.
choice.
Yeah, Valentina. And on this point, the mid lane is still missing for BREN Esports. So it's a good way to put it. Like, will they pick up the Farza now, or will they shorten the choices of ONIC Philippines copying the ultimates of BREN Esports once again?
Well, right now, as we get through this last phase, there's another very similar drafting phase, right? I mean, they are going to go ahead and take out those XP lane options here for Ryota. I'm wondering actually what he'll decide to pick up here based on, the fact that pretty much 3, you could even say 4 bans from BREN are towards that XP lane because, we have seen Joy even flex in the XP lane. But the last one is going to be this Faramis ban coming out from ONIC Philippines.
Oh, wait, the Joy
has been banned,
right? So I was thinking like they could shake things up because right now we still don't have a jungler for BREN Esports. So Fred on the second phase, still going to be their wonder for this game. So let's see how ONIC Philippines respond to their last 2 picks.
So actually for BREN Esports, they're prioritizing on the safe side, having this Fred. Well, technically, since this is BREN Esports and they have the versatility in terms of the XP lanes and jungler heroes, we might see Kyle TZ use the R-Lot.
Yep.
And then Flap TZ on this Fredrin, but still Paquito for ONIC Philippines. Why not? It's effective. Then let's use it again, although Grok is not available anymore.
It's basically the same draft minus Grok.
Yep. So with the heroes left for Ryota, maybe a hero that has a crowd control as well. Teresa's not open.
It's banned out.
Arla has been taken. Maybe Ruby could be one, but it's going to be Minsither, okay?
Really?
Yeah.
They're doing it. Okay. ONIC Philippines not afraid to show it. Again, they're open to experiment, but it's their own risk. But now for this Minsitar on ONIC Philippines.
Okay, but yesterday, BREN Esports was up against a... I'm not sure if it's BREN Esports, but there was a Minsithar game. Oh, it was Echo. The counter that they used against the Minsithar was Kagura. So knowing you, he is a great Kagura user. Could be an option here for BREN Esports just to, be prepared on that King's Calling and have that Yin Yang overturn on that range. So they're needing that burst. Farza could be one, but yeah, it's gonna be Eva. More on still the AOE tempo making type of a hero. And since they have the gadget on their lineup, we are expecting to, as much as possible, try to focus on nets more because earlier there was just a lot of space for nets.
Hiccups mostly on BREN Esports on how their game number 1, but this Minsitar really is turning things around. Could be the change for ONIC Philippines now against BREN Esports because on that we were expecting a Kaga, we're expecting some a safe distance with a range burst. So right now on how BREN Esports is thinking, we need to secure on how our dance floor could go. They have a Brody, so what's one way to secure their border with the Brody's ultimate, right?
Yep. Yeah. And actually with a Brody pick of the side of BREN Esports, it's an easy route actually for them because it has its own skill set wherein it could escape or actually negate the possible threat from the opposing team. Now that we think about it, even the draft of BREN Esports is really on the safe route because they went in for a single target, a type of post 5 with the Kaja, because earlier it was a lot easier for ONIC to set up a play, having that IMU on the Lolita Ultimate Luminum Blast. So really nice for BREN.
Yeah. Now, mid-lane matchup here, we've seen the Valentina picking up the boots. And for the side of Few, he wants the mana regen, so he's not letting go of this lane. But on the side of ONIC, something tells me that this Valentina is going to go places.
Yeah, I'm wondering too, at this point, if you are Super Prince, which ultimate's going to be better here for you to take. You got some great options. They already get an early flicker out from Few, so that is going to be a little bit of an advantage they can play around still. But, the threat, especially when Ogwin gets that level 4, that Divine Judgment's available, that is something to really consider. But, still, again, going back to the point, Super Prince, do you take the Divine Judgment? Do you decide to go ahead and take the Final Slash? Or possibly even the RWM? You have that real-world manipulation aside from you, too.
Yeah, since we're talking about how the tanks could go in this game, let's talk about how ONIC Philippines has 2 tenacities, Chantel on their side. What's so big of a difference here against BREN Esports? Flapteasy's 1 tenacity.
Definitely for BREN Esports. Okay, we have 2 tenacities for ONIC Philippines. Majority of the damage in terms of late game will be coming from Super Marco. So they're just really prepared for that damage that could bring forth by BREN Esports.
Well, there's the damage. They didn't. Oh, no, they did. Super Prince goes in, grabs the first blood. Now going to be looking for Few. He didn't have the flicker, so it's a double. Already Super Prince early on, 2 minutes into the game.
Just look at that Super Prince in front of the players of BREN Esports. He was actually level 3. He just waited and positioned himself and waited to be level 4. After that, he went in for the IMU fast hands, actually fast move for Super Prince, because at that time, at that moment, he was still at level 3 and he is aware of that he will be on the upper hand in terms of leveling, as to why he went in and went for the RWM. And it's just BREN Esports that's not prepared for that initiation from ONIC Philippines. And again, ONIC is just taking their time. They also have the sprint, by the way, for Nets, who could be part of the team fight later on. Flicker has been used.
Flicker goes in. Super Prince going to fall here. There's the real world manipulation. They're still going to be battling out for the turtle as well, forcing Kekadut and Ryota to run away. Sensui slides in, grabs the turtle, and punches his way out.
Talking about Sensui instinct being consistent on this retry battles. My gosh. He just keeps on doing it good.
Yep, and the mastery of the hero as well. That was a nice knockout strike to back away against the players of BREN Esports. And there is another gold swing, although the gold lead is not yet that high for both of our teams. Now, looking at the gold, if we focus on the gold laners, we have almost the same for the squad and even the Brody, considering that the Claude has the Avers. So this is really nice for Super Marco. And I believe for Ryota, the best or the possible first item would be Darkness Ice.
Okay, Kekadut jumps in once again, forcing that flicker out. Gonna get whittled down here. Kekadut gets torn apart, but it's Ogwin that grabs the second kill of the game here for BREN. So Ogwin going to be off to a good start in terms of itemization early on. He's going to be a part of that big reliance is going to be on Ogwin to find those pickoffs. Now that especially we see this Kaja with a nice lead and having the Divine Judgment available to him.
Yeah, from that clash, like Super Marco, he was in the distance, letting go his counterpart memory at super on point, right? So with that, who's going to catch or who's going to get him from ONIC Philippines? Because the distance, man, you need to mind that on how you would want to infiltrate the ambush, or you would want to infiltrate the backline, as you guys mentioned on the draft.
Yeah, and we saw that earlier. Actually, even the potential of this Brody is aware, or BREN Esports was aware during this draft, that ONIC Philippines most probably will go again to a drafter in mostly our tanks. So knowing that there is a tanky hero for Ryota and even Kekadut, it is a nice positioning for Super Marco, because every time you've mentioned infiltrate. So every time ONIC Philippines wants to infiltrate, Super Marco will just go for the Abysm Strike, for those stacks.
Yeah.
And after that, you go for the torn apart memory.
Yeah, all about ultimates connecting onto one one goal. Take down members of ONIC Philippines. But right now, as BREN Esports has the lead, now the question could be on how will they go up against Ensui. Man, talking about consistency here.
Kekadu did jump in the bottom side, both. It was a 2 versus 2 here. Super Marco, though. I know we didn't see it on camera, but they made a great play. Turtle going to be secured here. And now Kyle Teasy falls. ONIC Philippines just unleashing on all parts of the map. Leona going to go in, gets a little bit of regen back, has the shield up here. Flap Teasy still going to be hunting for the kill. A nice final slash, but not enough to get the kill he was looking for.
Ooh, that was a 0.2 distance on hooking Flap Teasy onto his turret.
Now we see the similarities and differences in terms of play style for both of our XP laners that was being brought up before this series has started. Now, earlier it was around 50s or maybe 100 lead for the gold laners. Now it is around 500. So for ONIC Philippines, they just have to continue what they're doing. They are a 2K gold lead. The main problem for them as of now is if there is going to be a divine judgment from Open.
There it is. As you say it, Chantel, they do find Kekadu here, and they take him down. Super Marco grabbing the kill. And that's all they got to do, right? Play around the divine judgment like you were saying.
Yeah, but the thing here is that since for BREN Esports, they only have a single target crowd control, then they will wait.
Oh, wow. That got you going too. I know. I mean, just seeing it, you're like, Nets, what's going on here?
Okay.
Super Marco saying no.
Stop the explanation right now. Again, for your BREN Esports, we all thought that they will set up a play if there's a divine judgment for Owen. But no, they are aware that there's already a damage for Super Marco. They really have just to force and as much as possible seclude the players of ONIC Philippines on a specific place. So for ONIC, there is a gold swing from 2.2k, now 600. So what they want right now is to destroy turrets as much as possible.
He landed the spear into the King's Calling. He goes. Flap Teasy getting taken down right before this third turtle comes up here. ONIC Philippines going to be hunting for a perfect take on the turtle. Super Marco going to be in trouble.
That was close.
That was close for Nets. Kyle Teasy secured the turtle, though. So a little bit of trade here, but ONIC Philippines still holding on to a lead.
Man, BREN Esports was all over the place. And ONIC also was responding, yeah, hey, we could cover all the bases on how this objective could go. But that two-man casualty for BREN Esports, they would really need to lessen that a bit as they go in the game.
Yeah, actually for Super Marco, I wasn't really sure, or we're not really sure as to why he's there.
Why he's there,
because majority of the players of BREN are really on the other side of the map. There's a possibility that he's just trying to take that weight.
Well, everybody just focusing down Kyle Teasy here. Using that King's Calling too. Doesn't escape though. Now there's the Divine Judgment going to go ahead and pull Kekadu out of there. The team not sure if they want to commit, but now Flap Teasy going to take a couple shots. What a spear! Finding 3 coming out from Ryota, and they punish BREN as members all fall here near the Tier 2 turret.
3! They take 3 from BREN Esports with a perfect hook and spear. Thought about being a Franco, but you're a spear.
I think this is the first time that I saw a Spear of Glory take 3 players. Most of the time it's just 1.
Man.
2, look at that. In an instant, the Spear of Glory.
Franco who?
Franco who? I am Atoy R. I mean, he's
I'm
Atoy R. I mean, I'm a player that uses R a lot, and now I'm Mincith R. I'm the god of hooks.
There
Why
you
not?
go. Oh, man.
That was nice. And for BREN Esports, they're just not ready for that type of Spear of Glory.
The perfect spear. We've seen him miss an inch in getting Flap Teasy up top. Well, yeah, here's a bounce back. I think 3 for my team. Oh, look at that, Sensui.
Oh, they're going to crash down once again. Sandwich play comes out. Flap Teasy trying to buy some time with a final slash. He's bobbing, he's weaving. Kekadu quite low, had the immortality. Going to be popped here. Super Marco should be able to grab the kill. But look at the backside. They're forcing ONIC Philippines back here. Ogwin grabbed the kill. Response from Super Prince. But Lord is for the taking here for BREN.
This is indeed a battle of XP laners. It was a nice setup play from Ariana, but at the same time, there's a counter final slash for BREN Esports as to why they secure the Lord. So timing is a bit critical as of the moment in terms of using the skills. But right now, ONIC is still on the lead. So for BREN Esports, they really have to capitalize this Lord that they have. Maybe take down 2 to 3 turrets, but it will march in at the bottom. Good thing for ONIC Philippines, their minion wave is really high on this lane. So it will march very slow. But yeah, we see right now that for the Mincitar, the next item would be the Dominance Eyes. So we're just waiting again for that synchronization of skills for ONIC Philippines. But for BREN Esports, the damage is already there.
Well, talking about damage, call me in. I'm going to use this hero once I go back to my house. No Franco games now. We'll talk about Spear. It has the same cooldown as Franco. That's how you change the game. So is BREN Esports prepared for this attacks? Because they were lacking the defense there.
Yep. And I think for BREN Esports, wait, we hear the conceal again. You know what? When I hear the conceal, it's as if a warning sign that I have to stop talking, right?
Little siren goes off. It's like, hold that thought, you know?
There might be another play. The Lord march in at the bottom lane. We could see a change in terms of the item for the boots, specifically for Flap TZ on to this game.
Yeah, so they're going to have to go ahead and make quick work of that Lord. As they do, it's only the first one of the game here. But, you know, you're seeing ONIC Philippines, even despite that lead, the struggle that they're having now playing around this pretty much power play that BREN throws at them. So ONIC Philippines still going to be trying to hold on to as much space as possible. But with what they've already lost, especially bottom side, BREN will punish them for that. You got to see if ONIC Philippines, again, can start the fights on their own, right? Which is really going to come down to Kakadu either finding the setups like he's been doing so far throughout the series, or even Ryota, right? We already saw a great Spear of Glory, so that's obviously a possibility too.
Definitely, they really have to replicate that type of play again for ONIC Philippines. But with the looks of BREN Esports, they're just prepared on the positioning. Look at that, the position of Ogwin and even Flap TZ. That is intense visioning. Again, since we has the immortality, yes, but once a proc, it is a lot easier for the side of BREN Esports to be, you know, really aggressive.
Okay, so they could force out ONIC Philippines because we're talking about how they would go up against a team fight. That's how they deplete the resources of ONIC Philippines. Burn down flickers, burn down ultimates. But will they blink though? Because at this point, they could completely go like on full flow as they enter the late game, because at this point BREN Esports has gotten grip so far on what was missing in the early game.
Yep, and BREN Esports, again, speaking of grip, they are actually ready to drip on their grip on this Lord Pit, right?
There you go.
Those are the rhymes.
Those are rhymes of the century right now, as now the eyes are set here on the Lord. And they're going to be working on it. The dance is going to ensue here. Both teams setting up. Look at the rollers. Kakadu goes in, finds his mark, forces Owen to flicker out. Real world manipulation going to come down to forcing another flicker. There's the spear, finding Flap TZ. Divine Judgment's going to be the response. He still has the immortality. Going to be popped here. Nets unleashing though as he gets rid of Kyle TZ. I set on another target as Super Marco falls. Ogwin and Few last to be alive. And it looks like ONIC Philippines calls the go for the Lord.
Atoy R is on a different level on this game. Again, those Spears of Glory, the King's Calling. And man, those were really on point. Every time a player from a BREN Esports wants to back away, there's just another spear. So why they got the Lord, and the goal lead is now at 4.2k. So we saw that it was a setup play from Kakadu that didn't really go well. But at the same time, because of the skill set that ONIC Philippines has on their heroes, it was easier to say to BREN that nope, you can't get away this time on this setup play that we want. So looking at the itemization, we have a mixture of more on the defense and even added offense for Ryota's item. Next could be a Sky Guardian Helmet or Guardian Helmet so that he's not to back away on every team fight. But again, we have the Lord middle lane and, bottom lane, and middle lane is the target of ONIC Philippines.
Now Ryota, as we call it Spear of Glory, I'm going to call it Spear of Nightmares. Just imagine a hook-changing play from ONIC Philippines that give them now the advantage of 5.2k goal lead. And they cage in BREN Esports with the Lord pushing down bottom. Now the big question is, can they defend? And when we are seeing 3 waves.
Oh, again! Look at the
one!
wave of ultimates being brought down upon BREN. And another crazy setup and a top performance here from ONIC Philippines against BREN Esports as they unleash, continuing the assault on the base. ONIC Philippines now possibly going to close it out here. Super Prince just has too much damage as he falls though. Can they hold on? Ryota and Kekadu. Kekadu's going to miss. Super Marco just outstepping, outplaying, holding on. It's a savage. BREN Esports on the shoulders of Super Marco stay in the game to possibly march down mid and end it.
Just when we thought BREN Esports is gonna lose this game, they're just prepared for the defense. Super Marco, again, we've mentioned the Abyssal Strike, those torn apart, and the possible damage from the torn apart memory. The player that will be alive on this one-way push of BREN Esports, there are actually 3 players, actually majority of the players of ONIC, so they really have to defend this one out. For BREN Esports, they have the force to take that positioning on the Lord. That was the first Savage, right? This season, right?
I do not have the...
I mean, they'll just comment left if I'm not right.
Well, right now, with that savage performance, we can count it. We can count it in. Because what we saw there, we were talking about how BREN Esports could have the items to defend their base. We only need Super Marco for the super defense. And that was 5 members of ONIC Philippines who fall down. And it only took one way of having his sidesteps work. BREN Esports, is this their window? Is this their chance? And now the odds are starting to get even. 3 turrets left from ONIC Philippines base. Now this Lord will change everything. The one who gets the rope in taking this Lord. Just imagine right now on a streak, on a flow, who could take it?
Speaking of who will take it, take note of the positioning of Ogwen and Super Marco. Okay, so there's a difference in terms of Onyx and BREN's take on this Lord objective taking. So right now, Kyle Teasy and Flap Easy is the only vision that ONIC has. Keketut will have the vision against Ogwen, and we will hear now the conceal play. This is going to be intense.
That's the warning sign, right? Conceal play going to come out. Both roamers looking to see who's going to find that setup they're looking for. Sensui gives a call. They go for it. There's the Terrify. Ogwen going to be in trouble here. Everything being unleashed. Real world manipulation on top of it. Flap Teasy going to fall, though. Kyle Teasy still quite healthy. Gets the immortality to pop here. Kekadu goes in. The cover is there. Here comes Super Prince. Immortality is popped. It's
oh my God, the bottom lane!
Falls. The bottom lane's pushing in, and Nets makes a beeline to the crystal. He's a couple hits away, and ONIC Philippines sweeps the top seed. BREN Esports.
Nothing but nets once again. They've scattered BREN Esports all over the place, taking down the top seed team. Now they making a statement. Too late than never, but as we go into the playoffs, we're still proving that we still have it.
Again, just to remind everyone, BREN Esports is at the top seed, and ONIC Philippines just secured their playoff spot today. Again, I am speechless, by the way. Oh, we are all looking on the team fight, but at the same time, there was one player from ONIC Philippines that was there doing a free hit on the crystal, and they won that game. And before we started this, right, it was Flap Teasy versus Ryota on the C-ball type of play.
Yeah.
And here's the answer.
Well, we still got to witness another, a great moment, a savage there from BREN, but unfortunately, hey man, ONIC Philippines, this is what I was talking about, right? Do we get to witness what they have been working on now for 8 weeks to the point where, even with a variation of the lineup that they have, they can still pull stuff off like this, and they had to make a statement. Again, this is a great statement, And who knows, again, what they can do as they get primed and ready for the playoffs. But to take down in a sweep the #1 seed, man, the top seed here. Hey, you know, I love Coach Ducky, but Coach Ducky, I think it's time, man, to put the crossword away.
Yeah, for now.
And get ready, you know, because just like the regular season has been, hey, I honestly feel like any of these teams have a chance at getting the championship this season, because so far, Season 11 has been like this. It's been a bunch of surprises, and who's to say that the playoffs isn't going to be just like this?
Who would have thought on the last day, or the last, week.
Almost last day.
Almost last day.
yeah.
Of the regular season, we don't know who the 6 teams are. And it's just working in a full bit of a clutch move play. Like, hey, can they make it? Can they still do it? 2 teams were even on a break, like being on a depending,
another team's
point.
performance,
Depending on team's performance that we're now seeing on how ONIC Philippines is saying, we didn't just win by chance. It's also with our might and experience. And again, we went through a break.
Glory.
To the spear of glory.
The spear of glory, spear of nightmares.
You know what? I might play RG later on, and then I will use Sithar.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm going to use a spear of nightmares.
Spear of nightmares.
To my enemy team. And that's how ONIC Philippines do it. Without any hesitation. Again, keys to victory check. They didn't make any hesitation at all.
Yeah,
Just
they went
through.
in. I went all in.
Played it well, played it clean, Chantel.
Parang, I mean, it's a simple. Okay.
What was that again?
A bit
The
of
Lord Pit in the drip.
Yeah, and then
in the grip.
yeah, actually for
That was it.
that was it.
It's your
for-
bars, it's your rhymes.
I wasn't really sure when we first started the game at around the first second of the game that this will be the outcome of the game. But for BREN Esports, they're just not ready for this Sithar play from Ryota anywhere. It's as if you're a Franco, but at the same time you can take like 2 heroes all at once.
Yeah, that feels like cheating, man.
Yeah,
like it's.
Yeah, who would have thought it could work? Can you do the flicker combo too?
Yeah, that's the thing. That I feel like after witnessing this, like Sithar makes sense, you know, and I feel like we're gonna see more of that because, again, going back on the draft, man, those were what 3-4 bans I think towards Ryota in the XP lane, and then he's like, all right, I'll just pick Sithar, who you know hasn't shown up often. I think I'm not sure if this is the first win for Sithar or if it's a. Oh, it is the first win?
First win for
Because
Sithar.
yesterday it was used, right?
Yeah, yesterday it was used and was countered by Kagura, but this time it's a different story.
It is a different story.
Beast, a different story. Sithar again. Now on how we start this series. So is Ryota now the better expulator against Flap Teasing? Because that was the question on how Coach Ducky put it in our interview. So maybe Ryota's
That's
going.
heated.
Yeah, maybe Ryota now is going for the Southeast Asian Games to represent the Philippines as well.
Maybe with the performance, why not?
Yeah,
I mean,
this type of performance.
Yeah, and there are also moments wherein they went in for 1v1s on the lane wherein Ryota was on the upper hand, and it might be an inspiration as well for Flap Teasy to get him pumped to practice more if they're up against ONIC on the playoffs.
Maybe this calls for on how ONIC Philippines went through the London season, had a break. All the teams really had a good grip on how they were, what was missing on the first half of the season. So maybe that was the thing that they needed, what ONIC Philippines needed, and played some basketballs too. So now, with our winning team, ONIC Philippines, right on stage, let's call in Mara Aquino with their winning interview.
ONIC Philippines did not go easy on their opponent and they did a sweep. Congratulations! Kekidut, yung mga initiation mo, yung mga huli, perfect, amazing. Malinis yung game nyo, yung series. It must be, for us, it seems like it's the best series that you guys had for this season. Do you agree? And what happened with ONIC dun sa week and a half? Kasi you guys came today so prepared in a different form.
Ano po, hindi po kami nagbakasyon noong Holy Week po.
Hindi kayo nagbakasyon?
Hindi po. Tuloy-tuloy po yung practice namin. Tapos, yung Cobra po na yun, parang pinilit ko lang na, ihabol na para dito sa BREN. Maganda naman po yung resulta ng scrim namin nun. Kaya nagkaroon din po ako ng confidence sa paggamit ng Cobra.
So you guys made a big sacrifice na hindi kayo nagbakasyon, you guys didn't chill, see your family like the other players. So for you, was it worth it? And ano yung mga pinagdaanan nyo nung week and a half?
Sa tingin ko naman po worth it kasi nanalo naman po kami ngayon. Ayun na ba?
At si Nets naman, ikaw yung winning hit, na backdoor mo ang iyong kalaban. Gaano ka fulfilling na not only did you beat yung team na usually sila yung nagsisweep ng kalaban, but kayo pa ang nakasweep ng top seed. How fulfilling is that? And what does it do for ONIC?
Sobrang saya po kasi yun po yung best series namin ngayon eh. Dahil sa pinagdaanan po namin na lose streak. Sobrang saya po namin kasi ayun po, sila po yung number 1, tapos natalo po namin. Na 2-0 pa.
Congratulations! I could feel the excitement that you're feeling. Parang kinakabahan ka?
Ngayon, sa interview lang.
Sa interview lang. Pero sa laro,
Wala akong kaba sa laro.
Walang ka ba? Dito lang. Okay, but hey, you're answering really well. Good job. Na-excite din kami sa nakita namin sa Minsator. Maganda. Actually, ang daming comments pag naririnig niyo yung crowd. Talagang yung hero mo, yung galaw mo, yung binabanggit nila. First time namin na makita na ginamit mo to. What is this inspired by?
Nung preparation namin ng 2 weeks, may gumamit po sa amin ng Minsitar sa scrim. Tapos gumana po sa kanila. Tinalo po kami. Tapos in-apply lang po namin tinry po namin i-apply sa preparation since ginagamit ko naman po siya nung season 7. Kaya parang mas effective naman po.
This has nothing to do na yung success ng inyong counterpart sa Indonesia kasi ginagamit din nila to eh.
Hindi naman.
Hindi. This is all you.
Opo. Tinry lang po namin.
Now, congratulations. Pasok kayo sa playoffs. How does it feel? Kasi alam ko medyo rocky nung umpisan. What do you guys have to say to the fans? Coach Bossy.
Yun nga po, actually before pa kami pumunta dito sa venue, nung nalaman namin yung result ng RSG versus NXPE na pasok namin sa playoffs, masaya. Talagang masaya kasi nakahinga po kami ng maluwag. Pero nung nandito kasi kami, at the same time kasi yung preparation namin nung 1.5 week na yun, yung lahat ng sacrifices ng mga bata, yung nagkaroon ng mga sakit and everything. Kasi yun nga, sinabi ko pa rin na okay, magpasalamat tayo kasi magpasok na tayo. Pero at the same time, may laban pa rin tayo sa BREN. So, kailangan pa rin natin na manalo sa kanila. And at the same, parang sinabi ko lang po sa kanila na ilang beses na natin napatunayan na kapag inisip natin, kaya talaga natin gawin. Napatunayan na natin yan sa NXPE, napatunayan na natin yan sa TNC, and ngayon sa BREN. And sobrang saya lang po na yan nga. Bukod sa nanalo kami, nakasecure kami ng spot sa playoffs.
Congratulations, and Coach Bluffsy, your leadership, it's showing. And because of that, na-sweep nyo ang top seed. Congratulations! Once again, you may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. ONIC Philippines! Thank you, Coach. Great leadership. ONIC Philippines, although they already secured the playoffs before coming to the venue, they did not go easy. And they were able to sweep top seed BREN Esports. And we're going to break that down for you. Here we go. Casters, pass up.
From Minsitar's Spear of Glory, from ONIC Philippines' Walk of Victory. From that happened on how Nets did a backdoor up against BREN Esports, Coach Ducky might have to check. Again, a backdoor play in our team.
In a BREN.
Against BREN.
Against BREN Esports.
What was that again? That saying about week 3 or 4 when Nets was like, yeah, it's just a normal day.
It's just a normal day for Nets. Again, game number 1 did have deaths, and game number 2, no biggie. I'm on a Claude. It's my normal day. That's how Nets works with his day. And on to translation on how the game went. Coach Bluff Z said that the team went through whole of the week's practice during the Lenten season break. All of them training hard, and that's how we expected or didn't expect for them to go up against BREN Esports with a 2-0. And it's amazing how they wanted to have this reset and mindset to have a way of like, hey, we can still do it and we can still prove it up against BREN Esports, who's in, as you mentioned, ICU, the top seed in the playoffs right now. So to break things down a bit, ONIC Philippines playing it clean with a sweep up against BREN Esports. Chantel, break things down for us.
Indeed, the best series for ONIC Philippines as they win with a sweep against BREN Esports. Again, just one hero to change things up and at the same time do a positive mindset or approach with a positive mindset on the game. Again, if we go back on the hero composition, it's literally the same lineup for ONIC Philippines. Just change the Mincitar. It was a different hero earlier. It was a different hero earlier. So with the Spears of Glory from Ryota, it has been difficult for BREN Esports to back away every time there is an initiation for Ryota on those moments. And what's easier for them is that there is Kikidut for the initial setups. So with the vision that he has and the follow-up that he can give for Ryota's Spear of Glory has been intense for ONIC Philippines. When we say Mincitar, it's expected that it's going to be the King's Calling that is going to change or spice things up. But for ONIC Philippines, they were able to use Mincitar or capitalize Mincitar's Spear of Glory. It all started with a 3-man Spear of Glory during that team fight. As to why BREN Esports is as if they have to be mindful. Should I go here? Should I go here or not? So ONIC Philippines just capitalized on that. But kudos, of course, to BREN Esports because they were able to try and negate the initiation prowess that ONIC Philippines has. Looking at the overall team fight statistics on this game, it was a really close fight. But the difference is that for the side of ONIC Philippines, majority of the players are really participating on the team fight. So average is around 75%, having Super Friends on 88%, but again, Ryota with a 71%. So again, we've mentioned that ONIC Philippines' strategy is somehow same with the Ube strategy, wherein they're really together in an initiation as much as possible, force the players of BREN Esports to go and retaliate on their initiation. Again, BREN Esports, there was a nice super market damage on a torn apart memory. But again, we've been talking about Atoy R. Ryota of ONIC Philippines with Mincitar play. He is our smart MVP with a 1-3-11 KDA kill participation of 71%. It was a mixture earlier of physical defense and magic defense, but this time around with the Radiant Armor went in for the Corrosion Sight and the other items as well. Take note of the emblem. It was Tenacity that was brought up by OSX earlier, and with the Tenacity it was a lot easier for Ryota to just sustain the damage coming in from the Brody. And with the Tenacity spells or emblem rather of ONIC Philippines, they are fully aware that the majority of the damage will come from the Brody in terms of the late game. We will see here on our highlights how ONIC Philippines was able to try and somehow deflect those damages. Again, this was a part of this is one of my favorite parts on that game, the double kill for Super Friends. He went in straight, waited for him to be level 4, and then went for the real world manipulation. And then again, ONIC Philippines went straight for the other objectives. There's always this trades. And at the very last moment, when we also that BREN Esports once, again, I will never forget this day in my life wherein there is a 3-man Spear of Glory for Ryota on this game, and everyone was surprised. For sure, BREN Esports was also surprised at the time that there's a possibility for this type of plays from Ryota. Again, another hook for the guy, and this is the time actually wherein BREN Esports was on the upper hand, the other one. But this one, 30-minute game time, Super Prince was just prepared. Another hook for Super Marco, another hook for Ryota, and the target there was Super Marco. And it was a lot easier for ONIC Philippines because it's as if you're a baby and Ryota is just giving you the food. Okay, you eat this as much as possible. Take all the nutrients. Okay, that was the play of ONIC Philippines on that game. And around 16 minutes of our game, almost 16 minutes of our game, we saw the potential of BREN Esports. Actually, this was a savage for Super Marco. But then again, we go back to this Lord objective. They were able to hook Ogwen, so the formation of BREN Esports wasn't really there. And again, the question earlier is who's the better explainer, who's the better team today? And for today, it was ONIC Philippines because of the time they took just to practice and study the other team that they fought today. It was really exciting, guys, and we had a lot of lessons for this series.
True, lessons, wins. Again, a triple header with 2 zeros.
Yeah.
I just had to pause for a moment.
Yeah, I was going to say,
What?
you're doing the math in your head?
Yeah, and all of this happening, again, we need to go back on how the Savage performance went for Super Marco. And with this all things on the table now, Chantel broke it down, playoffs is going to be lit.
Yep, definitely lit.
I was going to say, what? I feel like, did you just read that online?
No, I just saying everything you guys are doing with the rhymes and bars. I need to up my game.
I was gonna say you're using the language of the the youngins out there.
Really? Am I not part of it?
That's true. You're young too.
You're young,
We're all young.
at heart.
At heart.
At heart.
Yeah.
So it's a mixture of being lit and so lit. So lit.
Lit and solid.
Yeah.
Yeah, lit and solid. This
so
is
lit.
This by the way, this is a preview of Caster Search 2021. So now we're here on the desk.
Is this a regular thing? Is this going to be a regular thing now?
We talk this way a lot of times.
Yeah, those are our final thoughts.
So lit.
Playoffs is going to be solid and lit. I'm OSX, I'm with Naisu, and also Chantel. Let's throw things down a bit. This is day number 2 of week number 8. Mara, close it down.
And officially determined the 6 teams that are making it to the playoffs. First, we witnessed RSG Philippines get their ticket en route to the playoffs with that sweep. And Irad's season debut was just so phenomenal, especially with his Lancelot and Joy. Now he got the back-to-back MVP of the series on his first match. After that, nakita natin yung classic Smart Omega, the Just Wonder push to the very edge. Lumakas ang kanilang lason and very, very potent with that sweep. And finally, ONIC Philippines, pinakita kung paano nila itaas ang lakas after sweeping the top seed BREN. Sobrang ganda talaga ng laban ngayon, pero bukas, doon natin makikita ang ating seeding. Yan ay paglalaban-laban ng ating mga koponan. So I'm sure you don't want to miss that one. So see you all tomorrow. Once again, ako po si Mara Aquino na lagi nagpapaalala sa harap ng pagsubok or tagumpay. Laging tandaan, itaas ang lakas. Thank you to John Joseph Lyda, MPL designer, for this beautiful outfit. See you tomorrow, everybody, and keep it good vibes.
The 11th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 11. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. And Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. Experience the MPL Philippines Season 11 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available via tickettome.net. Get yours now. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports at ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the quality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.